stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on a faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live. It's about to get live.
Sauvage et libre, je me lance. Sauvage et fier, je danse. Personne ne peut m'arrêter. Sauvage et libre à jamais. Plus de chaînes, plus de limites. Je cours, rien ne m'évite. Sous la lune, je suis en feu. Un éclair roule dans tes yeux. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole. Tu es sauvage, tu m'affoles. Sauvage. 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 Tous ces rythmes qui battent dans ma tête, dans ta tête, se déchaînent. Ces jours de fête, toujours la fête. Je suis là, ici et maintenant. Rien n'arrête mon élan. Le choix est mien, je le prends, je le prends. Je suis libre à chaque moment, chaque moment. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole. Tu es sauvage, tu m'affoles. Sauvage. Sauvage. Sauvage.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. 2025 is looking to be an exciting year for us all. But before that, let's recap on what happened in 2024. It's been an exciting year, so buckle up, sit tight, and let us first start with the APAC region. It's been a blast for the top teams in APAC as we did end up seeing the roster shake up a bit. Crazy Raccoon was the only team from APAC to win multiple monthly final championships, winning in March and July. They also had an impressive showing at World Finals, only losing to the eventual world champions in the finals. This year, Milk Rio from Rival has joined Crazy Raccoon, taking Shitampo's spot. An interesting change for sure, but we'll find out if this is for better or for worse.
And Crazy Raccoon, the kings that once were, will return to a world semi-finals.
Speaking of Shitampo, He'll be playing with a duo he's never played with in his entire career. Playing for Navi last year, Levi and Suzuku will be the guys helping Shatampo in his attempt to win his second World Championship and prove to the world he doesn't need Tensai to win. And what better org to sign them than the org who's won 3 World Championships in Zeta Division? They are looking to be serious contenders for the top spot in East Asia. But will they be able to prevent Crazy Raccoon from being at the top? In the EMEA region, teams are looking more than ready to bring home the trophy for their region for the 3rd straight year. The world champions, Humble, who after many weeks of contract discussions will be retaining their roster to protect their belt. Boss, Luki, and Semantic look to be just as deadly as the previous year, where they made 4 grand final appearances. While they were only able to manage a top 4 placement at the Champions Invitational, they should still be one of the teams who could do it all again.
Moya in a present. Ah! There it is!
Semantic!
3 seconds!
He's got it!
Gets humbled around the solo mission onto the safe with the Colette Super.
Regional rival SK Gaming will be bringing back a familiar face from their 2023 run. Joker, Yoshi, and now Ope have shown that they could be the dream team SK have been looking for since joining the scene. SK had a solid run last year, but from what we saw at the Champions Invitational, don't be surprised if they manage to replicate or even surpass that successful year. South America was a pretty interesting fight to the top last year, as 2 Brazilian groups were fighting for their life to claim the only world spot last year. In the end, the top team was decided by a critical blunder. Space Station's former roster, consisting of Adinho, Firecrow and Kyodog, managed to come out on top in the end, even playing in every Grand Finals match last year. But their Worlds run came to an abrupt end after dropping 2 matches to Pioneers and Totem.
He can't contest. Adinho try as he might. Space Station as they're blasting off again. And the Empire holds strong.
2 talented Brazilian players are expected to make a statement heading into the new year. Icecrow had a solid rookie season last year, making a monthly finals appearance in all 4 of his showings and winning a match in all but 1 of them. Teaming up with Cow and Wesley, there's no telling what he'll be cooking in his sophomore season. Last but certainly not least, we have what was the most chaotic region last year in North America. Lots of surprises were had that started a new era in the region. Starting with our North American leaderboard champions, 2023 was the start of something great for Zeus and Luffy. But the addition of RBM in 2024 earned them 2 monthly final championships as well as a top 8 finish at Worlds. The hard work paid off as they ended up getting signed by one of the most well-known orgs in the scene, Tribe Gaming.
RBM survives. Zeus chasing down Motep here and Assay's hopes and dreams crushed here on day number 1.
And we saved the best team for last, as Space Station Gaming will be making a return to the North America region. This time, they'll be signing a roster who should be considered a Worlds contender. Bobby, Chino and Sans will all be lifting off together in their stellar journey of bringing home the trophy for North America and finally shutting up all of Europe for their lack of success. Hopefully you're all caught up to date on what's happening in the scene lately. This is surely going to be an exciting year of Brawl Esports, and we can't wait for you all to be a part of it. Best of luck to all the teams competing this year, and we're looking forward to all the amazing matches we'll see this year. This is Trav, signing off, and as always, keep brawling. We're back better than ever for another year in the Brawl Stars Championship. Teams from around the world will fight for a chance of becoming the Brawl Stars World Champions and their share of the $2 million prize pool. With the new and improved format, there's no telling what might happen this year.
Shot would do it. His gadget won't be enough to get the kill.
This time, our new beginnings start here, at the first month of the Spring Split. Stars will be born, legends will rise, and the next champion will be crowned. Who will take home the glory of it all? Their story starts right here. Let's get ready to brawl.
What is up, Brawl Stars fans? Welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship
We've got the East Asia Monthly Final for you tonight, the first one of the 2025 season. I'm your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer, and I'm thrilled to be taking you through the action today, even more so because I am joined by a stellar cast of casters. So let's bring them on out. Ark, Trav, it's good to see you. And of course, we got Ready Set somewhere out there waiting in the wings. But gentlemen, what a lovely chance to meet you, Ark. Trav, we got to hang out a little bit at the Champions Invitational. So Ark, why don't you start us out? How you doing? How do you feel about 2025? Are you excited to play some
Great to meet you too as well, of course. Yeah, you know, same old me, brand new BSC, and I'm very glad it's that way around because ultimately we've had so many fantastic changes already. We've barely even scratched the surface. I mean, I'm loving the revamped quals, a really, really nice addition, especially for like regions like the EMEA side of things. You know, 3 LAN events this year, Brawl Cup coming into the equation. Love that for us. LCQ as well, of course, Wells as well. You know, Rank 2.0, that's going to be incorporating Esports and Brawl Esports into that too. Looking forward to seeing how that's going to kind of shape things up as well. And of course, having a dedicated host of the year, Celsius. So I'm really, really pleased to be alongside for you for the ride.
Yeah, I'm so excited for how this season's going to go. And I already got a taste of the knowledge that is going to be dropped throughout. We got to work with Trav at the Champions Invitational. But Trav, now the season has kicked off. We've already seen some action from these teams. How are you feeling about everything as it comes together?
I mean, to be fair, Ark's pretty much just listed off everything that I would have said. So I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm very pleased to be back for 2025 of the BSC, and I'm really looking forward to see how this year progresses as we go along.
Yeah, we're back with a new look as well. What do you guys think of our stellar new illustrations, our graphics? Everything's looking so sharp, right, Ark?
I really like it. I think the artist has put a lot of time and effort into it. And a brand new lick of paint, no pun intended, always a lovely thing for the BSC. We haven't had one for a while as well. For me, you know, I'm a little bit ADHD combined, so I'm being pulled in 2 separate directions at once with it. But there's a lot of little Easter eggs to find, and you're definitely going to keep your eyes busy with it for sure.
Oh, well, it is a work of art, especially as it all comes together. And speaking of works of art, I think we can pull up our bracket to see what our master painters will be putting on the canvas for today. We've got 8 teams for you who qualified. And Trav, we've got 4 banger matches to start off with today.
I mean, all of them are so good. Crazy Raccoon versus Effort Result will be starting things off in quarterfinal number 1. Then we'll go on to Navi versus Frenzy Gaming in number 2. Reject make a big return in 2025 versus Niwa in the first one. And then we'll round things off with Zeta Division versus Team S2 as our last quarterfinals.
Speaking of Zeta Division, they have been singled out as a team to watch. So why don't we take a little bit closer look at the facts that made us feel this way. Team Zeta Division, a big splash already so early in the season. What else can you tell me about them, Mark?
I mean, this is a big team to watch. You know, it's no question about it. Chitamba's got the most monthly final wins out of any player in East Asia. He's won 18 monthly finals, which is absolutely insane. And in this roster being joined now by Suzuki and Levi, I mean, this is definitely a very big story that was developing in the early stages of roster mania here, and how they're going to fare, given the fact that, you know, Chitampo parting ways is, you know, really quite a big talking point here, and how that synergy is going to fare is going to be very curious for me, certainly. But Zeta Division are an org that has produced 3 World Championship rosters in 2021, 2022, and 2023 across 2 different regions. So now placing their chips back into the East Asia region over from the EMEA region, they're feeling confident that this is the team that's going to bring them another championship trophy or belt. We'll see what it is at the World Finals this year.
A good team, so much story already behind them and so much still to be written. But do we miss anything, Trav? Any chapters left unturned?
I don't think so. I mean, they're you know, we know Chitampo through and through, but the other two kind of, you know, they've had a couple of years to show what they've got now, and they've put some really good mechanical gameplay out. So I'm very intrigued to see if they're going to pair well and synergize as a team.
Lots to be excited about. Speaking of stuff to be excited about, and you better be in a hurry for this one, we've got our team sprays in the shop. These ones are on their way out. Trav, what are you grabbing before it goes?
I mean, to be honest, I think you should grab absolutely all of them. You know, these are going to be limited cosmetics. They're not going to be available anymore, and all such rare items after they do go out of the shop. So be sure to get over there and get them all before it's too late.
Yeah, you got to get them all. Are we wrong, Art?
No, not wrong at all. I'm a big fan of the one, and of course, you know, this is your very last chance. Your hands on these sprays, and you know what's going to be replacing them. We've read online that, you know, Super have got some stuff in store, so make sure that you pay attention to all the Brawl Esports social medias on that front, because something's coming, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing what it is.
Well, you don't have to pick and choose when it comes to sprays, but we did ask our cast to pick and choose their predictions for our quarterfinal matches. And unanimous across the board. Look at that. I definitely didn't copy anyone else's answers and somehow, just arrived at the same conclusions. But all of you doing that is kind of wild here, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty clear-cut quarterfinal spoons here. I think it's a very well-seeded bracket, and we all went Crazy Raccoon, Navi, Reject, and Zeta, and I think it's fair to say if you want to get that extra swag on event.brawlstars.com, this is probably the best route to go, as it is, as you say, very unanimous across the board.
Now, I like to see this because, again, I'm copying your homework. Nobody's answers are diverging here, but as we get deeper into the season, I'm going to ask you guys to continue to do this so I am not at all confused. Is that going to be possible, Ark?
I think we'll be there for you the whole way through, Celsa. I mean, I'll be honest, I was almost very, very close to starting away on that third matchup. I thought that Niwa, looking back to the qualifications, and we'll touch a bit more on that as well later, but they did almost knock down Crazy Raccoon into a very, very precarious position. I mean, it only came down to one game in the fifth and final set between them, and then Niwa obviously has some changes along the way, and they kind of brought in Mameshi from Rival Esports, and that was what kind of swayed me a little bit, because they actually did beat Rival Esports to be here. That's a big team that we were expecting to see in this monthly finals, which were not the case. And for me, Niwa taking on a player from a team which they already beat in their qualifying stages just kind of made me feel like I should probably just side with the most well-known and expected result here.
That's a lot of words to say peer pressure, Ark. We're happy to have you all on the same side.
Out there first in the group, but hey, I'm more than happy to have people copy my homework. But no, certainly I think Reject for me is the safe bet to go with for sure.
Jokes aside, excellent predictions and analysis. Let's see what the team players had to say about what they think of these upcoming matches.
やっぱりもうこの間あった予選から調子よく順調に勝ち上がってきたので、もうマンスリー決勝とかも優勝してもう全部優勝する気持ちで頑張って世界大会も優勝できるかなと思います。
まず一番最初の月のマンスリーファイナルということで、一番大事なスタートダッシュだと思うので、ここをしっかり1位で、勝ち切りたいなっていうふうに思っています。
もちろん嬉しい気持ちもありますが、プレッシャーとかも少し感じるかなとは思います。やっぱり結果を残さないとダメなので、とりあえず練習しまくって世界一を目指すという目標がありますね。
The players are excited to bring you their best in this competition, so I hope you're all ready to watch. And we've got a brand new Gathering Place and Tournament Hub for y'all to watch that action. Also a great place for you to tune in to our questions, respond correct enough, often enough, and we might give you a little feature right here on stream. But of course, across the Brawl Stars social media, that's where you can find us, and that's where we'd love to hear from you and see your support for your favorite players. Especially right now, if your favorite players are on these first two teams, because we're just about ready for our first match between Crazy Raccoons versus Effort Result. Now, Crazy Raccoon, we gotta get into what's so crazy about him, Ark. So break it down for me.
I mean, if you don't know Crazy Raccoon, where have you been? That's all I've got to say. You clearly weren't watching the World Finals last year where they made the Grand Finals. Did get swept, however, by Humble in that stage of the competition. Mercurio, of course, is the man that we've got to focus on as well, and is getting very cozy and snuggled up, ready for his big match today. Coming over from Rival Esports from last year, this was actually a very, very big roster change that we didn't necessarily expect or see coming. Joining Tensai then and Moya. Mercurio is the lowest in terms of monthly final wins, though, to be honest. He's had 3 in his career, 2 of which were in 22. So that has made me feel like, how's he going to sit amongst his team? Tensai's got 17, for example. Moya's got 10. Those are some really, really strong stats that he's going to have to really kind of catch up to and make sure that his place is marked in history. But you can see here, the journey, the crazy past behind this organization in 2023 with 4 monthly final champion wins as a organization. Came 3rd in Mobile Masters and top 4 at the World Finals. And you can see that progression as well going into last year, going in a very, very positive direction and just getting better results along the way. So really looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to the table this year.
So much can be said about this roster, each of these players. Why don't we hear what the players themselves had to say and check in with Milgrio?
たくさん練習をして、大会に一番いい状態で持っていきたいなっていうふうに思ってます。ドラフトはやっぱり相手のキャラクターをまずはメタることっていうのが一番大事かなっていうふうに思ってます。今は、メロディーとか、ジュジュとか、あとドラコとかですかね。その辺のキャラクターが非常に強くて、やっぱ盤面を荒らしがちなんで、あとキットとかも盤面を荒らす系のキャラクターをやっぱりちゃんと対策できるようにしたいなっていうふうに思ってます。
We have covered a lot of ground with Crazy Raccoon, and they're about to cover more against Effort Result, a team that we know a little bit less about. But if we can scramble all our facts together, what are we looking at, Trev?
I mean, it's not the most well-known of teams, to be honest with you. They've kind of not had the best results across the years, and I think it's going to be an incredibly tough game for them against Crazy Raccoon. They're really being thrown in the deep end here, and it's a question of whether or not they're going to sink or swim. I think the majority of people probably going to assume sink, but you know what comes with the unknown is definitely that kind of ability to be a bit less kind of known with your drafts and stuff as well. So here are some of the results of the past. As I said, it's not the most convincing, I will say. So I think you've always kind of got to side with Crazy Raccoon here because we're looking at some top 32s in monthly qualifiers, whereas Ark said Tensai alone has 17 wins.
Yeah, Ark, we're looking at a lot of numbers here, a lot of big numbers, but our focus and the team name is all about effort. So can we acknowledge that there's a lot of effort this team has put together to get where they are today, now in the finals of the East Asia region?
Yeah, for me, She's definitely got the most to his name. I think that's fair to say. This is the 11th monthly final, and going back, the most success in like 2022 with Rising Sun, and hasn't really been able to get back to that kind of flow ever since. And that's kind of my reservation. The other two players, complete unknowns as far as I'm concerned, and this is their first monthly final. So a really, really tough one, like Trav says, to be thrown straight into the lion's den against a team like Crazy Raccoon, because you've really got to find something special to be able to cause an upset of that magnitude. Crazy Raccoon are going to come in so well prepared. They've got all the experience in the world, and when it comes down to that stress and how you handle yourself on the day, that's what it's going to come down to for me here. And I think, in terms of predictions on event.brawlstars.com, you can't go wrong here with Crazy Raccoon.
Great call out for the website. And let's talk about where we're sending our players. Now we got our five maps all picked out. Now, Crazy Raccoon, we know they're strong. Anything here, anything across these maps you think was maybe not their best is maybe presenting an opportunity for Effort Result to sneak in, Trev?
I'm not sure, really. I think they're going to be pretty good across all maps. If you're able to get second in the World Finals, you're probably going to have to be well-versed in the majority of different maps and modes. But we do start off a bit of a closer range, which I feel can help Effort Result that a little bit more. Not that Crazy Raccoon aren't going to be, good at that either, because they really are. But, some of these closer range melee brawlers, some mid-range brawlers tend to take a little bit less skill than those sharpshooter kind of brawlers. So it definitely gives them a little bit of an in. Not massive amounts, but it is a 96% prediction to Crazy Raccoon, to a 4 of Effort Result, which I think over near enough all my years of BSC has got to be up there with one of the highest.
That is really quite disgusting, isn't it? Let's be honest. I mean, God bless the 4% that are really still cheering here for Effort Result. I commend you. I like the idea of just getting there early with going against the grain on the very first match of the entire year. But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, it's going to take so much here to really have a say. But hey, it does come down to draft for me at the end of the day. And if there is a way for Crazy Result, for Effort Result to define some crazy upset here, it's going to be through that draft. So Gen 4, certainly I'm looking to see what kind of ideas they've got to shut down that mid. I do quite like the Jesse strat that we saw a lot, in the past on Gen 4, to really have that hypercharged turret to have its place against the unbreakable walls in that mid. but those aggressive lane sides is where it's going to really come down to. For me, the ban's already in. Juju is a must here. Banned out there by Effort Result, as well as the Lou and the Stu. Janet coming as the first pick. You might be wondering why, but Janet is now very much in the meta when it comes to that Hypercharge edition. And the Poco, the Berry, and the Melody ban as well on the side of Crazy Raccoon. What are your thoughts so far, Trav?
Well, I mean, I like it. You know, Janet, as you said, Hypercharge has definitely thrown her into that meta a little bit more. And on this map as well, Drop the Base can be a huge help with the amount of grass around the sides, in the middle. It's going to be really good at scouting out no matter where you are. Good amount of range as well, so the ability to scout yet again. If you add vision gear to that, it's going to be pretty dangerous on this map. But it is Effort Result who have the next 2 picks, and they're going to go with the Gus, another brawler that's been very good at the moment, providing shields. Obviously being able to knock back with that now after that change, just or not too recent, a while ago now, but it definitely helps at those closer range brawls, and also long range, incredibly good as well.
Certainly a solid addition, but one that I do have a few reservations for, because if forced out of the mid, then it could struggle to retake it. But that's a brawler combination there with the Shade coming in, which could help it. It might even be the first instance we've ever seen of Shade. I have to sort of revise my memory when it goes back to the World Finals. We didn't really see that brawler played out very much at all, and hasn't really been changed at all or touched in terms of the meta. So it's pretty much in the same spot as the World Finals, as many players have said quite openly on social media. So Frank gonna come in for Crazy Raccoon, really like that, and pair with the Surge, great as well. Taking that off the table then, Effort Result would have liked to have got their hands on a brawler like Surge to really combat that Frank. So I like the strategy. Milgrim is smiling for it as well, and Effort Result now, final pick, final say in this draft. It's not a bad one though, gotta be saying that so far. I don't mind some of the ideas that they're floating around here, but I'm still really worried for them.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Gus. I think you kind of have to, but the Shade does make me question it a little bit. As you said, it hasn't really had any changes, and
that's what you like.
Yeah, listen, that makes up for it. I like Katara. We all know I like Katara. Hypercharge can be able to break up a good amount of this map, and the game-changing ability that it brings as well. Pretty good at close, pretty good at mid-range, I should say. So I do like that pick here, but the Shade I do still have to question. As you mentioned, not going to be the best of brawlers, and I think a lot of pro players have vocalized that it's not really at the top tier of this meta, but I'm intrigued to see if this East Asia region is going to be able to make good use of it.
Travis officially joined the 4%, ladies and gents. I mean, it's a very good final pick. I don't mind it at all. It may have swayed me slightly more, but like you say, the Shade, it's still, for me, just a little bit of a concern. It makes a lot of sense. I think this is probably the map where it makes the most sense, actually, having said that, but we shall see. We shall see. Quickly, then the mid taken by Crazy Raccoon. Tends like getting those early stacks in as well, and I'm sure some of the viewers at home seeing that Surge skin in the Buzz Lightyear form, giving some flashbacks of some memories, let's say, from the last season.
Yeah, and I'm sure not good ones for a lot of players as well, as it was very dominant. But Napishu's going to go in now as well, but Moya locking down this lane. Tensai trying to do the same, and will actually bait out the super as well. It's kind of worth the trade going down. Now Napishu is going to pick up on the back line, though might be able to exit out here, will stray through the wall and carries on. This is going to flip the gems in favor of Effort Result, but not really. Got too much mid-control still.
Well, break from Moya on the right-hand side. We'll get rid of some of that bush. No HP now, and a good Gush shield handed over then to the Tara. White shield on the right-hand side, still just aggressing things, but nice gadget there from Moya. Will seal it and take care of business. Now the attention just pushed over to this left. Tensai goes in, gets nice consecutive taps. Dangerous stuff there for the 7 gems on top of that Shade. And now that mid-control very much handed over to Crazy Raccoon. As now Effort Result playing catch-up.
Well, double Hypercharge, ready to roll as well. The Frank kind of just looming here, might be able to catch a couple off guard on this left-hand side. Just going to throw the super out, try and predict that Ginazol was going to go down that side, but chose to turn back and not make the move. Hypercharge ready to roll now as well for the Tara, and is surely going to be able to get it. Actually, Moya managed to pick it up, and everybody falls on that side. They're going to let Milcario swoop in and get those gems, as he's going to have the ability to spend the majority of this countdown in the air.
I was going to say the perfect person to have the gems. Ultimately, there's nothing you can do against the Janet. There's no countermeasure for it, and not even having to worry about it, as Moya and Tensai just really keeping house and just locking down those left and right hand side lanes. Kind of what we expected. Bit more back and forth though, I've got to be honest. So far, I wouldn't count out their Effort Result. There was some good efforts being made. But again, when it came down to it, Crazy Raccoon just had that ability to keep that level head and that cool composure to get the job done.
I mean, this is the thing. It's kind of expect, the effort result to have some moments here and there, being able to kind of swoop in, get some gems, but a team like CR isn't going to really be wavered by that. And they know, for the most part, how to lock down and come back from these things as well. Actually, I think he sent out maybe a shield there to the left-hand side and did miss it. Dropped the base, kept them low. And although they were in a 3v1 in the mid pretty much there, they have backed all the way up and allowed CR to have that control.
Moya, oh, just scaving there on the Gadget side. Didn't make the connection, but close. There's now Shade coming in and getting some good value as well. Moya taken care of as the result tries to retake this mid again. Long arms as well there will keep Tensei down to 400 HP, but it is Tensei that has the final say. There's a bit of a wasted Tara super there as well. Moya's going to stay standing. That's not what you like to see. Some big mistakes starting to shine through here on the side of Effort Result.
Well, Tensei kind of pinned back in this portion of the map, but goes for the jump in, and actually Ginazo's going to pick him up. Milkreo forced into the sky by Napisho on this left-hand side as the Shade continues to push forwards, and Moya just eating all the shots, going forward and eating the Tara Super too. Stays alive for now, but surely that's not going to last too long. Actually, he's staying alive a lot longer than I expected still, but Napisho's going to swoop in and try to pick that up now. 16 gems, 16 HP, and 3 gems dropped on this right-hand side. And this time, F Result looking on top of the world.
Say don't count them out just yet, and if they can hold on for just 10 more seconds, we'll be tied up in this set. Hypercharge down the top right hand side for Moya will get some value, but the time is ticking. McGrew with the hypercharge there, taking to the sky, should get some bombs, and they do land. The gems are down, but the reset is going to be there. Crazy Raccoon are not out of the woods yet. They've got to hold firm and get yet another reset, and then get the gems out of this spawn.
I mean, Moya's eating every single shot, and down he goes. Milkreo trying to get a super. Only grabs a couple of those gems, but that's going to be enough to stop this count now, as they've only got 9 in hand. And look at Moya just looming, waiting for his opportunity to use this super. And it's 9-9 now. Moya's surely going to pick up Napishu here, and Gina's are eating shots too. And just like that, countdown starts for Crazy Raccoon.
Big smash on the left-hand side there from Moya, really keeping the pressure on. And Effort Result have got to get on this mid and get these gems. I don't think there's going to be enough time for 2 to spawn in, regardless of the position there of Crazy Raccoon. What a turnaround for them, but it shouldn't have come that close, in my opinion. They were just looking so solid. And then it just all starts to crumble in that second game. They get the set, but some big question marks. For an organization like Crazy Raccoon, should it have been that close, Trav?
I really don't know if it should have been, to be honest with you. I mean, they had an incredibly good game, and arguably I'd say they probably should have dropped that second game, and we should have gone to a third to decide it all. But a team like Crazy Raccoon, as I mentioned after the first one, and as you said as well, they might drop a few moments here and there, but for the most part, they're going to be in control. So even when they were down, you kind of had that sinking feeling that they were going to be able to bring it back and really put up a bit of a fight. And Tensei, star man, 12 kills, 367 DPS. Nobody else could really kind of shape up to him, as Moya also had 9. They were by far the team that had the most kills.
Gentlemen, coming back in after this set, I have to ask, with all the experience you've had watching Crazy Raccoon in competitive, is this typical for how they kind of will start off an event? Are they a momentum builder, or do they like to come out and just kind of smash through that wall to start there? Art?
It's a squad and a team which have got such amazing composure, and they've been put under pressure in the past, no doubt about it. They've had reverse sweeps and all that kind of stuff, but this is my reservation. In the quarterfinal stages against a very unknown team, should it be coming down to that kind of situation in that first opening set? And got to remember, going back to the qualifiers, they always got knocked down to that lower bracket by a team called Niwa, which went to that 5th and final set, a match point scenario. I've got some big reservations on Crazy Raccoon this year, and we've only really just started to scratch the surface.
Yeah, a lot to said here. Still ahead of us to see from Crazy Raccoon, but I gotta say, Effort Result coming in, hearing the surprise in your voices, Trav. I think this means they maybe brought a little more than any of us were expecting.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Like I said, I think it should have gone to a third game to decide it there if they would maybe manage those gems a bit better towards the end and kind of weren't pushed back into spawn so soon after picking up that 10th gem. Then they would have had a big chance, but there were 2 hypercharges waiting for them. When the Janet's just dropping bombs and she can follow you with pinpoint accuracy with that hypercharge, it's not an easy situation to escape. But they do have still some time to bring this one back. Yes, Crazy Raccoon coming into this one favourites. Yes, they've started well. Yes, they've started as we've expected, but I have to say, arguably, they're not looking as comfortable as they have done in previous years.
Well, I'm excited as we head into this next matchup to feel out from their perspective if they're, just finding their groove for tonight. It is a fresh day, it is a fresh start, but we could be seeing something here from Effort Result that might be the beginning of an incredible story, especially so early in the season. So anything as we head into this next match that you think we should watch out for from Effort Result that might be an indication they're really starting to pick up some slack? Art?
For me, the drafts aren't bad. They're getting some nice ideas. The shape kind of worked. I mean, again, it was one of those places where it's probably the best place for Shades to make an appearance. It's not really been a meta brawl, not really been much of an issue for many, but it was getting some good value. And clearly something which, despite a lot of the counter ideas that the Crazy Raccoon tried to bring to that equation, they were still crumbling. They were still looking quite nervous and a bit shaky for me, and very much unlike the Crazy Raccoon that I've come to know. And that's a bit of a worrying thing so far. But this is what happens when you have roster change-ups and bringing in a new player into the mix for this roster in Milk Rio. How are things going to land and how they're going to settle along the way? But already I think that they should have made that first set look a bit more convincing. Let's see though when they start to kind of settle in how things will fare as we move on to our next game then, which will be Brawl Ball and center stage. And again, Milk Rio still got that blanket, but let's see whether it's going to be much of a comfort for him in this second set now as the draft comes in. The bans are there. Trav, the Sandy, the Otis, and the Lou. Banned out by Crazy Raccoon, the Frank, the Lou, and the Buster for Effort Result.
Yeah, I mean, bans fine for me. I don't mind them at all. We've definitely got some different approaches of kind of what they're expecting the other team to want to take. And, for Effort Results bans, getting rid of the Frank that we've just seen work so well, and the Buster as well, clearly shows that Crazy Raccoon might have been kind of picking up some tanks in scrims, and therefore Effort Result kind of banned that out to get rid of that idea. But a Juju early pick is very good in these bushes, going to be able to, have that range off the start. But as the game starts to close down and you're getting in those close range fights, it's not really going to be as good. Might need some wall break down these sides to ensure that she's not going to be caught off guard.
I mean, to leave Juju open for me right now is kind of sacrilege, I've got to be honest. I think that you just have to ban it everywhere for me. I think it's so good against tanks. That was the Draco that we saw in discussions with Milk Rio prior to the show as well, that they are very set on the side of Crazy Raccoon. They like those kind of up and close, really aggressive ideas. And I quite like it as well. The Surge coming in again. This pairing idea that we've seen already in that first set from Crazy Raccoon makes a lot of sense. I think Surge is still incredibly relevant in this meta. Hypercharge, of course, really lending a good helping hand to that already very strong brawler. And Draco's been slept on. I've got to be honest. I really, really quite like it in this kind of meta that we've got so far. Would like to have seen even more of it actually at the World Finals, as we've already mentioned. The meta being very kind of similar to it still to this day. But Juju's that one that really has shone a massive beacon. And Barry, oh, this is good. Draft intro from Effort Result. I'm liking this kind of synergy.
Yeah, but double thrower, I feel like kind of leaves them very susceptible. They're going to have to pick an anti-tank here as their last pick. And even that, I feel, kind of leaves them a little bit open to a third and final pick from Crazy Raccoon. I like the throwers. It's not a route that I kind of see too often on center stage, double thrower at least. I feel we usually see Berry quite a lot with some tanks or kind of Juju on her own as well. And they are going to go just try and power through with the Ashe. I don't really hate it, but the double thrower will always scare me.
I think it scares everyone, to be honest. But Barry's it's such a great place for me, as is Juju. I do get what you're saying. It can crumble very quickly, and if the HP is too much on the side of Crazy Raccoon with that Draco, which again is a brawler which can be very, very painful, and there is why you've got to be fearful of the double thrower. It's like the coin's not necessarily in their favor for it. I think it's the perfect response from Crazy Raccoon. If they didn't go with that, then this comp may have been more gnarly than it actually now is. The Mortis can really have a fantastic time against this draft. And I think Crazy Raccoon may have just pulled out a fantastic pick in just the right stage of it. I think Effort Result now may be starting to regret their decision-making on that front. You kind of want to land yourself with that kind of... If you're going to go double throw, you kind of want it to land on you as the final pick and have that be a situation where you can overview the entire draft and make that informed decision to know that that is the right time to double down, quite literally. And I think they may have missed a trick there. Crazy Raccoon now, and it's Tensei on it. We could be in for a treat here, Trav.
I mean, Draco and Mortis should surely just be able to overrun these two throwers. I'm not counting them out, but if Milk Rio gets some stacks, and What else can I say? Like, what do they expect?
I love it.
It's so obvious.
It is. But, you know, this is the thing about Crazy Raccoon is, like, you've got to hand it to them. They've been shaken a little bit today, but clearly not stirred. Now, as we see, the drafting still very much on point. Coming in now, Gren with the Lion's Breath, spurring down everything in his path on the side of Moya. Down there falls Pichu as the Juju Gree going in there onto mid road. Not going to find too much there as the gadget pop. Tensai Hypercharge coming in as well. So aggressive. And they've already got the goal. They've just got to sit back and just wait for every result. Just push into this and just pick them off one by one, really. There's no needed aggression, but I can guarantee that they're going to continue to bring it. They want to tie this one up as quickly as possible, and why not?
Yeah, I mean, they're fine with every result just sitting in the position that they were, but they are going to make a move eventually. There's the Hypercharge pass comes through, and actually, I think he kind of baited his teammate out there a little. Napishu's going to use the Hypercharge and go forwards. Definitely a little bit of a pass into Tensai there, and he actually got the ball instead of being able to attack. So, not what he'll have wanted, but Effa result bounced back very strong, and actually do have a bit of a chance now.
Grigori going down yet again. Probably prefer that on the left-hand side for me. Onto the mortar, but nonetheless, the berry heals are huge. It's a 3 versus 2 and a lovely little tailspin there to finalize things, as Effa result actually are the ones to gain the game. Unbelievable, a draft that, in my opinion, you know, I was swayed by the draft at the beginning, but then swayed immediately back towards Crazy Raccoon when the mortar showed its face. But they got the game trap, and they were a goal down. So that tells me that they've got some perseverance in this squad. Again, against the Goliath, like Crazy Raccoon. Who would have thought that they would be up in this set?
Yeah, I mean, Tensai going in and not finding the same results as he was in the last one either, but they do clean up quickly, and this should be a goal. A little pass forward to Milkray, or maybe they'll just walk it in alone. And, oh, I mean, it was closer than I thought it was going to be at the end, but Milkray does get the early goal once more for Crazy Raccoon. Now it's just going to be a question of whether or not they're going to be able to play that a little bit better and keep it this way.
I think when Junior Zero gets this Grigori, that's the really big turning point for me, and now it is, but I think at the wrong time. Ball push forwards, Big Berry Hill still there, but nonetheless, the wipe is there. Crazy Raccoon pushing forwards, and this should be a great straight walk-through goal, and it is. As quickly as that, this set is all tied up.
See, that's what we expected to happen after the first goal in the first game. We expected them to just continue that dominance and walk all over them once more. Definitely a lot better by Crazy Raccoon in that second game, but you know, after the first, I don't think we can really count the opposition out, because they've made it happen once before. What's stopping them from doing it again? But that was night and day by Crazy Raccoon.
Well, now if it results on push forwards, I'm just going to say it. Let them cook, as far as I'm concerned. I want them to gain this set. Big rats going into Moya. Big aggression. Shots over the wall there from the Juju as well. 1 HP from the last stand gadget, and it will be enough to get the ball safe into the hands of Tensai, but Grigori going to be going in yet again. Big taps. Gina Zuri is playing a fantastic game on this Juju, and if you can just keep cycling these Grigoris in, that to me is the turning point in this draft.
You know, unable to get the kill there, and Wahochi was so close to death. Tensai now all alone, trying to actually defend it with the super rather than holding onto it, but can't be too far away as he did cycle it through 2 of them. And now Effa Result take the 1-goal lead this time in this third and final deciding game, but now they bounce out of the blocks quickly. Napishu's going forward again, jump, he goes over it. That's a huge mistake from them, and that's going to be a set going over to Effa Result, equalizing this and making it 1-1.
Let them cook! I'm really happy for them. You know, we were saying the draft was just instantly turned, and that Crazy Raccoon just, with that final Morris pick, we're going to just be able to seal it very, very quickly. And in some instances, they did. But this is the worrying thing. And that 4% on the event side now, licking their chops.
Look at those numbers. They are only just a little bit different, but that's all it took for Effa Result to squeak out a win here. Now, just a couple more and they could be looking at a move down the bracket, which we all thought was unlikely. But gentlemen, they've really brought some surprises here. What is tripping Crazy Raccoon up, Trev?
I mean, that was crazy. The double throw was, you know, it was extremely surprising to see in the draft, so I think that probably took them by surprise a little bit. And then I'm guessing they kind of assumed they had it in the bag when they picked the Mortis, just like I did, I will say. You know, having an assassin, having a tank, having a surge, it's a pretty good draft overall against the double thrower. But they just got overrun by the heals. So many heals, so much aggression from the Ashe, and as Ark said, the Grigori doing so much work there. Juju Super tanking a lot of that damage.
Yeah, Ark, we're looking down the barrel of 3 more maps here. We've seen some exciting picks, some great choices. Do we think they can cook with Shooting Star?
I mean, we weren't expecting it to get beyond Shooting Star, were we, going into this matchup? I mean, we saw there in the stats for Crazy Raccoon, number of the beast. They need a Guardian Angel right now. We saw Demonic Mortis skin, but they're going to need a lot more than that. They're not looking great. You know, I mean, they are, you know, for a squad of their stature, struggling. And we shouldn't be saying that in this stage of the competition. This is just the quarterfinals against a very unknown team. I'm sure the chat going to be going wild over this one, but going into it, we had a 4% poll on event.brawlstars.com in favor of Effort Result. And so far, they're looking a lot better than I think many of us gave them credit for.
I think this is where it'll start to show if they're going to be able to win or not. I mean, quite clearly, this is quite a decisive set to be able to win, going up 2-1, whoever takes this one. But this is, you know, really where mechanics start to shine through, a bit more long range. And if you don't have the range, you're going to have to be able to dodge. And Crazy Raccoon, a team of 3 very strong mechanical players, should be able to breeze through this one. So if they don't, I've got full belief that Effort Result might be able to come away with this win here if they go up in this set. So as we get into the draft, a lot of it is going to be decided here, just as it was in the last.
I want to see a Gus ban, I want to see a Nanny ban, I want to see a Piper ban, I want to see a Juju ban in that mid. Certainly, Juju's going to have a fantastic time here. Angelo could have a good time in the mid here as well, but certainly ban's so important there. We're going to see Angelo ban, Juju, and the Gene as well on the side of Effort Result. The Bell, Penny, and the Piper then for Crazy Raccoon. Gus then going to be very much available. I'd like that as a first pick myself here, I feel, under the circumstances, but certainly Nanny even wouldn't be a bad shout, although banning the Piper, you kind of like to play into it. But I think it's still going to be a fantastic pick here regardless. Max could be as well on the minds of Crazy Raccoon. I'm looking at you, Tensai. Gray, though, is the first pick. Not the one that I was expecting at all in that regard, but certainly I can understand the healing capabilities of those teleporters and those TPs. Certainly being able to cycle through the hypercharges, giving Gray a new lease of life for sure. But is it enough to warrant a first pick?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, you're going to be able to use that walking cane, obviously, to be able to pull someone through the wall. It is unbreakable now, so not going to be able to get rid of it, but can definitely put someone in a bit of an unfavorable situation. So not the worst of picks, but as you said, I quite like the Gus shout that you made. And so did Napishu, clearly, as he's picked that up as his first. Yeah, it's very strong. The shield going to give teammates health, going to give yourself health if you're in a tough position. And also the range, the Kooky Popper, it just got so much kit to be able to make him very, very useful on a long range map. Melody along with it as well. Not something I would expect, but sure. I mean, if Effort Result are picking it, then it must be good, considering how much their previous drafts have kind of thrown me off. Definitely grasping at some different things there. We saw the Shade in the first one, double thrower in center stage. So I'm starting to have more and more faith in their drafts as we go by, but we're seeing the Byron 8-bit pickups of Crazy Raccoon, and that I love.
I never would have thought going into this matchup that hearing you say that if Effort Result are picking it, then it must be good.
I mean,
that's a bit of a curveball for me.
Am I wrong though? Like they seem to be drafting such dodgy picks, and then it just seems to be working.
You've made a fan here today for Result. You got Trav on your side immediately off the bat of that 4% poll on event.brawlstars.com. 8-bit and Byron, we got to talk about that. I like Byron here for sure, and I did get a little bit of a glimmer when you mentioned kit in regards to Gus having a good kit, but it is now showing its face as the 3rd and final pick on the side of Effort Result as well. It can work. But we've also, Trav, as you and I both know, because we cast that game in the World Finals, had moments where kit can definitely not work. What kind of day is it going to be on a map and mode like Bounty and Shooting Star to bring in a kit?
I mean, what a weird map. What? It's such a confusing draft by Effort Result again. You know, Melody is definitely not something I see every day on Shooting Star, I'll put it that way. I'm not just sure if I'm just not versed with the East Asia draft, but you know, they kind of notorious.
Send you with the Gus though, to be fair.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's gonna be okay. I just don't know if I'm entirely convinced that it's, you know, a draft that we'd see in near enough any other region.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. But hey, if Effort Result are drafting, mate, it must be good. It must be good.
It seems to be working.
Let's see. They have got the lead on the side of Crazy Raccoon. And I do like to get a bit, I don't necessarily knock it too heavily. But I just know it's one of those brawlers that can be quite slow and sluggish when it comes down to the positioning on the map. And in a mapper mode like Bounty and Shooting Star, that can go against you sometimes. As again, Blue Star is with effort results. One singular takedown as we're getting a few little glimmers on the Wi-Fi there on the spectate. We'll see how the game develops, but nonetheless, both sides are still just looking to just earn that utility, sets down, try to get some things on the map. Certainly for Moya, that's his thought processes. With the 8-bit, you do need to get that sort of booster down. You know, you've got to have that plugged-in star power to really have that additional agility and the mobility on the map. So having that will be able to evade some losses, hopefully, in terms of the stars.
Yeah, I mean, a very defensive 8-bit turret here. We usually see it thrown behind the unbreakable wall, but with the pinch that Gus would be able to put in, and if Melody gets even a shot on someone, she'd just be able to take it out with the notes. So we see a very patient kit here. They might be waiting for a last-second push, along with Napishu and a Gus shield onto them as well. That would be quite a scary thing to have coming towards you.
Cardboard box. Ooh, that was a close little prediction there from Milk Rio, but he's still not aware that Gina Ziri is lurking, and there are the swipes. 3 consecutive and straight back out. Good healing there being handed over. They've just clutched it in the final seconds. Tenside's too low to contest this. Big taps on Samoy. The TP's there, but it's not going to be enough as well to be able to do anything more. And Tenside for desserts. This is a fantastic turnaround as effort results have come out on top yet again with an absolute steal.
Hey, Ark, if ever result draft it, it's going to work.
It's gonna be good.
Let them cook on these drafts, honestly. They're the weirdest things I've ever seen, but they're working. I mean, what a play that was down the right-hand side by Gina Zer, to be fair. Double invis in the cardboard box, picks up a kill, you know, doesn't use his jump to get in. He's using the other kit that Kit has with the invises, and it's just what he might be able to find one on Milko here as well.
Oh, yeah, if he just got that first swipe on, it was a little bit out of range, unfortunately. If he'd just been able to swipe that first shot earlier, he may have been okay, but Tenside's not. And then comes the Melody to clear things up. The star is hand over, though. The trade is there, as Moya will pick it up, and that is the 3-star lead now for Crazy Raccoon with the blue. Let's see what this kick can do on the right-hand side again. This time, Milk Rio finding that prediction shot in a nice way as well. TP going in, but exchanges are happening left, right, and center. The Melody will be able to escape this situation. Can we say the same for Wahochi on the left-hand side as Moya can't find these taps?
Yeah, the gap doesn't really close. It stays the same with just more stars on either side. Napishu does have a hypercharge though, and that's a dangerous, dangerous thing. Gina Zor not really finding the same success with these invises in the cardboard box as Milkro. A bit more clocked onto it this time. Doesn't have to want to make the same mistakes as he did in the previous game and kind of cost his team with those. But Napishu just searching for a super to use along with his hypercharge. Might be able to make a play in the closing seconds once again.
I like this though from Everett Result because they know that Milk Rio is that person to really latch onto with the kit. Hypercharge is available there for Tenside now as the connection is there as well, so this heal's going to be really able to push things forwards for Everett Result. The Hypercharge pops now as well on the Melody side. This could be dangerous. Tenside's forced away there. Where's she going on the left-hand side? It's a wipe, but Crazy Raccoon now behind. Moya's the last man standing. Can't find anything of a connection. 25 seconds are available here for a turnaround, but I mean, again, it's Everett Result escaping with the goods, but this time around they've got to hold it for longer.
Yeah, Napishu's so low, and the Gill Shield's going to be missed. Azor's going to go down as well on the left. Napishu might be able to pick it up, though. Gets a shield along with it. Tenside pinned in. They might be able to pick him up. In goes the hypercharge from Moya, but the jump on it from the kid should be able to secure. But no, they all go down. And Crazy Raccoon managed to do it. Unbelievable. When everything looked to be going the opposing team's way, Crazy Raccoon managed to clutch up.
For Crazy Raccoon here. I didn't want them to lose stamina too early because I would love for this to go the distance now. We've seen so much unexpected out of Effort Result. I feel your opinion's changing in real time, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, as we go into this third game, now Gina Zor just going to get pulled straight through that wall. Napishu, I mean, what a move this is as well. Almost got his jump back though, or did get his jump back, but couldn't quite use it out. Moya with the TP back to the left-hand side. Wahochi backing off just a little bit. They are 2 stars down, but it's a closer scoreline than in the previous one, and they did manage to turn that around last time as well.
this is dangerous stuff here. The kit, oh, the shield there, perfect timing. Gonna get some more value for it. The trades though back and forth and heavily in favor here of Crazy Raccoon, and there's another tally as well. As the pitcher just getting there, a little bit overzealous. Walking Kane, oh my word! What an interaction! The cardboard box can save it. Now Crazy Raccoon really are starting to cook here. Their lead extending big time here. 14 stars to just the 5 as Effort Result now starting to look much more shaky.
Yeah, jump goes in, but Ginazor's not going to be able to fight it again, and they're getting a bit, they're going a little bit too aggressive at this point and just feeding more and more stars into Crazy Raccoon's hands. This should going to be that was so fast. Crazy Raccoon bounce back is, unparalleled. They really, backs against the wall. They're almost dropping a set and going down 2-1. But in the end, they managed to bounce back and get that set back, because that could have gone incredibly wrong for them, and it looked like it was going to go that way in the first and the second games. The first went the way of Effort Result. The second probably should have done, but a big turnaround in the closing seconds by Crazy Raccoon allowed them to just hold on that a little bit more.
I don't know about you guys. The excitement of that match made me think I was a caster for a brief second. That was really more than we were expecting, more than we were led to believe we would see from Effort Result, and just an exciting rise to the challenge that we see now from Crazy Raccoon. Are they really bringing out the best in each other here?
Hey, Stelzer, I'm down to see it. I think 1 month we just do a switch and we go for it. I can tell you've got it in you. What an amazing match. I've got to say though, I feel like for me, Effort Result just really threw it away. Like they really did that. They demonstrated that they could make the comp work, that they were able to come out with a win. And in that final match, when it was all tied up, they just went in so overzealous. They really did not need to. They could have had a lot more time to recollect themselves and talk things through and get those communication lines flowing a little bit better. They went in too overly aggressive. The trades were just not in their favor anymore, by much in comparison to the previous first games, where they really waited for that opportunity to strike. And that was what was beautiful about it. Yes, in their second game, Crazy Raccoon did turn it around in the end, back into their favor, and got the job done against all odds. But the pacing was so different. In that third game, none of that pacing was relevant anymore. They just didn't really seem to have that same composure at all anymore.
There is much said across all of sports about playing your own game versus getting tripped up into playing somebody else's game here. And it does seem like Crazy Raccoon is a little bit maybe trying to get a little desperate, trying to capitalize on stuff that maybe the whole team doesn't agree with here. If you had to give him some coaching words, Trav, my favorite question to ask, what would you say to the team right now? Crazy Raccoons getting it back together.
Yeah, they seem to be on top of it after that last game. I think maybe the drafts are taking them a little bit by surprise, and I think they're taking us all by surprise by Effort Result, to be honest with you. But they do seem to be kind of, pivoting on the fly and making sure that they're kind of not playing into Effort Result's game, at least, in the last two. Because as Zark said, they were very calculated in the first Effort Result, and then from there it definitely went a bit downhill for them and started to get a bit antsy, jumping in where there wasn't really a play to be had, for Melody and the kit, that is, and the Gus was kind of just stood watching. Couldn't really do too much about it in the end as Crazy Raccoon. They're a strong team, they're always going to remain strong. So we'll move on to Kaboom Canyon now and see if they're going to be able to take this to a 5th and final, or if Crazy Raccoon will close it out here.
This is the thing about Raccoon can't turn your back on, is they've got that experience. They know when the tides are changing and when to hold firm and when to go on the aggressive and when to go on the defensive. Yes, they made some mistakes today already for sure, and they have not had their best showing whatsoever in these quarterfinal stages against a very unknown team like Effort Result. I've got to be honest, I'm struggling to recall, for me at least, at a time that I've felt like a team that have come in for their monthly final against such, a titan like Crazy Raccoon have been able to stand the heat. I think the Effort Result have done fantastically well so far. They can just get through this set of Kaboom Canyon and Heist, then they do stand still a chance of causing a tremendous upset. But the ban's been the Crow already. That's a good sign for me on both sides of the field. The Berry and the Carl, though, I think I actually like less than the Cordelius and the Melody. The Chuck's still available now, but the Cordelius ban to me tells me that that's what Effort Result are thinking. They might now be able to go for it. Colette, don't get me wrong, it's fantastic, if not one of the best first picks you can have on a map like Kaboom Canyon when the Crow's banned, of course. But I mean, the Chuck, it's dangerous. And with the Cordelius ban, it's been one of the primary counters for that kind of brawler. It could be well on the cards here for either of these two teams.
Yeah, it definitely could. I feel like it's going to come you know, I don't know if it'll come maybe a bit later down the line if we do see it. I like the Colette, and it's a pretty decent deterrent. Going to be good against the Chuck in the early game and try and prevent that setup. Well, Chuck's pretty much always going to get the setup down unless it's done in 1 or 2 pushes. They're going to go with the Abel, try and be a bit more long-ranged than what the Colette's going to be able to provide, and off the start this should be pretty good for them, attempting to do what Colette would want to do to Chuck and keep her back away from the safe, not let her get those supers off. And the mark is going to be good against any brawler that comes towards them.
How's the first pick though? I mean, I do it. I really like it here as well. The nest eggs are quite good to get nice placements against the river, but again, Angelo's still available here. I think that's a really good option to really kind of get over that mid. Daryl as well to roll in and just cause some havoc. I mean, when the Melody's banned, we do see sometimes Daryl coming into the equation, especially with the Carl out of the mix too. So I don't mind it, but again, against the Colette, you've got to be able to make your way up the map to get into a position of power, and that's where that kind of brawler might struggle. I'm already feeling much happier, if I'm honest, with what Crazy Raccoon have got going on so far. I think that they've got themselves into a good spot, but just to be a bit prepared on the defense, and that's why the Juju coming in, because Gree on defense is a really, really good countermeasure against that Daryl pick. And of course, that mid's completely littered with bush, where Juju gets that additional range to her shot, and the lake area of the map as well. When she's standing within that, if she connects those shots, she gets a slow ability to her shot, albeit a slightly shorter range than if she were in bush. But nonetheless, she's got so much to her kit, and that's what makes her so incredibly scary here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous being able to just pivot straight from the grass and the massive range to a slow that lasts so long. It's so painful to be hit by that shot, and if you're a Daryl, even if you're a Bell, you don't have much range if you're a Daryl as it is. So if you're getting slowed down as well, you're pretty much done for. You're going to be feeding Amber, you're going to be feeding Colette, and it's going to be a real difficult position for Effort Result to come back from. I like this pretty well-rounded draft that Crazy Raccoon have got going on here. They've got the range with the Juju if she's in the bush, and then a couple of mid-range brawlers. I thought they were maybe going to go for to try and battle at the long range a bit more, but then we saw Daryl come in and he was like, okay, well, maybe we're going to be fine regardless. They're going to go with the kit again though, kit Daryl combo. I don't mind it too much, to be fair, but I'm kind of liking what Crazy Raccoon have got that a little bit more.
I don't know, bro. Kit in heist, I mean. I don't know.
We've seen how this plays out.
It's not 3 bridges, to be fair, or sorry, a bridge too far, but I mean, it's it's not had the best of success rates historically as a mode. It could, I mean, and going back to the World Finals when we did see that kit appearance in A Bridge Too Far by Juan Carlos, of course, who can forget one of the most memorable moments of the World Finals. I did think going into the draft that I didn't mind it as much as what actually availed and turned out to be the case. So it obviously just didn't quite work out in that regard. Maybe it'll work out better here. Already some good positioning power going straight in. Look at that. Look to the punch there. Just how much there Gina Zeri really was. And now all 3 members here of Effort Result on the safe and going in.
Yeah, well, some good shots coming in now as well. No real damage though, as the Daryl is going to go down. Lawyer's pretty much going to be able to equal what? No, well, only 10% off what they've done on the other side. Amber Oil onto the safe, and now a good aggressive push coming in from Daryl there as well. Split coming through as Napishu getting some big damage down on safe, but Tensai up top got the flames on safe as well, and that's going to flip it in CR's favor as now we see Ginazor jump into 2 people, and that's never going to end well.
Yeah, 2 people and a Gree as well, and that's just like really not very good judgment call. You want to have your teammates there to back you up in those eventualities. It wasn't there, not even close, as now CR pushing back through this mid. The Gree still going in. Daryl has got roll on the side of the result. There you see the numbing needles as well. Will cause a slowing effect. Now as a push coming in. This is dangerous though as well for a map and mode like this and this stature. If a result don't get a win here, they're going to be up against a match point, and it is so far Crazy Raccoon with the lead. Now the hyper charge of Moya going in, and the safe decimated down to 1 HP. It's going to be over really quite quickly now as that top side is taken care of. As Crazy Raccoon move on to match point.
I mean, big stuff there as well. You see Moya getting to the safe. Tensai, it's rare you see an Amber being able to make the move towards the safe and use that gadget on it to get so much damage. Pretty much replicates what a Melody can do. But because they've got a kit, because they've got a Daryl, they don't have the range to keep her away. She's able to just have that free roam straight towards the safe and, add a Colette super on top of that with hypercharge, and that's pretty much the whole safe gone as it is.
Very quick. decimation there from CR. Pinpoint precision as different result all completely fooled. And what's the Daryl going to do in this scenario? So early in the game, now gets the roll straight for the mid. What actually great positioning there to get on the safe. Let's see how the defense is on the side of Effort Result, because Daryl is causing a lot of damage. And if they get that recording rotator on the safe and that gadget gets maximum value, it's going to cause a lot. But there is Tensai doubling down the gadget. Look at the safe, down to 23% already.
Yeah, and Milcray will pick up the backlines as well. Gina's all going to come in with the gadget here. Use the cardboard box, but he is going to go down. Moya should be able to survive here as well. Gotcha gadget brings so much health to him. Might be able to get a super onto the safe here, and if he does, it's going to be done. Still 50% on the other side. Tensai moving forward. Super onto it. Burn down will come through, and Moya gets the super once again. That's going to be the game. And Crazy Raccoon are going to the semi-finals.
I mean, it wasn't clean. You gotta say it. It wasn't clean. It wasn't smooth. But the 4% that were in favor of Effort Result on event.brawlstars.com did not come through in this instance, and it is not going to be the upset that we were potentially about to see. That would have been what a crazy start to the year that would have been, to see Crazy Raccoon go out in the quarterfinals to a relatively unknown team. But they survived. But it was not clean.
Well, Trev, our predictions are safe, but I do have to say, Effort Result, a beautiful showing for the first monthly final of the year. We saw that roadmap. We know there's still a lot of Brawl Stars to be played here, but they've got to be feeling good about delivering the blow that they did to a team like Crazy Raccoon. And if we know anything about them, it's that they're willing to put in the effort. So considering this might just be the beginning of an incredible story this year for them, what else would you want to write as a footnote, perhaps, to these games, Trev?
I mean, I'm so thrilled that Effort Result have come in here and shown us that they're not going to get swept. They have got what it takes to be able to play up against these top teams. Because before, I looked at the notes and the team sheets. I hadn't really heard of two of the players. Only Wahochi was really known to me, and now they're all on. They're on my radar because they played so well. They drafted pretty randomly, pretty kind of like out there, but a lot of the time, when I see teams playing the likes of Crazy Raccoon in East Asia region, big teams in other regions, like, listen, draft weird, try take them by surprise, because that's a lot of the time the only chance they really have. And to see a team actually do that and have it succeed for a good amount of it, it really warms my heart, and I'm excited to see other underdog teams in this region be able to show what they've got as well.
Absolutely, and well said. And as we take a look at the bracket, it is important to remember that the bracket doesn't tell the whole story, but it does still tell us a lot, Ark, especially about what's to come.
It really does. I'm looking forward to seeing what Effort Result brings to the table, in the following monthly finals to come. I think just trying to take it down a notch in terms of their aggression sometimes and playing a better balance of things. But hey, what a great showing, what a great start. But you got to ask yourself the question, against Crazy Raccoon now in the semifinals, Navi, Frenzy Gaming, how's that going to look for Crazy Raccoon? They did not have a good start here today whatsoever. I'm not sure whether we even see them in the grand finals at this rate, unless they get things together behind the scenes and start to come back stronger, because that wasn't good enough for me. That wasn't a monthly final winning performance as far as I'm concerned so far. There's many matchups still to come, and I'm very excited to see what kind of competitions we're prepared for today.
And Ark, you bring up a great point. There's a bit of blood in the water now for other teams who are looking at Crazy Raccoon. And, we're going to take a look back at the highlights from those games. These other teams are going to be checking them out too, checking for moments of weakness, checking for opportunities. And Travis, we take a look at some of the highlights. When you see some exciting moments, feel free to shout them out. But, we've got a little bit more to get to. In fact, a lot more Brawl Stars today. We did see that bracket now. Oh, we're checking in with the teams as well. I do like that these made it all the way into the replay. But a lot of action here, Ark.
Oh yeah, massively so. I mean, this was the first set, and of course, we did almost see a big turnaround, a big upset there, which could have gone very much in favor of Effort Result, but it was the second set in which they actually managed to gain the lead over Crazy Raccoon. That's a crazy thing to see, honestly, to tie up the series. But it was really quite, for me, a turning point, because as me and Trev pointed out, like, double throw was what Effort Result went in with, and the Mortis final pick from Crazy Raccoon was such a fierce idea into it, but it didn't work.
It did not, but you know what? We are going to leave you with some things that did, some things that didn't work. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be back with Ready, Set. So don't go anywhere. We got lots more Brawl Stars to cover.
2、理由は、やっぱ動きが素早くて強いから。ケンジ、動きが素早くて強いから。チェスター、運要素が強すぎて嫌いだから選びました。RT、分身した後にすぐ戻れるガジェットがすごいいい発想だなって思いました。だから選びました。
Welcome back. That was a quick switch on our casters, but not a lot else happened. Did you stick around and check out what the players had to say about some of their favorite brawlers? Did either of you have a chance to catch it? Ready, set, I know you're just hopping into the chair. Welcome to the show. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm glad to be back in East Asia for another fantastic year of covering really the most mechanically skilled region in all of Brawl Stars.
Well, we do have an extremely mechanically skilled match coming up that we get to cover here. We've got Na'Vi versus Frenzy Gaming. And Na'Vi, a very storied roster, very storied brand across all of esports, and this team is definitely one that flies that flag with pride. Tell me a little bit more about this Na'Vi roster, Ready, Set.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to say. We got Ryohi, of course. The entire squad, we covered already. This is the most mechanically skilled region in all of Brawl Stars. This is a new roster joining forces this year, though. A Choppy, Kuru, Ryohi. You'll probably remember Kuru and Ryohi from last year's Nai Doug. They were sort of in that pack of 3 teams that were in contention for making it to LCQ in the postseason. And the Choppy, you should know his name if you've been paying attention to Brawl Esports for a good long while. He's got 2 World Championships under his belt in 2021 and 2022, playing with Zeta Division and then Zeta Division 0 the following year. But after that, we didn't really see too much out of him. Made LCQ appearances, but not really much in terms of World Finals. Though in speaking with people who are very knowledgeable about this region, I've heard that this is a front runner. This is top 1, top 2 team in the region.
Good looking team for sure, especially if we're going by hats.
Yeah, the Star Park hat is definitely something. A very limited piece of merchandise, I will say as well. It was only available, I believe it was maybe Paris, the 2022 World Finals, I want to say, 2023. Sorry, 23? 22. But definitely great hats. I will say rosters on this, the Na'Vi roster is extremely solid, and you can see here as well. They did only just about lose out to Zeta Division. So as it says, from teammates to rivals, they did lose against Zeta Division narrowly in a 3-2, and it was double match point as well through the qualifying stages. So some really close run-ins in those qualifiers as well. So it was tough to get here. Now they're going to want to try and make it all the way.
Well, I would love to hear what Na'Vi has to say about all this. Let's check in with the team before this matchup.
やっぱりもう普段から生活も正しくして、ご飯とかも食べたり、当たり前のことをしっかりやって、ちゃんと練習とかもやって準備をしていきます。やっぱりドラフトは一番は自分たちの得意なキャラを優先して取って、あとは相手に取られたくないキャラだったり、そうですね、自分たちの編成、得意な編成とかを生かして、やることでうまく編成立ち回りとかもうまくいって、勝利につなぐことができるかなと思います。
You know, Navi's got style on the field and off, but let's talk now about Frenzy Gaming. They've got to get it together against this titan of a roster. What do we know about them so far, Trev?
I know they're going to be in for a pretty tough time. As Ready Set said, this might be a top 2 roster in the region in Na'Vi. So Frenzy Gaming, Danshari, Toridesu, and Mira going to be having a bit of a tough time when it comes to trying to get out of the quarterfinals here. Probably, of a similar ranking to what we've just seen in the previous game, who faced off against Crazy Raccoon. It's going to be probably a very similar match, 3-0, 3-1, somewhere in that region, I'd say, because they're being thrown straight in at the deep end again against such a heavy team.
Oh, and I'd love to pull the map pool up here as I turn to you, Ready, Set, and ask, you watched that last match between Crazy Raccoon and Effort Result. You saw Effort Result start to squeak ahead here. Do you think this could be a similar story for our friends on Frenzy Gaming?
I have to be uncertain here, right? Because from what I've heard, Crazy Raccoon were actually kind of struggling coming into this, and Navi are looking like they're really leading the pack in these terms. But I agree with Trav here. I think that we put Effort Result and Frenzy Gaming kind of on similar level where they're outside of the top 4 in this region as far as what we predicted to take the wins here in the quarterfinals at least.
Well, anything can happen, especially as we head onto our first map here. Although we did put in some predictions, we do have some stake in the game. But you know what? More than anything else, we cheer for good games, and I do believe both of these teams can bring it. So, gentlemen, we're getting ready for the draft here. What do you think you'd like to see from both of these teams?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know about the draft, but 86% is less convincing than the previous one, but still about as one-sided as it gets in those predictions from the community on event.brawlstars.com. Obviously, get over there if you want all that free stuff. There's star drops, rank drops, and even a spray / pin there going to be there monthly as well. But we'll get into this draft in just a moment. Bans should be sliding through any second now. But we do see the occasional thrower. You've got to expect, I was going to say Juju to be banned, Berry along with it as well. Eve across the water going to be banned. Same with Angelo being able to go and slide across that water. Surgeon Tick, another couple of great picks banned out as well. So 6 very good bans there, Ready.
And I think the bans really do reflect who we see have first pick and who has last pick. Navi just banning out pretty much straight up the best stuff that can combo with the most. RT, first selection over here from Frenzy Gaming. That's a very safe first pick. It's not really unexpected. It's a brawler that is able to contend decently at long range, still gets outdone by a bunch of the sharpshooters, but isn't as risky of a pick as like a hard sharpshooter like, say, Piper, because he's able to defend himself quite well in close range.
Yeah, I mean, when you drop that gadget and just drop your legs straight away, you can take brawlers by huge surprise when you're in close proximity to them. We're going to see the Lou come across though, and that's a counter-measure to other, more aggressive things as well as that RT. Shade can be rolling on in as well. Going to be good to be able to go across that water. We've seen the Eve banned out, the Angelo banned out, the Juju banned out. So many things that can go across water. Obviously, RT can when the head is detached, but you never really go too far away from your legs. So Achape definitely going to have some good free roam over this watery area.
I think so, and also the ability to hit through walls can be useful for taking control of one of the sides, because usually the dynamic that we see here is once a team gets control of one of the bushes on the left side or the right side of the map, it is tough to get them out of there. Kit is a selection from Frenzy Gaming, one that Effort Result leaned on quite a bit and saw some success in the end, fell quite short, but an excellent assassin. I'm just curious where exactly this is going to find its most value. Maybe if a Choppy decides to float over the water, you can use the Kit tech where you stun them on the water, but you can still attack.
Well, I'm not sure how much I love the kit. The cardboard box is definitely a wonderful piece of kit for Kit to be able to go in viz and slide across the jumper as well, and pairing that with a tank, always very, very solid to have that Kit tank combo. Usually it's something a bit more aggressive, something with a bit more mobility, like we saw the Daryl, and a non-tanky option like we saw with the Melody. Obviously Melody not here, but usually see it with something with mobility to get Kit into those aggressive positions, being able to hit shots with those thrower things that he does throw out. But we'll see if this Frank's going to be enough. Not something that I've seen too often on this map, but Jackie going to be a decent pick. Not really the best into Frank, I will say. We kind of see that Jackie-Frank matchup go Frank's way fairly often, but at the same time, the ability to kind of have that wall-piercing ability as well is definitely going to be quite strong on Canal Grande.
I'll confess, I was expecting something more like a Colette to deal with the Frank here. As long as you get that control of mid, then you're able to shut down the Frank the entire time. One of basically the only true counters to that brawler. Jackie in response, she's not able to 3-shot a Frank, and that's very important because she has very low reload speed. But what I think she should be able to do quite well is counter that Kit. She's impossible to jump for the Kit. It should be a very, very notable thing. And she should be able to get some speed for a retake. She's thinking about grabbing that blue star already. Navi have stormed the left and right sides. Takedown for Guru, and already a freeze on a Tori Desu. It's a shutout by Navi.
I mean, I can't say we didn't expect this from Navi. They're a very solid team. Danshari's going to jump in on his own with no backup. Just doesn't seem like the smart option to do, especially when you've got no control mid. But a double stun from Toridesu might be able to get Ryohei here as well when he unfreezes, and he does just that. Only a very small lead now for Navi, and that is going to surely be gone here, but a really nice hypercharge, and Chappie doesn't actually save him or get the kill. A little bit unfortunate then, but Stars are taking up like nobody's business here. We're already at 16-13.
It's an absolute melee here. Toridesu trying to get a little bit more healing from Danshari, but it just doesn't ring true. Frenzy Gaming got to play cautious here. We'll see a kill on the Kuru. Danshari maybe didn't have to use a super there, but doesn't hurt to go ahead and confirm that kill. It is a one-kill game. One to decide it all, and Frenzy Gaming need to make the first move.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the golden kill here. Whoever takes it's going to take this opening game, and Frenzy are the ones in full control of the map, but they... You know, if they don't get a kill, they're going to have to make the move eventually because they're going to lose 30 seconds to make the move and get the kill. Navi, not in the best of positions, but in a good position in terms of stars. There's the super out Toridesu. Actually, Kuru gets caught by it. The jump goes in and they get the kill. Frenzy take game one after such a bad start. Navi couldn't hold on to the lead.
Nothing they could really do against that ability right there. I mean, except for back up a bit more from that Frank, and then you risk getting jumped by the Kit at the same time. And that was a bit of a disjointed offense, if I'm going to be perfectly honest here. They did take the win, okay? But if Kit were left all alone and killed sooner, then that could have actually bricked the entire game, which at that point, they'd already totally won. Ryohei off the bat, kill on the left side, but a similar beginning for Frenzy Gaming on the right side, as this time they actually are quite successful in shutting out Navi. A Choppy with super to the back and the super in from Kuru. No freezes or anything. Another movement, a lane switch from Kit over to the left side. Ryohei doing quite a good job of avoiding these attacks from Toridesu. It saved his life for now, picks up one, looking for two, gets the mutually assured destruction, and a one-star lead for Navi.
Oh, that was phenomenal there from Navi. Ryohei being able to avoid so much in that position. I'm surprised he could stay alive for so long, but Achape just going to move now over to the right-hand side, stay with the rest of his team, and let Frenzy Gaming come to them, rather than having this very scrappy brawl like they did in the last game, which didn't work out for them in the long run, as they did end up losing it. But now we kind of haven't had this downtime in like 3 minutes of Brawl Stars gameplay, so quite intrigued to see what Frenzy Gaming do to make the move and try get this league back.
Have to be curious if they'll be able to leverage something similar to the last round, right? Because we had that aggressive move in from Toridesu to get the stun. We had Danshari follow up with the super. You have a couple of options, really, but I'm honestly a little bit more tempted to say that was a mistake by Navi to stay so close to a Frank with the super. We'll see the clock start ticking down, and this is going to force an interaction from Frenzy Gaming. Navi are quite prepared for this. Ryohei doesn't quite have the super, but he does have the hypercharge. He does have speed if necessary, and Kuru is able to freeze things. Danshari going to lead the charge in with the super, now trying to bait out the abilities. Hypercharge freeze down. Ryohei tries to ring everything. There's one. Coming for 2 and 3 on a Danshari as Navi team wipe Frenzy Gaming and lock away game 2.
I mean, that was an absolute slaughter. Like, they threw the hypercharge down. Obviously, the Frank was able to gadget through it and not be stunned, but they couldn't move anywhere. They were slipping and sliding, just playing straight into Navi's game, and then along comes the Jackie with hypercharge and just absolutely decimates them. Gets all 3 kills towards the end, and I think that's the game Navi should be playing. They shouldn't be playing this scrappy Brawl Stars that obviously Frenzy Gaming want to bait them into, because I think it's fair to say Frenzy know they're the weaker team out of the two.
I think so, and I think it's part of why they decide to go for this composition. Early interaction lets Navi lead by the blue star. We'll see Frenzy Gaming still in possession of the left side. I think that the matchup, in terms of power scaling of the two teams, is why Frenzy Gaming have decided to go for this sort of cheesy comp. Ryohei in, stunning everyone. There's 2 coming for the 3-piece. Danshari shut down, and it's a repeat of what we saw towards the end of game 2.
Yeah, real good stuff from Navi here. They've been a lot more composed and controlled about what they're doing to Chappie. Moving forward, Samira, who's going to be jumped on by the Kit, allows him to get some heals and keep him up in this situation. Ryohei survived a lot longer than he should have done up there, but a hypercharge ready for Kuru. It's the same as the last game, a left to right divide and a hypercharge just looming with Kuru and Ryohei. And this feels like deja vu.
Yeah, and also with Ryohi rejoining forces on the right side, this is really where he needed to be. He sort of got estranged there on the left side. And that was the second time in this set where we've seen the 1v1 between Jackie and Frank. We called this out during the draft. It's just going to favor Frank every single time because Jackie doesn't have the damage. But she does have the ability to protect her teammates. Here comes the same move in from Dan Shari. Does he expect it to work? Jump onto Jackie, trying to get the takedown. There's a stun. Tori Desu with a hypercharge stun, but only gets one. Kuru not going to get taken down unless Mira decides to pop a gadget. Ends up lining up the shot instead. We're at just a 5-star lead for Navi, and they backed all the way out of the bushes, but Crew's hanging on to this crucial hypercharge super. Stun from the kit. They're vulnerable.
Yeah, Sharpie will flip it all, but Kuru goes in with the hypercharge. Mira should fall down and does right there, and Sharpie with 6 stars over his head at the end of the game. And Navi, although they had some pressure on them here and there, managed to hold on to the end and take set 1.
I think Frenzy Gaming sort of lost their bearings there towards the end. We saw Frank walk all the way back to mid while his RT went completely aggro in the last few seconds. I think there was an opportunity for teamwork there for Frenzy Gaming, but I think they sort of saw the future before it actually happened, okay? They knew that this was a chalked game, and we just saw how well prepared Navi were for this aggro push from Frenzy Gaming, and it comes from the strength of being in numbers. I'm also quite impressed by what Shade was able to accomplish there. When it comes down to this slaughter, as you put it, Shade's able to stay on the other side of the wall, pretty safe from everything that's happening on the other side of the Indestructible when things are just happening in one bush.
Now, if we had to identify what we could think from our perspective, limited as it may be, of how Navi is able to pull this off, is it maybe due to communication? Is it, a relatively new roster? Is this due to them putting in all the hours, or is Kuru just like that?
I mean, to be fair, I think that near enough the whole of Navi's just like that. They're huge players, massive names in the Brawl Stars scene, and I think coming into this one, they're just, as the people have put it in the past, mechanical wizards. They're like East Asia in general are just so good at the game. Their drafts is where it does lack, and I think it's fair to say we can see that, and that is East Asia's weakness. But when they're only playing against East Asia, that doesn't really matter. It all comes down to mechanics. And I will say, Frenzy Gaming from game 2 to game 3, they tried the same thing and expected a different result, running through that mid and knowing you're going into a Jackie hypercharge and the Lu hypercharge. It's going to end the same no matter how many times you try it.
Yeah, ready? I mean, you started off this match calling them mechanical wizards. We're rounding it out now. Trav saying the same thing. I mean, aside from that, what else do they have in their pockets? Because it's been a tough region, but we're looking at the top 8 teams that managed to get to the end of the to the end of the month. We've got a long season ahead. So aside from the mechanical skills, what is really setting them apart in this matchup?
Navi, I think they also just had a good draft into this. Didn't leave themselves too vulnerable. There were some tempting selections in there. You see the Frank, a lot of Brawl Stars players, their first instinct is to go for the Colette out there. And I think Jackie was a really good response because she's going to be able to deal with Kit quite effectively. And I think just having that kind of knowledge is an indication that, yeah, they really are leading the region. This is a region that, as Trav pointed out, struggles with the draft. And around the world, they can lag behind, but when it comes to just within the region, there's still going to be those emergent, better drafters, and I think that's what we saw from Navi.
Well, into the draft once more, and the bans are in. We know what Navi are trying to get up. They want to take out these kind of brawls that can turn the tides in a second and not really take too much skill to do so. The Chuck out the way, the Melody out the way, and the Berry along with it as well. Don't want to be seeing those heals in this portion of the map. Lu and Crow, along with Griff, out the way for Frenzy Gaming. They do have the first pick as well, which, we saw the same as the last one. You can tell who's got the first pick looking at those bans, and Colette going to be picked up. It's a good pick.
And we've made frequent mention of the Colette and Frank interaction. And while he's not like a primo pick on Safe Zone in particular, he's just good in a lot of places because he doesn't have counters that are super versatile. So a lot of times you'll see Colette played in like weird places. Here she feels right at home though. Safe Zone, she can get outranged by some range stuff, obviously from Navi. Some snipers could pick up a bell or something would be a pretty solid selection for them. And of course, there it is. But Frenzy Gaming with this Colette will, I think, be able to do quite well. It's just going to be pretty skill-based. Into the Eve, it's also not going to be very easy. You're having to punch through all of these spawnables that eat up your shots.
Yeah, I mean, the Eve is so nasty at the moment. The Hypercharge is just absolutely disgusting, and the Colette not really going to have too much to do against that when he's got like so many of those things just sprinting in a straight line at her. So we'll see what Frenzy Gaming's response is to this. There are a few, but we'll see if they do pick them up. Bell as well, going to be able to bounce off and outrange Colette. They're going to go with the Juju. We saw it work in the previous one for Crazy Raccoon, and now Frenzy Gaming pick it up with the same hopes of being able to win this set.
Juju can pretty much stand at mid and lob those shots over. Could also occupy things on the right side. You're able to take down a bunch of those spawnables and maybe the spawner itself from Eve. Keep in mind she has a hypercharge now, so it's quite important to be able to take down any sort of turret. I like that Navi also went with this Bell. It felt a little forced for them as well. Quite a solid selection here overall, but don't want to allow something like a Bell 8-bit for Frenzy Gaming. Now, Frenzy Gaming are still going to go with the Angelo, which wins this matchup into Bell. Into Eve, also outrange, won't be able to deal so well with those hatchlings, but overall, Angelo, just great sniper, really good at getting kills, and while that's not the objective of the mode, you need to get damage on the enemy safe. I think that Frenzy Gaming have diversified their damage, at least with just the Colette, and sniping enemies is a good way to get rid of them. But into the Miko, I mean, this is the ultimate counter pick. If you see this as a last selection, you know you've made a critical error.
I mean, the Miko is just baffling to me. I mean, yeah, it might be good against some brawlers, but it's just such a surprise to see it be brought in competitive play. It just, I feel like I haven't seen it in so long, if ever, in competitive. It's definitely been a long time, but I'm intrigued to see if Navi can make this one work and see if they'll take it to 2-0, or if Frenzy Gaming will manage to equal out the score just as Effort did in the last one.
So let's elaborate for the folks at home what Miko can do here. First of all, there's not really much that Juju can do into him unless she gets her spawnable active, but he's also able to do extra damage to the enemy safe by equipping a different star power. It just means he doesn't have ammo steal anymore. And he's not even really concerned with Toridesu at all, just immediately going for the damage on the safe, and all alone he's brought it down to 25%, so 75% total.
Yeah, well, he did just beeline towards the safe, but Toridesu managed to get a bit of a slow on him there and stop in his tracks, and Grigri is available as well. Ryohei jumps over a shot there, but gets slowed by the second. A defensive Grigri was going to be placed there, and does add some more damage to the safe with a couple more shots. Mira moving forwards, straight over the nest egg though, but Super will keep him alive and allow him to try and spray some burning shots onto the safe. Ryohei comes forward once again, gets a couple of shots on, but does get the kill, but no damage this time.
Honestly, good defense here from Juju, trying to leverage the water to stay on a place that Miko can't jump to. But you have a 2-tile-wide piece of water here on the left side, so he's going to be able to get AoE on you anyway. Can still juke him out a little bit, though. We see repeated damage onto the monkey on the left side. On the right side, we see Danshari trying just to get that super, get the hypercharge cycled out. It's going to be the win condition for Frenzy Gaming here. They're going to have to support Danshari because Danshari is the real damage here, unless Toridesu manages to get on the safe alone, which is just not happening when you have Miko constantly jumping on your lane.
Yeah, I mean, Ryohei's doing absolutely nothing and absolutely everything at the same time, and it's quite baffling to see. Gonna have the super available now as well. Did accidentally jump there, I believe, instead of pressing the super, but Mira gonna go forwards. Not gonna get so much damage on the safe no matter what, so chooses to pivot and go towards a Charpy to try free up some space for the other brawlers on his team, but with a Miko on safe, 24% damage left, and I don't think anybody else on Navi's even looked at the safe, never mind shot at it. The Charpy hypercharges himself just to get that extra speed. Mira might be his next target, it is, and forward goes Ryohei, and along with a Charpy might be able to finish off the safe before the timer hits 0.
4.3k damage every single hit. Only a couple more ammo would be enough to do it. But this is almost an insurmountable lead. Gotta see a Colette hypercharge in here at least to make things possible. With Colette rejoining the fray, no super, no hypercharge, only defense against the Miko, it's chalked. That's gonna be Navi. In spite of Frenzy Gaming finally descending upon their safe in the final moments, taking this one, Miko leading the charge the entire way.
I mean, just didn't care, did he? Miko just kept on going forwards and just constantly just jumping once, jumping twice, ending up on the safe. And, that's the name of the game for him in this. It's all he needs to do, and it's all he is doing. So, doing his part for the team, Kuro and Achapi just have to sit tight, try not to feed Colette too much, not let Angelo and Colette get this positioning on the map, and all of Navi doing their exact job.
Toydesu with a much more successful first defense. Keep in mind, last game, it was 25% damage for Navi right off of that first push with Miko. But Toydesu is trying to hold it down now. Mira also and Danshari over here on the Colette on the right side have managed to win their respective lanes. A measly 8% as a result, though. Once again, their main damage is going to be from Danshari. As long as Toydesu is holding down Miko, who's just cycling the respawns, won't be able to get any damage on the safe. It's going to be really, really slow for Frenzy Gaming. So they've not really done themselves many favors with permitting the Miko here. You see Danshari with the super, and it amounts to nothing. And that's going to hurt him, actually. He's going to have to cycle another one of those to get the hypercharge. That's a lot of damage potential missed on the safe.
Well, Ryohei's pivoting, he's going right now. He's had a bit more of a tough time against Toydesu, who used a gadget to get forwards, and Grigri on the safe. Mira going to use the super as well, place that down and get some extra damage with the burn down. 500 per tick. And Toydesu now uses the gadget to get a shield, but Achapi should be able to clean that up, throwing a super down once healed up. And a bit of damage now coming through as we start to see Miko getting towards the safe, finally in this game.
Just really frustrating to face this brawler and also have Achapi getting up in your face at the same time. Danshari is forced to move away from the safe and misses yet another super. Just not really his day here on the Colette. It's a missed opportunity to cycle Hypercharge as well, which he's got to be getting close to now. But note that he's already run out of gadgets. It's all of his utility gone. And he's just going to have to earn it the hard way into two matchups that he's just not really good into. The Hypercharge out from Achapi, kill onto Mira. Danshari still defending against Ryohi, but here come all of those Hypercharged pets. Now descending upon Toydesu, who's able to fire through them, but into Danshari, into Angelo, Mira over here. That's a death sentence. Now Miko descending upon the safe once again, and it's not looking good for Frenzy.
Yeah, surely this is going to be game. I mean, we saw a mark Danshari there as well, and Achapi just finishes that off. Gets Mira too, is going to go down, but Kuru picks up the Juju in the middle of the map. Danshiru might have the hypercharge, but it's not going to match up to anything, and especially with 10 seconds left that Ryohei is going to be able to do. That's the safe gone, and that is Navi up 2-0.
Tough one for Danshari. Tough game, really. Had a couple of supers, didn't manage to make anything out of them, and then the final moment, he finally had the hypercharge super and was like, it's my destiny. Even if we're losing the game, I will touch the safe. Oh, and then they killed our safe. I didn't even get to touch the safe even one time during that game. I honestly think, though, that this was a much better showing from Frenzy Gaming. We saw them defend so much better. The Miko didn't touch the safe for a good while, and then they finally got their chance at offense and sort of decided to throw away all the control. They ran in, got as much damage as they could, died, and forfeited the mid control, and they weren't able to win it back.
That's a great point to bring up, Reddy, and I think something worth really diving into here as we're getting into this potentially, final game here that Navi could run away with it. Frenzy has this ever-closing window to make their mark, to hold on, and to potentially stick around in this bracket. You saw and you pointed out some great stuff that they were able to do to kind of bring it into their favor, but what would you say they really have to maximize on going into this next map that could get them a win here?
I think they just got to keep control, right? I mean, we saw them get control, and then they sort of threw it away all for offense, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really difficult for Frenzy Gaming to do anything in that game. I'm not sure you can really blame them. They didn't have that last pick and Miko was selected. And as I said, he does absolutely nothing, but so much at the same time. Because Heist, it doesn't matter if you've got control all game. If you don't have the damage on the safe, then you're going to be losing. And that's exactly what Frenzy Gaming had there. So much control, but nothing to really deal the damage. And especially with all the spawnables coming in there from Frenzy, it was really tough. But as Reddy did mention, really good showings in first and second sets. They seem to look a bit better, but just can't really match up to the drafts that Navi are bringing in. It's going to have to be a little bit of a different one, I think, in this third. Otherwise, they're going to be going home quite swiftly in this month.
Yeah, with so much weight on the drafts and with so much effort, such a big organization behind Navi, some insights into how they might be putting these drafts together, what they might be cooking behind the scenes, in their practice time. Trav, any insights?
I mean, I don't really know what they've been practicing with, to be honest with you. Like, it's such a tough job for a team like Frenzy Gaming to be able to beat Navi no matter what, even if you've had all the practice in the world, all the drafting practice in the world, because you technically are outskilled, and I think Frenzy Gaming would be open to admitting that. They are the underdogs coming into this one extremely heavily against Navi, so it's going to be tough to outdraft them, it's going to be tough to outplay them, but I'd quite like to see them take some risks like Effort Result did, go for a completely wild draft and just hope it pays off.
Well, I will point out that they do have an analyst on their team who is being an analyst for many, many teams around the world. They got Ace, and that should be a familiar name for you if you're involved in the Brawl Esports scene, because he's well, actually, is he North American or South American? He's somewhere in the Americas, but he's done analyst work for a lot of really successful teams, and I think something like that is something that this region overall could use quite a bit of help with, but that's a tough job for Ace, right? Because he has to balance those selections with also the way that this region plays the game. A lot more emphasis on team fights and also just individual brawlers that players are really good at. It can be tough to adapt to. So we're moving into Out in the Open here, Trav. A first selection of RT, just like on Canal, this is a safe pick.
Yeah, it's a very good one. It's just kind of, as you said, the same in Canal. It's just, you know, it's got the kind of ability to fight with sharpshooters, not as good as sharpshooters, but then you've also got that late game kind of defensive presence as well, being able to drop your legs and go very aggressive in that sense. But Gus, I think that's more of a me pick. You know, so versatile at the moment, got every bit of kit that he's ever going to need, and a Pearl along with it as well. Same as RT, kind of okay in those mid-range sharpshooter interactions, but very good at close range and in the late. Daryl, wild one in my opinion.
I think that Daryl will be a little challenging to play into the Gus here. Okay, Kit coming out as well. Kit, Daryl, you in a monthly final? Ugh. This is the stuff you see on TikTok. I mean, it works, but this is the, you know, not to throw shade at Frenzy Gaming, but this is kind of the brain dead knockout comp here, and I just have to wonder if Navi thought that their opponents were above this, or whether they just have something better to do, because Navi with this Pearl, great late game pick, and also with the gadget, you're able to one-shot quite a few brawlers. Not going to be really getting that on like the RT or the Daryl, but I mean, Kit is fair game. 8-bit from Navi also, so this is going to get you expanded damage. I'm thinking about how this is going to interact with the Gus, and also how that health is going to help them defend against Daryl. Really, once the Kit Daryl combines, they're going to need as much damage as possible. They'll have a little bit of CC because Gus will probably be getting his super, and he'll be able to knock back the Daryl after his first roll in.
Yeah, I mean, the Daryl, I have to question it. It's going to be kind of out of play for the first 30 seconds of the game, but, you know, we see it in other knockout maps. It's a bit easier to do in, you know, something like Flaring Phoenix or something wild like that, when you can just sit at the back of the map, or on even something like Gold Arm Gulch, where you can stay in the grass, stay out of the way. They're going to have to kind of grow aggressive in this one, and maybe try and build it up for the later rounds. Kit gets this super, and they are going very aggressive. Now they don't really have an answer for it at the moment, and Kuru falling low as well with the connection from the RT. It's going to be very tough for them to survive this, and this is going to be a frenzy first round.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Navi so far. Hopefully they can at least get some utility, because Ryohi is still able to earn a super. Doesn't make much of a difference, but earn the hypercharge. Okay, now we're talking basically a free max speed when you just press a button and get some additional damage, maybe some shield. Just trying also to avoid feeding any abilities to Frenzy Gaming, but gotta remember that well, Toridesu farms this up for free. Maybe he just doesn't want to feed that Daryl hypercharge, which is a real concern. He gets so much shield from that. Ryohi's willing to throw away a hypercharge potential of his own in order to deny that ability alone.
Well, it's usually that comp that starts slow with the Daryl and Kit, you know, wait for your supers and then go. But this is completely opposite, and we might see the Daryl launch padding in here when Toridesu and Mira explain that there's going to be a bit of a step out of line. Here he comes now, and they jump onto him, and this should surely be it. Rolling on in, taking out absolutely everyone. Kuru, the only one to survive, and with 500 HP, I don't see it lasting long. Cardboard box, and there he goes. Frenzy Gaming, starting this one off very, very strong.
I will drag you down to my level. That is the name of the game. Like, look, do anything to win, you know, as long as it's within the rules. But man, Kit Daryl, I honestly, though, that's not really grimy by Frenzy. That's just Navi making a error when they're picking up their draft here. Maybe Ace thinking, well, there's no reason that this region would run some of that, but we've seen the kit enough today. It's the second time that Frenzy Gaming have picked it to much success as well. The kit tank already claims a first life on the side of Navi.
I mean, it is a bit grimy, to be fair. It's Navi's fault, but it's still a bit grimy. Like, this is the most awful comp to experience. We had it in one of the challenges recently, and it was just so annoying having to play against this when there's no draft. See, when there's a draft, it's your fault, right? Ban something else. Stop this from happening. Pick into it. But it's still so painful to play against, even if it is your fault. So you got to feel for Navi a little bit. But I mean, look at this dive. And we're going to see a Chape going down. Just Ryohei alive. They do still have a little bit of a chance to come back on this one. But Ryohei heading straight for the gas. Doesn't really, or maybe not for the gas. He's going to break up the wall and then go.
Okay, get easier passage into mid is going to be quite important. You know, wasting no utility. That super, he doesn't really need it that much. He should be able to win it back. Now, Achapi has the boosted booster out here. Once again, additional damage. Mir's trying to line up the shot. His position is revealed, obviously. So Navi, once again, they're able to stand here for a little bit. But they're going to have to be ready for the push in. Toridesu, sneak attack, not as successful, but going straight for the back lines. There it is. First predicted CC from Kuru, but you cannot block the second roll. And Frenzy Gaming are stealing away set 3.
Well, that was quite something. It was it was a lot. Frenzy just absolutely decimating them, walking over them. You know, you expect, as I said, these first rounds in both of the games to go the way of Navi. And you expect when Frenzy get all the supers to then walk over them. But from the start, they were inevitable. They just walked all over Navi in 2 kills total, and both of them came from Kuru. Toridesu got 3 on his own, and him and Dan Shori equally on 3, and that's more than the entire Navi team got combined.
Kit getting the most damage here also is just quite a lot, Seltzer, considering that he's usually a brawler that is not known for his DPS.
An impressive thing to point out there too, because I had my eyes fixated on the pure aggro. This was a game mode where Frenzy didn't have to split focus, you know, between a safe and between damage. They could just go all out in knockout, and it was a switch flip as far as everything appeared. So tell me a little bit about how you think this could have been, you know, a real showing for the particular game modes that we think Frenzy might be strongest in.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's obviously just the aggression that they benefit off. They played Heist pretty defensive, which, looking at that game, it kind of surprises me that that was the kind of stance that they took on it, rather than just, you know, playing to what their strengths clearly are and these aggressive tendencies. But Frenzy, they still got a lot of work to do. They're 2 sets behind, and they're going into a control-based game mode. Yes, you can be aggressive on it, but you have to be very controlled on dueling beetles. Can't really overstep, because if you overstep once and get wiped off the map, you're gonna find it really, really hard to break back through past these walls and get back into the action without just being pinned and spawned the entire game.
Okay, let's talk dueling beetles now. So we know that the kit strat is not below Frenzy. So is it gonna get banned this time? Do we see some real-time adaptation, or are we just sticking to the prep for Navi? Honestly, as far as the matchups go, I feel like Navi can afford to play this one a little bit more by ear than they would the subsequent matchups, provided they make it there, provided that Frenzy Gaming don't stop them dead in their tracks here. Now, they have the first selection here. They don't have the benefit of having that final counter pick like Frenzy Gaming, so Navi are going to have to draft really, really well in order to guarantee themselves some safety. A Bell first selection here of dueling beetles will get them safety from something like something quite frustrating that is tanky in the mid. They're not going to be vulnerable. I mean, she's not a big consideration, but like Pam, something that you can mark down so that it doesn't have all of that rain on the point.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's definitely a good pick, plays the range down one of the lanes and keeps them back. But it faces big issues when you don't have control and you can't shoot around those walls. B is you know, it's the same. It's kind of expecting, when you see a B, you're expecting something like a Griff to be breaking up those walls to play along with it. And then the B starts to thrive, as you can't really be locked in your spawn when you break half of the walls in your spawn. So I like that pick from both sides if they're going to be able to play the long range game, but you've kind of got to have the wall break along with it to be able to do that.
Honestly, not much of a B lover anymore. Used to love this brawler, but she's gotten a lot of nerfs. The game's just changed. I don't know what she would really be good into here. Usually it's a response to something like a Poco because she can completely shut him out. There's nothing it can do into her, but he's banned. Not even a consideration for Navi, and I'm curious as to what options this really leaves open for Frenzy. One more thing on the B, I just think it dies to dumb stuff. I mean, has really low health and isn't able to defend itself so much in close range. Same for Belle, but she has more health than B, and she's able to unload more ammo at the same time. So Navi, to pair up with this Belle, they had the 5-6 selections. Decide to go for the kit. Okay, the tides have shifted.
The kit is, you know, it's been here so much, and I did not expect to see this. Maybe I'm just unversed with the APAC draft, but the kit comes in so much. Pair that with a Buster, and you're going to be having a pretty good time usually. The B can deal with the Buster quite quickly though, especially with a little bit of wall break here and there, and I'm expecting definitely something like a Griff now, surely, that's going to be able to break some of these walls and just shred through the kit and the Buster. But yeah, I mean, they're going to go with the Frank, tank it down, and I mean, yeah, you can break the walls with that, and also against the Buster, you're going to be having a pretty good time. Kit, more of the same. I like that pick from Frenzy Gaming, and I think the draft that they have, although, you know, B doesn't really have, you know, the most thrilling matchups at the start of the draft. Now they've kind of got the Buster and the Kit, both short-range brawlers, Frank along with it as well. I think Frenzy are looking all right.
You know, forgive me, this is why I'm a coach. Excuse me, this is why I'm a caster instead of a coach, because something like Frank B, this is from the meta of yesteryear, where B was just such a good brawler, but things haven't changed too much in that these brawlers are still a really good pairing for one another. Frank, brawler that can be quite weak to B, since she's able to keep him back quite a lot, and break open the walls for the B. You're also able to survive the low DPS from Buster. Kit being on him just keeps him alive for longer. Maybe he reloads a little bit more. Tori Desu is going to smack himself to death, I guess, and that was a little unexpected. Didn't mind unloading a couple shots into the Buster shield.
Yeah, it was definitely not what I was expecting, to be fair, but in the end it seems to have played out pretty well for Frenzy Gaming, and Danshari is just going to use this super to get straight back into the mix, and Achape can't avoid Toridesu at all, just can't even fight back the slightest, and Ryohei is going to be ran down by Toridesu again, but now the jump comes through from the Kit, and they get into range and start to bounce those shots back and get back into control of this mid portion of the map, but a good lead has already been built by Frenzy Gaming, and Frank Hypercharge is surely going to put them back in the mid.
Okay, some wall break as well. Here comes the shield in from Ryohei. Danshari now going for the assassin strat. Only 37 health left to his name, as he's still alive on the back lines. Tapped just a little bit by Ryohei and finished off by Achape, which also staggers him so that Navi can fight this 3v2. Down goes Toridesu. Mira at long range, trying to stay away from Achape. Still vulnerable to Kuru. He's tapping him like crazy.
I mean, you know, Achape and Ryohei's job is literally just stay out the way of it whilst Kuru tries to pick him off. And that's exactly what happened there. They evaded enough shots for the help to come in and really show the worth. And 80% now. Navi did not start well, but it seems they're going to end extremely well, as they should be heading to match point. Danshari going to come in with the Hypercharge, though, absolutely wiping so much out of the way. But Mira's going to go down thanks to Achape jumping in, and 100% hits as Navi go to match point.
I will confess, though, Frenzy Gaming made a believer out of me in the first, 36% of their control on the point. Just really nothing that Navi could do for a good minute, it seemed. And then they all started to bring it back. Once they got control of mid, it was much easier for them to hang on. Just have to wonder if that's going to repeat itself. You know, is this just how the comp plays out, or was Navi sort of downloading the opposing strat and making computations on how exactly they're going to respond? I'll tell you this much though, Toridesu is being much more cautious about pushing in a Ryohi. He's already ready with the pullback. Can't get it onto Dan Shari. Kuru's still finishing things off on the left side as he's been completely ignored. Kid and Buster are stealing the show.
Yeah, the Rattled Hive just did so much work though, but eventually the B did go down, and now Kit going to jump onto the top of Ryohei and start to make these moves forward. But Dan Shari over the left-hand side made big bouncing moves into the back lines of Navi. But these two Navi players still holding on strong and powering through. Dan Shari's going to go down, and 3 members of Navi will stand against just the Frank here as Frenzy Gaming all respawning.
Need to somehow get the super out of Ryohi. Toridesu throws down his first, and it's a response from the Buster. Takedown on a Toridesu, and more balls of yarn, or I guess treasure chests coming out from the Thief Kit as well. We'll see a takedown on Mira, and it's a lockout by Navi. Frenzy Gaming are having such a tough time pushing in.
Yeah, Dan Shari just waiting for his moment. Hypercharge now goes in. He'll go for Kuru. Nice move made by him. Toridesu goes for it, but misses the timing on the gadget and gets pulled back by Ryohei. And now Mira getting just walked down as he can't do enough damage. Dan Shari, more of the same. He's going to die as well. And Navi should be walking away with this one. Hypercharge the super onto Toridesu, and he's going to be wiped off this planet. And that's going to be Navi heading to the semi-finals to face off against Crazy Raccoon.
Solid drafts. And the mechanics all around. There is a reason that these guys are regarded as front runners in the region. Now, they did concede a single set there, but okay, it was into the Kit Buster. But at the same time, like, Kit Buster, or excuse me, into the Kit Daryl. Kind of a low blow, but no one is really too good for it as we saw the Kit Buster emerge. And it was a good answer into that Frank too.
Dropping that one match there to Frenzy Gaming, but Navi coming out strong in the end and putting up some good numbers there. Just to remind people as they move on to that semifinal that they should still be feared. They should still be scared going up against this team.
Yeah, I mean, they put in a massive performance there as well. Navi looked extremely convincing towards the end. They started strong, they ended strong, but obviously there was that mid portion of the map where we started to doubt them a little bit. The exact same as Crazy Raccoon, so I think the semi-final is definitely going to be a very good show.
Yeah, we're going to have to lodge a new prediction when we come to the semifinals match here, and it's going to be a tough one just based on the Crazy Raccoon matches and the Navi matches that we've seen today. But I do know they're going to be good, and these two teams, based on stats, it's going to be hard to think about who will come out ahead here. But with any last thoughts that we have here for Frenzy Gaming, for this matchup between Navi and Frenzy, anything you'd like to say, Ready, Set?
Good effort from Frenzy Gaming, and you got a set off of them. It's more than we could ask for. Many of the people that face Navi in the monthly qualifiers, so give yourself a pat on the back. You did well. Can't wait to see you in a following month.
And Trav, now looking at the bracket, we had a couple notes on what to expect for what's ahead. But Crazy Raccoon, Navi, any thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, it's going to be so close. Both of the teams have won 3-1 now against similar leveled opponents. They've both shown incredible strength, and they've both shown some big weaknesses as well. So I'm really intrigued to see who's going to come out on top of this one. I think it's going to be a very close semi-finals.
A lot to look forward to today. We haven't even gotten into the bottom half of the bracket. We do have some highlights from our last matchup to leave you with, but don't forget when we come back, so much more Brawl Stars, so much more of the bracket, so much more to watch, and definitely more Kuru.
やっぱその中だとマックスですかね。 やっぱマックス一番使ってるのっていうのもあるし、やっぱ天才マックスって世の中ではちょっとね、言われてるんで、その天才マックスを、ちょっと覆して、クルマックスに変えたいかなって思うので、マックスを選びました。はい。ボニーですかね、はい。理由は、そうですね、ボニーのタコボニーっていうスキンがあるんですけど、そのスキンが結構好きなんですよね。なんで、ちょっとボニーですかね、その中だったら、はい。
Welcome back. We're getting into the second half of our quarterfinals today. We did another little caster shuffle. Now we've got Ready Set and we've got Ark joining us once again. Ark, you got to see some cool matches there from the sidelines. What did you think of that great matchup between Navi and Frenzy Gaming?
I did indeed. I did enjoy it, but oh my god, we're going to see the end of Kit today. What is going on? I mean, like, East Asia's definitely notoriously had a bit of an issue with drafting, right? So it does feel like sometimes they're not really sure what to do in that regard, like what to do against it. And the question I have is, if they obviously really go towards this brawler so much, why are they not banning it so much? Like, it just, I don't know. It's a weird one for me today so far. I wasn't expecting it, to be completely honest.
Oh, I love when unexpected stuff hits you guys, especially when our players are playing their best. And might we see that out of our next two teams? We got Reject and we've got Niwa coming up. Reject has got a tall hill to climb here, but they are not without their resources. What can you tell me about this team, Ark?
Well, for me, Reject coming back into the mix is a really nice thing. We saw the all kind of like, move away slightly last year. At the very beginning, of course, back then, it was Chappie, Levi, and Menmi. And Levi going to the State Division, Chappie, of course, going to Navi. Coming into the mix, Shu and Melty, former rival Esports, of course, and then Batterman as well, who's been a bit more mysterious over the years for me in terms of his kind of like reputation and what he's been getting up to. But certainly in terms of the qualifiers, they did have a good result versus rival Esports there as well. And, this is the thing for me, that when it comes down to it, this was the team which did beat Reject. And at that time, we did as well see that see that Mameshi was as well on. Mameshi has actually been subbed into Niwa. So Reject are going to be playing up against the team which they obviously, did very, very well in regards to the qualifying stages. And, I think that Reject for me as well, they're just looking great. They've got a fantastic roster. Shu and Melty as well got one monthly final win under their belts each. So I think that's already a very good start.
And I think we have, from that hype moment when they qualified, a little reaction clip from Juan Carlos. Let's check it out.
¿Qué? ¡No! ¡No!
I see you smiling already.
Well, I mean, my reaction was about the same because I see him post this on Twitter. Also, I know he's doing a watch party right now at the same time, so he's just watched a clip of himself on his own stream. But aside from that, yes, literally Stu could have just dashed away and saved the entire game. And Ark, you made the observation that was the qualifying game right there. It was game 3 of set 5.
Yeah, it was like one of those situations where it was in the winners bracket. There would have been a second chance still for rival Esports if they'd, unfortunately, been able to come through in that respect. And it would have been Reject going down to that lower bracket. But nonetheless, those moments in qualifying stages, you've really got to capitalize on. And definitely, as you can see, I mean, I want to get Juan Carlos down the casting desk because reactions like that is what we live for here.
We'll see if he has any reactions like that inspired by Niwa, the team going up against Reject here. Oh, he's awake. He knows it's playtime, right? Oh, no, I see him moving. Niwa, a lot of history on this roster coming together here. What can you tell me about them? Ready?
Yeah, Niwa, these are some, I think, less familiar faces to many of those in the region, but we do our research here on the BSC. Note also that they're joined by a player that they didn't qualify with, Mameshi, from a team that actually lost to them in the qualifying round. But when we talk about Creo, we talk about Chovy. These guys played on Team S1 last year. This has been a bit of a rocky road for them through the monthly qualifier, but they made it in the end.
Team S1, any relation to Team S2? We'll see later on today.
Exactly. I mean,
I'm just doing the numbers and letters things. I'm just putting it all together here. Don't mind my red thread and corkboard.
I mean, one thing you got to say is Memeshi has got 12 monthly final wins under his belt. I mean, does go back a long way in the past, and can't forget either that Memeshi is a world champion. But my reservation has always been the fact that, like, in that World Finals in 2021, he didn't actually play a single game. Yes, he lifted the trophy, but he didn't play any of the games that actually mattered on the day. So I've always had a bit of a reservation on Memeshi, and, like, in terms of, like, where he's currently at and his progression, a lot of those monthly final wins did come very much more into the sort of 2022 era. It hasn't been something of a blessing for him in recent time.
Oh, that's a great call out there, Arg, and a good piece of information. We've got our map pool ready now, taking a look at what these teams are going to be playing on, understanding these little bits of history here, coming down to even the maps that they have had experience on, the game modes. Everyone's quite used to these. Everyone's played the mix, but it's a different thing to play them on stage, different thing to play them in competition. Any history across these maps, across these teams that you can recall?
I mean, they've played all these maps in the past, right? This has been the competitive map pool for, quite a long time. These are some familiar ones. In terms of specific maps, not quite, but what we can draw, at least observations-wise, from where we're going to start off, keep in mind, first map, very important momentum-wise, is that we're going to get a good taste of the drafting capabilities of both of these teams on the big stage, because Sneaky Fields being a Brawl Ball map is super, super draft-dependent, and it starts to reach into things that this region usually isn't as comfortable running, which is the all-out aggro, the tanks that really prevail here.
Let's pull up our predictions, too, to remind the folks at home how we thought this was going to go. Yeah, we're looking for Reject here to win this. Yeah, that's on you, Reddy. How do you feel? You're kind of right in the spot in the middle with that one. Can you hold all those Reject? Is that fine?
Well, they pull them up in front of my face. They're taking up my box. But I really think, yes, we are all in agreement here that Reject is going to take this one. I'll allude to this sort of paradigm of we have a top 4 teams in East Asia right now. Reject is one of them. And while they are mostly staffed by players that didn't really take that much last year. Keep in mind that this was rival Esports EA. They didn't, they did do quite a lot. Just it didn't make it as far in the World Finals. But Melty and Shu, now they've lost Milkrio, right? Really their team lead. They brought in Batoman, who hasn't really achieved as much as the other two. But that asymmetry doesn't matter because for some reason it just clicks. Though I will say, not to throw Arc under the bus, but I led in thinking that Rival was going to take this. Then we got some news, Arc, and you sort of started shifting to think that it wasn't going to be Niwa to take this anymore, rather it was going to be Reject.
This is the question mark that I had actually on this region, and I think it's fair to say, Niwa almost knocked down Crazy Raccoon into the lower bracket. And having seen now Crazy Raccoon play earlier today, I think it makes a lot of sense as to why that may have been. I don't see Crazy Raccoon as being nearly as forthcoming in the sort of run in this region now as I think we've seen in previous years. But, at the same time, the fact that when we were going through this qualifying stages, Niwa's roster wasn't the same as it is today, and that they've actually taken on a player in, Memeshi, who they actually beat in qualifying stages, I kind of would argue that maybe this roster's got actually a little bit weaker than even in the qualifying stages. So that was my reservation there for sure. Did sort of look a bit more deeply into the situation, did side with Reject, as we are seeing as well on the side of event.brawlstars.com, 80% to just 20% siding with Niwa. I don't think Niwa are out of the question here at all. I think there's potential for some back and forth, but certainly on the side of Reject with Shu, with Melty, players that were on the world stage, yes, in the quarterfinal stages, losing to Reply Totem to a 1-3 scoreline, but they had some decent results in their group stages. They did lose to Humble, but then everyone lost to Humble. So Eternal Fire was the team which they did knock out in that quarter, in these group stages in Group D. And Eternal Fire was a team which was from the EMEA region, and that was seen by many in the World Finals to be the best region. And as we saw with Humble in those grand final stages, the team to prevail to take home the gold. So I think that Reject, in Shu and Melty, certainly they have got a solid unit. My reservation is with Batman, if I'm being completely honest, just because simply he hasn't got the same credentials.
I completely agree. If we're to, sort of tally up points awarded from performance in previous seasons, then Batman is definitely number 3 on the roster in that regard. Just based on what I've heard, though, shout out to Wiggly Spoo, regional expert. he has told me that for whatever reason, this combo just clicks. I mean, Batman, he did make like one monthly final last year, and that's nothing to sneeze at, not quite what the others have achieved, and not a World Finals qualification. But for whatever reason, the synergy just makes so much sense for this squad. He's got big shoes to fill, though. That's Milk Rio, who has now gone on to play for the storied roster of Crazy Raccoon that they've lost.
The drafts flying in, and you speak to Wiggly Spear a little bit in the background. Are you ready?
He's feeding me all the info, not in real time, but yes, I'll double down. Big shout out to the guy. He's an expert on this region.
That's a private joke, by the way. In the early part of the morning as we were going into the show, already was saying constantly, time and time again, I was chatting to Wiggly Spoon. He said this, he said that. So,
yeah,
bit of a personal jab. Anyway, Sneaky Pills coming in the draft as well. The bands being Juju, the Lou, and the Surge on the side of Niwa. The Reject, the Stu, the Surge, and the Berry. I like the Berry band, quite an underrated one at that. And already, nice to see a Max finally coming through. I think that Max is actually sitting now in a very good spot. And it's unusual to see East Asia really kind of shying away from it so much, especially with the hypercharge coming in. Two hypercharged brawlers there on the side of Niwa. So the Otis of Reject, which of course has got a hypercharge. It's just not quite as fancy, not quite as strong in my opinion. And a bit of an interesting first brawler to draft. I'm not sure whether that's the sort of way that I would be leading the draft with, but it's not a bad idea. I think Otis is also quite underrated here.
Yeah, I mean, like, lead with an anti-tank is usually a really safe way to go, because if you pick a tank and then your enemy picks an anti-tank, then, like, what do you really do? Here comes the Melody to create a ton of movement down the field. You got 3 supers. You got insane movement out of that. Hypercharge also to give yourself a bunch of shield and get damage in close range. Niwa are going to find themselves kind of limited now that they're having to play into this Melody. Unless they decide they go for an anti-tank, I think in that regard, they might actually be out-controlled by the Otis. Maisie, final selection. We made note of the anti-tanks. If I flash back to what I know really well, which is NA, Maisie is like always the first selection in NA. So if we're comparing the two metas, it shouldn't be too surprising, really, to see Maisie not first picked, but overall, not really shocking to see her picked in general.
Yeah, I mean, Melody here, I mean, the notes are going to shine through the bush. That's my one concern with that. There's no real synergy. You know, we tend to kind of see a lot of Gus with synergies with Melody and that kind of thing. Of course, she's got her own gadget for that, and she can bring the shield to the party. But yeah, the Maisie, I quite like it. I mean, and I wouldn't really necessarily find myself saying that at the start of 2025, but I think that we will see a bit more of Maisie coming through as well. I think certainly this is her best mode, so I don't mind it for that reason. I think in the right hands, Maisie can be fantastic in Brawl, but let's see if it is going to work out well on the side then of Reject. It's going to be Shu on the left-hand side playing the Maisie and the Melody in the mid. But again, Batman is visible to the entirety of the squad every time he's in that bush. So I really kind of want to see how this Melody is going to fail the aggressiveness of things, because that's where he's got to shine.
Oh man, okay, as soon as Reject try to go aggro, they're stopped by Creo. Now Chovy playing the defense, avoiding a lot of the damage, but taken down by Melty, and no gadget on standby for Mameshi. Even though he did have that attack, he used it right before he died. Now the speed in, Creo trying to break open some of the walls, wide open passageway, but Niwa cannot take advantage of it. They just don't have the gas to keep going.
I don't really get that decision making. He had the shot, but I don't know why he would have gadgeted. Maybe he's trying to save them for later on in the game, but he's put one now, and that's the terrible time to do the same thing again, because the opposition are going to see it coming. If he can time it, though, he can still utilize it, but now aggressed by Batman, forced back in the end. Still holding on to that gadget in the bush, and let's see whether he can make something of it as Creo now creeping forward, trying to find something of a connection, and there's the ball, the line by Melty. And it's going to be a good defense there from Reject, pushing it forward as well. They may be able to get a goal from this scenario.
Oh, the last hurrah, an attempt in a snipe in the left side of the goal from Battleman. Nicely done.
That was insane, honestly, to find the connection there. I think there may have been a goal, actually, maybe off camera, perhaps going into that game, and maybe it's thrown us off a little bit coming in, but nonetheless, it's a good game there for Reject, able to make the moments count. But yeah, some mistakes, some very early mistakes shining through for me on the side of Niwa. Gonna have to iron these things out very quickly as Creo getting so heavily aggressive by Melty, and again, Batman knows it. Going in with a super already gets taken care of that mid. Now, Chovy's going to be the next to be aggressive. He goes down equally as quickly. Reject are really taking care of business right now.
Man, they're doing a nice job of occupying these bushes. Doesn't matter that their opponents are invisible. They, they got their vision gears ready to go. They got the range matchup on lock. Feeling pretty good about it. You have to wait for the next push in from Niwa, but they might not even get the chance. The invis down from Mameshi, the speed out from Chovy, giving it everything they've got for this final one. Shu with a dash in, but Chovy dashes out. Can't get the ball in time, and it's a goal for Reject.
Solid stuff. And the battle for the mid commences once again. Korea now has was a bit. Look at that. Look how quickly he was taken care of there. The threat really was diffused. Now that left-hand side is where Niwa are focused. They've got to find Batman taken care of, because when he dashes forwards, it's going to be a scary situation with the hypercharge. Now the Korea is going to come in quite useful here. Popping it very prematurely, going to be doing nothing but clearing. Bush and Shu's response is absolutely timed to perfection. Everyone falls and Reject stand. Lovely, lovely stuff. And that is the set.
Reject close it out. Totally shut it down.
Put Melty on screen more. That was like elegant. I like watching like an anime protagonist just crushing it in this game. So casual.
Man's aura farming over
you
here.
can see why. This is me, Ready, talking over you, by the way. I'm sorry. I'm really excited about this matchup, but I want to hear what you have to say about these numbers.
Sure, I mean, I can tell you about Maisie churning out just nutty DPS. You have brawlers pushing into her, and she shrugs them right off. Maisie, like, her damage just for one shot is insane. She's able to almost two-shot a Sandy in a lot of situations if he's like just barely under max health. That is a matchup that went really, really well for her in this specific game, given that Niwa went with her Sandy.
Wow, already things are kicking off, but Reject looked very comfortable, gotta be honest. I mean, I didn't really kind of see too much of an opening for Niwa, and just big mistakes all round. I mean, like, they just didn't seem like they were very comfortable in their own skin. Gadgets being popped and not really utilized, and just, they just didn't really feel like, to me, they had much to really say for it. It was all Reject. When there was moments of potentially a push, diffused equally as quickly, and the aggressiveness that followed led to the goal time and time again. So I'm gonna go out there and say it. I'm yet to see much from Niwa that makes me that comfortable that they're going to be able to bring things back. They've got to do better in layer cake and shoot and bounty up next, because that's just not it.
Would you say an intimidation factor here from Reject? Would you say, Niwa still finding their feet? What have you seen from Niwa that'll show you whether or not they'll be able to kind of pull this together, or whether this is kind of typical of why they haven't made it further in these events, Ark?
I think for me, just the lack of experience certainly comes into the equation. I think going up against a team like Reject is quite a daunting prospect when, Shu and Melty have got LAN experience. I mean, that's something that really is not that present. I mean, Mameshi just a little tiny bit. Remember LCQ in 2023, but, it's something which can really start to grind on players when the nerves start to hit, And yes, the players are at home, and it looks like Chovy's got a tent in his room. I love that. I love the vibe. I mean, the guy's literally just making his own little fort. But certainly, yeah, I mean, you can be comfortable, but the whole point of the most competitive level of Brawl is to make your opposition feel as uncomfortable as possible. And that's what Reject are doing really, really well. They are much more within their own skin, and that draft was a banger. Can't lie. As we go into the bounty and layer cake, though, a new one will follow in. Great to see layer cake as well coming in really back into the mix. One of those that I've kind of missed in Bounty a little bit. I mean, back in the day, this was like one of the first maps that we ever saw in Brawl Competitive in 2022. For me, I really loved enjoying watching Guille with some fantastic snipes in this particular map. But draft coming in, Shade, Berry, and the Kit. Again, Kit banned now, finally, by Reject. Nice to see that actually being taken into account, considering how highly it's played in this region. Lou, Larry and Laurie, and the Grey in the first draft of Juju. I think that's a really good first pick Brawl to have on this map.
I mean, it's basically forced at this point, right? If you're Niwa over here, you get the benefit of being able to ban out some of those like good 2-3 counter brawlers. But the caveat is that you gotta go for the strongest thing in the game. as your first selection, and so that's one brawler already locked down for you. You also don't get the last counter, so it can be a bit of a tougher side of the draft to play here. Now Reject have the 2-3, Melody already coming in with the aggro. So Niwa have to assess how defensively they're going to play here into the Melody. She can get in and out so effectively. Not really going to be good in the mid-range matchup. Her DPS, outside of being able to dash on someone, is just really, really poor. But the mobility towards the end of the game can be paramount for clutching up. Janet, also super solid selection here, just straight up one of the best brawlers in the game with a hypercharge. It's ridiculous DPS, movement, all the above.
Really liking Janet as an option. Not sure whether it's maybe the best map and mode for it, but certainly, you know, in those late stages when you're really pushed up against the wall and your opposition's really driving that aggression, she's a brawler that can just bring out the stars safely back, and you can have your teammates actually kind of deflate the push early, prematurely, and ensure that you're the last man to be able to bring back some goods. Buster is very interesting. Not necessarily sure whether it's got the best synergy. Certainly, you can shield the Gene forwards and then allow that magic hand to bring back something, and then it does allow for some swift takedowns in that kind of regard. But you know, it can be a bit of a loose pair of hands sometimes. Grom going to be the final pick on the side of Reject. They do have to have a thrower, I guess, on some level. And you know, I don't know about you, Reddy, but when it's Grom and I'm playing against it, it lands a shot on me every single time. Nowhere that I can go to avoid the Grom shots. But in comparative, I don't know whether it's necessarily one of the hardest brawlers for people to really work around. I think that it might not be nearly as prominent as that Juju pick, but it's in the hands of Reject. And, you know, that gives me more confidence because Niwa haven't really done much to really, you know, sway me otherwise.
Yeah, I think the shots can be a little more challenging to hit. Competitive players are just better at juking and dodging in specific ways, knowing exactly where the terrain is going to put them into a situation where they can't dodge things out. I think one of there are a couple big reasons for Grom here. First of all, you got to have a response to the Juju. Second of all, you got to have a way of blocking this Gene pull. And we'll probably find out in a moment what Shu is going to opt for, but I would say way more likely than not, he's gone for Watchtower here to block a pull from Chovy. There's that blue star as well, just checking the bushes right now, making sure that they hold on to that control. But it's only a matter of time before Niwa acquired this Buster super, and then they're able to push in as a result. Also, only a matter of time before Chovy gets his magic hand and can pull a vulnerable brawler. At the moment, it's looking like just Batoman.
How are you feeling about these drafts? I mean, I'm not really convinced on Melody in so many of these maps and modes. I mean, I would always be looking to get Melody first pick in Heist, but I haven't really kind of seen a lot of the other regions playing it in many other places. But it seems like Reject really are quite adamant to make it work, and to be fair to them in the first set, it did. But you know, in Bounty, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You know, you can go in and get some great results and come back out, go on the aggressive, and has that escape mechanism as the Janet. So I get it, but I just don't think it's necessarily as good in the meta right now.
Okay, well, we did see the Melody get pulled. She was the one brawler of the team that couldn't block things in. Bit of a poorly placed landing there from Janet, who came down to the ground on the enemy side, completely vulnerable. Here comes Melty in with the hypercharge. Getting lots of damage, can sit right on top of Chovy, who's juking for a little bit, but in the end, Janet will always get her win. Take down on Shu. 20 seconds left to go for Reject to start bringing this back. And I'll be honest, I'm a Melody minion. I think Melody can really cook here, but we just got to see the hypercharge action, and 10 seconds is not enough to get that in there. The Reject are going to give it their all. You got 5 seconds left to go. Not a whole lot of DPS. Shu's going to give it his all. Everyone's backed into the back right corner. Not a good look. Batoman can't get in there either. 1 kill for Reject, but that's all they get.
That's what we want to see more of, isn't it, really? Nice stuff coming forwards, and a glimmer of hope. But let's see whether they can actually maintain it. For me, there towards the end, could have been a lot of stars, but it wasn't quite the time, and that was the issue. But certainly much better for the most part. Niwa has to get 1 on the board. Blue star very quickly into the hands, then again have that bust pick. I think we're going to see probably Reject go a bit more on the aggressiveness now, already pushing back Niwa into the back lines, but we're going to come back out with the stars, stay standing and not go over aggressive. That's what I've kind of seen for the majority of the day being the issue. Right inside, Mamesh is very weak, but Shu didn't want to go for it. Just went and just started focusing on the left-hand side instead. Given the aggression on though, Mamesh still pushed back, and now Bataman's coming in, gets 1. Chovy goes down, and then follow up there as well to Mamesh. Nice stuff as Reject take the lead.
Beautiful shot placement from She. We'll see Battleman get pulled again. It's the second time it's happened, but he's really the only pullable person. With Melty throwing down a gadget of his, though, it's going to be on cooldown. I want to give props to Shu. Holy hypercharge in from Battleman! That's 2! Can't go in for Creo, but he's still got Super to hang on to for another push in. But he might actually just opt to not do that at all. Okay, bit of a preemptive gadget there from Shu. It gets Jean to back up, but I think Shu was a little just scared that he was going to get pulled by Chovy.
Yeah, I think that's not the worst way to play, is it, though? It's good to keep your distance. I like the Batman's reservations there as well. Didn't kind of go in onto the Buster too aggressively, just chose to come back, and he would have fallen and gone down. I mean, that gadget pop would have been too quick, and he would have gone down in one shot, really. So there are some good signs being displayed on the side of Reject that they're not getting overly aggressive. They've got the lead, they don't want to lose it, and one singular takedown. The blue star is with Niwa, however, so Melty can fall in that regard, but let's see. Time's ticking, 15 seconds on the clock now, and a push coming in. That Buster Shield's going to be prevalent here for Creo on the left-hand side as well, and it can't be long before it comes out.
Not much time. Chovy's hanging on his hypercharge, knows he can get Melty now, but he takes to the sky. There's one, and it's only onto the watchtower. 1 second to go, and Reject continue to cement their win and take things back.
Imagine that you got a hypercharge for your Jean and you got 2 players on the map. One's in the air, and the only thing you bring back is the watchtower. Are you serious? Like, hypercharged Jean is just like one of those things that we've only ever seen blunders with for the past year since it's been in the game, isn't it? I mean, the amount of monthly finals that I can count on my hands where we've seen a team actually kind of like, fall as opposed to come back with some goods there. But I mean, we're all tied up. I want to see Niwa get this set. I want to see it all tied up into the next set and really give Reject a run for their money. At the moment, though, is Reject that are learning a bit more from the mistakes. They are behind by 1 star, but again, not a bad start in that mid area. Meshi on the left-hand side, creeping towards Batman, going on the aggressive. There's the Gree, and that's going to force then him back. And it has given themselves a better position, though, in this mid. Grom Bomb goes in, and some good value for it as well.
The Meshi in the same position on the right side. Ooh, Creo taken down the left side. Chovy also vulnerable. Shu has to back away. Doesn't want to get pulled by Creo. Could also move over to the right side. Once again, pull onto the watchtower. Nothing to show for it. And you cannot get enough pulls in a game to get all of those abilities out of the way. But Meshi in hot pursuit of Melty, looking for 1, 2 shots. Fires off and gets the kill. And puts the team just 1 star behind Reject.
Pushing forwards now. Hypercharge available for Batman as well. But the Grieger coming in with that shielding. It's going to be a tough thing to handle. Good taps already, taking care of it. I like the way that Reject really are really focusing on that. It is going to be a problem otherwise. But this push is in a good spot. Let's be honest, Reject have got just that 1 star lead, so it's only 1 singular takedown the Niwa do need. Gene Pool's available. Chovy would like to have the hypercharge, but again, I just feel like 1 magic hand is all you really have to do, but it's got to connect, and that's the issue. Under this kind of pressurized circumstances can be a blunder. Batman knows it right hand side, spotting Chovy, knows where the problem lies. But again, time not on the side of Niwa. They've got to go, and they've got to go now.
Melty also doesn't have a super, but he's got to be close, and a hypercharge super could change the game. Oh, Chovy flashed the super. He baited the hypercharge, but couldn't get the pull as a result. Melty now in the sky, looking for 1, looking for 2, and secures the set for Reject.
Great stuff for Reject to hold their composure and get it done. I would like to have seen a tied scenario here, but it's not to be, as Reject were able to keep things under control. And I think they did really well in the circumstances. It's moments like that which can go against you, but they were able to keep their cool.
Every time we switched to the Reject player cameras, no one was sweating, no one was even squinting, no one was leaning forward into their phone. That was the most relaxed I've seen a team playing in this competition thus far. Meanwhile, I saw the stress on Niwa. Tell me a little bit more about what you saw there, Ark, because you were diving into the drafts and feeling like they weren't quite measuring up for the level of competition that we're at right now.
Yeah, they weren't bad. It's just like, I feel like some of these brawler picks could be maybe just deflated somewhat or avoided, or, I mean, we saw the kit banned, which I'm thankful now that we've seen it like probably about 7 times already today. It's kind of insane how much we've seen of kit. And the Buster Gene connection wasn't the worst of ideas, but it just wasn't really pulled off in the way that Niwa were looking to try to do. Like, you've got to land those final second gene pulls. You've got to have that support. You've got to run away with the stars and not give your opposition the time. And just Niwa just really couldn't implement it enough. The Janet pick, you can see how much better that fared on the side of Reject. That was the brawler which was always in the air at the final moments, getting the value in those final moments, and ultimately giving Reject that 2 lead that they now have in terms of sets.
Yeah, Reddy, anything you'd like to see out of Niwa before we have to say goodbye to him if they can't pick it up in this next set?
A set win, really, is what I'd like to see from him. It would, I think, at least humanize Navi, because they got ice in the veins. You got Melty over there, aura farming on Cam. I mean, he looks absolutely flawless. He's super nonchalant, even when they drop a game.
Farming.
Yes, that's what he's doing, man. Look at him. He's like not even breaking a sweat. Like, yeah, I didn't lose a game. That never happened. Not even like an emotion, except for the blank face of victory, a poker face over here.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. It's a very nice jacket, by the way, as well. It is very, very sharp. I'm still fascinated by this tent, by the way, in the background. I mean, I'm starting to think that maybe I need to do a bit of redecorating and just make a fort. Let's just make whatever I want to have. Live the dream. Hot Potato is the map for Heist up next, and the bans will be coming in relatively quickly as well. For me, I think you're gonna have a sort of good Colette ban in the mid here. I think the throwers here are quite prevalent as well. So do you want to go wall break, or do you want to go against that? So the Edgar ban there is quite an interesting one that would be very good into a lot of throwers. So that might be where Niwa are thinking, but Reject want to get rid of Berry immediately, and Juju off of that, and the Melody. I love those bans. I think they are very, very solid. 2 throwers and the Melody, which you just cannot leave open on this mode. The Colette, the Edgar, and the Cordelius ban by Niwa. And again, the Cordelius ban we see a lot in the sense of having Chuck be an issue. So Carl first pick though, what do you think of that?
I think that Carl is able to fulfill numerous functions here. You can deal with a thrower that's really frustrating to deal with on the lane that has a bunch of indestructibles. Can also get that heat ejector onto the safe, get a bunch of damage that way. Slap your pickaxe against the wall for additional DPS. Could maybe out-damage something like a Chuck, but here comes Buzz, who's not only good here, but is like the antithesis to Carl. So if you're scratching your head wondering like, well, I could see why Carl would work here, but I wonder why it's never picked. Yeah, this is pretty much why. Because he gets so hard countered by Buzz, who has a hypercharge now. He can grapple his way Spider-Man style all the way across the enemy side and get a bunch of damage on the safe. It's never been easier for him to do that.
I love the hypercharge Buzz on this map. Oh, for God's sake. Why? I mean, you can see that East Asia are just taking notes from the World Finals. Like, they're absolutely taking notes. Kit works everywhere. There's no way that Kit doesn't work. We should play Kit in every map and every mode. Kit and Buzz, that's definitely a very sort of dangerous comp idea. I mean, like, you're sitting ducks for a lot of shots, until you're able to go on the aggressive. And I just don't know. I'm surprised that, considering how much everyone loves to pick it, why we're not seeing it banned as much. If the win rates in this region are so prevalent for Kit, then I just expect to see it more on the ban side of things. But I'd like to see how this is going to work out for Reject. I like where Niwa are going. Lou, though, don't know about that. I mean, yeah, I guess they're kind of looking to have that hypercharge, immediate stun connection. But I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen Lou in Heist, if I'm honest. Normally is a sort of very shock final pick against some big heavy tank counters that makes people go, wow, I didn't see coming kind of thing. But Draco as well, I don't know, man. These drafts are kind of wild for me.
So I'm gonna try and make sense of this, okay?
Please try.
Yes,
I beg.
I see the Lou here, and I'm like, okay, anything that they're gonna try and pair with Kit, like something like Tanky, is not gonna be able to outlive a freeze from the Lou. You just, you get stopped right in your tracks, and then you have Draco, who, like, Lou is basically his #1 counter. But then, of course, you have a brawler that is good on Heist and is also just good in the Draco. I mean, you cannot get rid of all the Draco counters here. There are just a few modes that he's good on, and it's only when you get the draft just right. So how is Nita going to navigate here? Usually one of the main things that you would see used against her is something like a thrower. Yeah, she's not able to deal with it. She is an anti-tank. She's naturally, like the archetypes in the game, generally anti-tanks weak into throwers, but I think that she is going to struggle getting her super into the 2 other brawlers of the 3 that Niwa have chosen into that. Carl, I think it's going to be challenging. Into the Lu, once again, going to be challenging. Could waste a lot of his shots also, just by using that bear. So we'll have to see how it goes. Lane matchup coming out here. Melty just searching for the Draco so he can lock on.
Already said, you tried to convince me. You tried.
I tried.
You tried and you failed. Yeah, like... There's no way that if I'm foreseeing the graphic of this draft, you could tell me that this was going to be a hot potato draft. Draco, I don't know. I don't see it. But hey, I mean, there's a lot of damage rolling in already as Niwa immediately, as quickly as that. 35 seconds have passed and the game is done. You can't leave a Carl on the safe like that. And this draft immediately backfiring, and you could say in quite a poetic way, no?
Yeah, and quick shout out to Niwa for running the better Draco star power, because usually you would heal from getting a dragon, but with the other one, you're going to get additional damage. You can mark targets with your shot, and that includes the high save. You know, Bell can't mark the enemy safe, but Draco can for some reason, and they did crazy damage.
That was just wild. Absolutely wild. At the moment, Shu just kind of in a position of not really knowing where to go. Could to go forwards, to go backwards. He needs to obviously earn his super. And meanwhile, look at this already. Niwa just doing an absolute rinse and repeat of this. Again, just a second gadget that Cho's been able to connect onto the safe there as well. Now taken care of, but percent and closing in terms of damage already as the opening cards being laid out there by Niwa. Reject just all over the place.
It's tough, but maybe they'll finally find their footing. Shu in with the grapple onto Lu, chained onto the Carl, but didn't have a stun as a response. We'll see on the home front. Batoman jumping in, does manage to get a stun there. Melty now connecting with that hypercharged bear on the safe. And Mamechi, this is what we called out in the draft, is that Lu's gonna have such a hard time dealing with that bear. We'll see once again, Shu in. It's actually looking to be a much more equal match this time. They have not let Draco punch through like he did the last one.
Now comes the hypercharge of Shu, and that's a great take down the right-hand side there of Cho. He's surely going to fall down 206 HP and onto the safe now. Damage raining in as now Reject starts to really get the damage dealt and to bring things back into order. There's not much in it, to be honest. It's 20%, and now it's Niwa that are back on the safe. Another heat ejector onto the safe again. And the defense is a bit scatty here from Reject, but on the other side of things, the offense is much better. Melty melts through the safe and gets the game.
Excellently performed by Reject over here. They managed to completely extinguish those issues from last time. Yes, we still see the enemy punching through. We see Carl, I mean, you can't stop his pickaxe, man, unless you're a solid obstacle. He's still going to be getting the gadget on the safe. He's got great positioning. Korea over here was much less of an issue. Check this out, doubling up on the lane, running the gadget to try and stay alive, but doesn't really amount to too much. Chovy allowed to go alone on the enemy safe. Probably not going to be a mistake because he got 3v1. Creo just feeding this super over to Melty, and already look at the damage raining in, but from both teams, it should be noted, Reject safe is collapsing in on itself.
It really isn't. It might just be enough here. The damage is extreme, and Niwa get it just in the nick of time. They get the set, they survive. I thought Reject were going to put the nail in the coffin, then they were on match point. That would have been their ticket to the semifinals, and it wasn't to be, as Niwa just cling on by the skin of their teeth. That was close, too close, and that might be the moment that Reject live to regret.
You know, guys, I ask you sometimes when the map pool comes up, like, oh, could any of these maps really throw a team? And I know generally all these teams got so much experience on every game mode, on every map. But I have to say, if there's one thing I've noticed, it's that Heist really throws teams in for a mix-up here. Once again, we see Niwa coming out over Reject, the underdog, able to pick it up in this game mode that kind of challenges players to think a little bit differently here. But that's just my assessment. Ready? I want to know if you think this is accurate or you think that's shenanigans.
I think it's a bit of funny business, a bit of shenanigans, hijinks, if you will, because I think that, look, let's not dance around it. Reject are in the driver's seat for this match. They are the projected winners of this matchup, and I think the fact that they didn't run away with that set was really their fault. I think they stayed aggro on that safe. They let a Draco slip through. It's like they forgot how much damage he's able to do with that star power in game number 1 and thought, well, you know, we're going to be able to do it. They lose their Nita, and they stay committed to that safe, and then they're defended by the Lu, who was just one of the best defenders in the game, especially if he doesn't have to even try to hit his shots. He's just auto-aiming in close range.
And I felt both teams deserved to lose because of that draft.
Fair. We got a new map, a new game mode, and a new draft coming up. Let's see if it passes Ark's test this time.
Gotta be honest, you know, I'm very strict when it comes to these things. I just say it how it is, you know, sometimes. And, you know, I like to be that way. I don't take it back. But
I wouldn't
yeah,
want it any other way.
Yeah, you know, right? I just want to speak my mind. Trav can relate. But yeah, I think that for me, yeah, no draft is what I felt from that last set at least. But hopefully in Knockout and Bell's Rock, we're going to see a bit more traditional ideas. Let's see what the bans will be. I want to see the Juju ban. It's kind of like a bit of a must ban here for me. I'd like to see a bit of a great pick, actually. Not often banned, and there is the Juju ban. Kit first pick. Oh my god, I can't already, man. I can't. I literally can't. Like, the Kit picks being this consistent, like, it's not, I can tell you this for sure, that we're not seeing this across the other regions. So, you know, I'm just kind of very surprised that we've got this kind of like inter-regional kind of like idea going towards Kit and being really, really prevalent in the picks, but not the bans. Why is that?
I don't know. Well, I'll say this much. You know, I'll just put an asterisk next to what you said, because we did see the Kit first pick, at least in North America, for quite some time, and then it just stopped being a thing. It's because Kit can
middle of last year, early last year.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly. Right, and in a completely different meta as well. But I think Kit still. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. let's talk. Oh my goodness, and this draft is going at light speed. Okay, we're gonna have to speed run this one. So Kit over here can deal with many things. Can be paired up to go with something tanky. Can also act as an assassin, as a support in a region where there's so much emphasis on the team play. Kit just makes a lot of sense to get the stun. Even if he dies, as long as you're able to get rid of the brawler that counters your entire team, then you should be winning the resultant 2v2. But Niwa respond with something safe, and then also we see the Barry. I think I might actually trust in that Barry-Buster matchup a little bit more, but Buster's gonna have to be really, really good about dealing into this Miko matchup. Also, you're losing the sort of long-range control matchup for a little bit there, so gosh, I mean, this one's a challenging one to look at. It's not going to be the typical gameplay that we see on this map, where you fight the long-range control matchup and then you're all forced in, blah, 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 blah. It's going to be more of, let us identify the matchup and then dive on the most vulnerable opponent.
Yeah, certainly Buster has to remain on his feet. That slow-mo replay gadget is crucial at getting that swift early takedown. The Kit connection with the Miko could be quite devastating for Niwa to be able to control. So that really, for me, is going to be something which they've got to separate on the side of Niwa and focus their attention of and not allow to occur, because ultimately, the longer the Kit stays away, then the faster that is going to occur. And, you know, at the moment, they're utilizing the idea that they could be using that cardboard box gadget for the invisibility of the Kit, but they're actually just sitting back and waiting for that super to be able to be there so that they can connect Shu with Batman now. And Crew's in a world of hurt here in this mid. A lot of damage going down, but actually, it's going to be Melted that comes out short-changed. Now it's 2 versus 2, and now look at that slow to the RT as well. That should be a takedown if they can just combine those throwing ideas with the connections there, but it's actually going to survive. My word. He's still got the legs as well, which is going to be very difficult now for Shu and Batman to do much about to go on the offensive.
It's going to be a challenging one. Batman just trying to use that cardboard box and stay idle to get his super back a little bit faster, hop on Shu's back, and let's just let it rip, see how it goes. Chovy is public enemy number 1. Have to take down that base, but cannot do it. Batman left all alone, trying to avoid feeding that hypercharge to Mameshi and just dash into that poison. Feeding his super to Chovy, not really much of a concern. So we saw Janet go down quite early, but it's another worthwhile mention as far as Kit pairings, because she's able to take to the sky, and then she just, like, becomes like a super duper dreadnought in the sky. But we'll see once again, the emphasis is on that Miko combination. The Meshi not taking too much damage at first. In fact, Creo cleans it up. A disaster for Reject.
A super duper dreadnought in the sky, indeed. Melty lands. There's a 3 versus 1. It's not going to be much that he's going to be able to do in this scenario. Realistically here, Niwa will be able to turn all the screws into their favor and take this round surely. And they do. And that's exactly what they do need to do. Get the game in the pocket against a team like Reject. This is now some serious momentum, really. Over to Niwa. It's kind of escalating a little bit out of control, dare I say. And Reject have got to start to bring things back into order. You know, it really is not looking great. We haven't seen them really kind of bring back that, you know, they're not really revitalizing themselves too much along the way. And I think this is a really daring comp. But at the moment, they're just not playing it effectively enough. Because a Kit and a Miko shouldn't really be losing this scenario, in my opinion, especially with the Janet as well. Like you rightly say, that pairing works across the board.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, it only works when she has super, and she didn't even get a single super in the last round. Now, we'll have to pay attention to how this is like a tough matchup for her. Buster's not going to be giving her anything. Chovy outranges her. Mameshi's going to be staying behind a wall. Just really challenging for this Janet into those specific matchups, and Creo's not even gonna fight you, man. So we'll see if Battleman tries to enable this, maybe jump on Melty to get him a super at least. Nope, emphasis on Miko. Once again, they're gonna give it another shot. Didn't work the last couple times in a row, but into Mameshi, you just gotta line up those shots. In comes Creo with the super, taken down by the combo. Give Melty a chance to get a super, excellently maneuvered by the other 2 members of the Reject squad. And Chovy, she'll be the last to fall. Battleman gotta be close to that next super. Pretty much almost the best way that this could have turned out for Reject in round 1.
Yeah, honestly, it's a beautiful gadget. Just ensuring that they could get that slow effect with the clipping scream and just then follow up with the beautiful Kit. Wall shots. Now Melty takes to the skies as well, getting some good damage on that right-hand side. Now coming back. Little of a glimpse onto Chovy there, but nothing too strenuous. It's Mameshi who's the lowest here, and the Berry Hills forced out then. A nice slow-mo replay from Creo does make Reject second-guess that right-hand side just a little bit more. I think both sides are going to come back a little bit and play defensively now, but there is a hypercharge from Melty, and that's something that can be absolutely devastating on the arsenal there of Reject.
This is best case scenario for Reject. They managed to get a hyper on one of the strongest hypers in the game. Batman now going to opt for the other combination. The Dreadnought is in the sky, but where does the Eagle land? There's one on the Mameshi. Chovy closing things in. No escape mechanism, except if you chain another super together. Creo, the last one standing for Niwa. Shu going in for the kill and secures it. Niwa, so close to pushing us to a set 5, will be put against the ropes with a match point from Reject.
What a cycle. What a cycle. Because if that hadn't have been the case, like you were saying, where are they going to land? Well, they landed in a terrible spot. They really did. That was not the place to land. And they would never have been able to get out of that certain peril if they hadn't have cycled in the way that they did there. So honestly, very, very close stuff, but incredible plays from Reject. Very deserving there of that game and a match point scenario now. If they can just get 2 rounds in the pocket, they'll proceed to the semi-finals. Niwa now got a lot of pressure on their shoulders and already looking bleak and weary.
Okay, Shu jumping out, looking for the mid control, which Niwa, they've just pretty much surrendered it. They went so aggro with Creo and Mameshi that they no longer have mid. We'll see a kill onto RT to start things off, healing on the ground from Mameshi and Creo to stay alive. Managed to secure a kill onto that Kit, which leaves Shu sort of out to dry. Not too much for him to do. If he goes in aggro, he's only really going to get, what, 4 shots there? As long as he steals one away from Mameshi and Creo. He's giving it his best shot, but he's only able to jump in and jump out. His best bet at this point is to get a super.
Now, Chris just used his shielding there, which he won't have for a while. But nonetheless, not sure how much good it's going to do. Only really against the Janet. So this Berry Hills from Mameshi have got to come in really nicely here. They're going to be able to survive this scenario. He's got hypercharge and super as well. He's going to go on the aggressive. Gets 1, gets 2. Mameshi stays standing and keeps Niwa in the question.
1 round away for some front runners of this region to be taken all the way by Niwa, a team that played upset in the qualifiers already. Well, we're seeing already Reject looking to posture themselves. Battleman's ready to combo with Shu if necessary. Shu is a bit apprehensive about jumping in, especially into a team with so much utility. Mameshi, gotta be just a couple of shots off of getting that hypercharged super laid down, and that's going to be the win condition in mid. It's a very uncomfortable situation for Reject right now. They're going to give it their best, already going aggro on the left side and jumping out as soon as there's too much pressure.
Especially having hypercharge in this utility here in this scenario is such a great thing to happen. He's got to use it, and he does. He gets fine. Oh, look at that! Everyone falls immediately! Niwa managed to secure the set and go over to the 5th and final. And now, Reject are in banging trouble here, ready set. We've just seen progressively Niwa come out of nowhere. And now I'm really regretting my prediction.
Man, this is so wild, but you had it right on the nose, Ark. I mean, this was at minimum going to be a close match. Check out Mameshi over here. 9 kills for the guy. In Reject, they tried the cheese man, but that Janet was just about the toughest thing for them here because they could not get her a super.
Niwa. You know, Ark, like, when you were breaking it down, I was like, well, you just joined the correct side. I didn't realize how close it was when you were explaining this analysis, how measured you were in exactly choosing this. And I'm sorry that you feel regret, but I do believe, based on what we've seen, Reject has what they need to do to cover this last hurdle. Do we believe? Are we still sending our energy?
Set, but it's still early days. And I'm glad you mentioned that, Seltzer, because I'm going to throw Trav under the bus here, because in our caster chat, when we were discussing this, and I was saying about, my reasoning, he said that we don't need to know your reasoning, Art. We don't care. You don't have to talk about it. You don't have to justify it. Just, whatever, basically. And it really, I find it just so warming that we finally have someone on the desk that can really resonate with the thoughts and things that I like to put forwards here. It does mean a lot to me, honestly.
Teach me, Sensei. I am but a sponge this season, and I cannot wait to soak it all up. It's already been so much fun so far. Everybody else, please pitch in, though. I don't want to be fully arced out. Okay. Ready? Hit me with some info.
Hashtag Team Arc. Spam in the chat. We're going into the draft for the 5th and final set, and this is where, really, again, can Niwa do this? Like, is there a world in which they cause the biggest upset of the days thus far? I mean, I'd be honest, I had more hope in my mind that we would see that in the Crazy Raccoon game, because that looked more convincing as maybe a turnaround. But I think Niwa have got some serious steam here. Of a hot zone and open business as a map and mode, is this where they could potentially tie things up, put Reject in the dust?
It's going to be challenging. I mean, honestly, Ark, I think you're the only one that's bold enough to call a Niwa win before we even see the draft. So let's see it unfold and make a call accordingly. Okay, I know you're not Team Melody, especially not Team Melody first pick, but this is going to be pretty good at disrupting backlines, I believe. Reject had that last pick. It would be the ideal time to pick a thrower. Niwa going ahead and going for this quite early on could bait out some of the more important counters that Niwa need to see before they can assess whether they go for some of the stronger throwers here for their 4-5.
Hit? Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, wow. Woo! Ooh. Nice to see some variation, isn't it, in the draft? But is Poco the play? I don't know. I'm not a massive fan of Poco as that kind of like heal idea for a hot zone. It hasn't really been prevalent for a long time now. I don't know how I feel about it, to be completely honest, so far. The loot ban I quite like on the side of Reject. That would be my first kind of ideal go-to pick. Has got the range, the B, not a bad shout, but are they going to break the map? I mean, the Griff is banned, right, on the side there of Niwa. So, I mean, and that's not going to fare too well by breaking the map and leaving the Poco exposed. So, there are some questions, I feel, on the side of Reject, just a little bit in terms of the draft. There we go. Rank kind of come in as well. I mean, Juju is available here, by the way, as well. And that's what I want to see. Pair them up, because if they didn't do that, that Frank was going to be banging trouble. And now Reject might have the weaker draft here.
Yeah, let's go through like the chain of thought here, because when you see the Poco, you go like, okay, well, that's going to be really weak against B, so they better pick it. And here comes the B. And then I think, okay, well, what do they plan to finish this off with? Oh, Frank, the obvious thing. So Niwa are kind of like forced to pick it. And then you make the Juju call because she snuck through the draft long enough. And then there's Stu. to finish things off. So Stu, his DPS, not going to be really the answer to Frank. That's what B is going to be accomplishing here. But as you mentioned, Ark, we got to see some wall break. So that is one of the primary functions that Stu is going to fulfill here. If Frank doesn't already do the job for him. Hopefully he's able to keep his distance also from Melody, act as an anti-Melody measure into the Juju. Also get some like good aggression. You're able to dash away from those shots that are usually really accurate because they got like a good AoE. You can auto aim them, they hit the ground pretty fast. This is gonna be challenging. I mean, Reject, I think, really clearly had a vision where they're like, let's get that Frank, and if they pick it, then we're gonna have some kind of countermeasure to it. So if you're banking on a Reject win, you're gonna have to trust in this process that Stu was what they needed to deal with Frank.
It's not just Stu, it's Stu with Shu. Like, that's the thing, and that to me makes me very excited. And you know, he's gonna be able to farm off the Frank, dash around. I think that might have been the thing to make me feel much more confident with Reject's ability to control this situation. And with that, they clear house. Niwa are on the floor, and Reject are on the zone. Almost approaching now 50%, and this is honestly a very good starting hand. Good value. Batsman already has the hypercharge and the heals coming in now as well. And Kriya's low, but Meshi's low as well. And behind this, the hypercharge there of Shu coming in. He might be able to get what he does, but Chovy now is going to be the final boss on that zone. And both of them trying to contest it.
My goodness, every time Chovy fires off a shot, Shu is out of that line of sight. Creo taken down, Mameshi the next up on the menu, but Juju is here for the appetizer, trying to trap Shu on the right side. Not quite successful as he heals with every single super, and Creo in for a last-ditch effort. A hypercharge that amounts to nothing except for some zoning, but he's got to know that he's feeding more and more hypercharges to Battleman, who's just gotten his second of the game. That's tough to do with Poco, by the way. Chovy taken down by Melty, and Shu going in to finish things off with a hypercharge. Not even going to get stunned by Creo. We know which way this one's going. It's Reject, leading us to a match point again.
Who would have thought that we would see Reject fight back like this in the final hour after continuously losing in this series to their opposition? They finally managed to muster something up, and it's working. But will we see some resolve? Can Niwa bring us to a match point? Because that's what I want to see. But can they do it? At the moment, this Stu pick really has shone through and given Reject a bit of space to work and maneuver with, and they're already on the zone at the beginning as well, getting some early Poco heals in. Niwa taking their time on this. They're not going to go on the aggressive too soon. That was a clutch catch in there in the mid there. Honestly, that kept the Melody in the conversation, but only Justin. Niwa looking a bit sheepish and not getting on the zone. They've got to go a little bit aggressive here.
Oh man. Battleman taken down. Melty
Nice.
Also eliminated by Mameshi, who's been tearing up the right side, though he's faced a bit of that, tearing up of the grass and the obstacles from Shu, who's eliminated a key position for him. But there are more walls that he can hide behind. Not one in front of Creo, though. Here comes the hypercharge super in from Poco on the left side. Chovy's forced to retreat. We see Creo and Mameshi now trying to come in for the flank. Battleman survives for a while under the hyper Melody, but cannot do it all the way. No stun there from Creo, but he does get control on this point. Niwa are still trailing, though. Kreo's being much more careful this time about feeding these supers and hypercharges to Battleman, but this is only going to last so long. Chovy trying also to do his job, but taken down by Melty for the two-piece in close range.
That's what you want to see if you Reject. That was looking like a very bad time on that spawn side, but they came out smelling of roses. And now the hypercharge from Shu. Look at the amount of healing that man is bringing in. And Batsman on the right-hand side gets some tremendous amount of splash. They're staying firm on the zone. 10%, and Creo can't even get tested. He's got to heal up, and that will be it. Niwa failed at the final hurdle, and Reject survived. They go through to the semifinals.
They pull it together in the end. Nice little garnish there from Reject. And I gotta, give compliments to the chef. Whoever cooked up this draft did a great job. I feel like the only solution to this was, before we even moved into the pick phase, just ban the Poco. Because once the Poco and B is here, then what are really your responses? Well, they're gonna go Frank. So do I run something anti-Frank? Can I run anti-tank into this B? Not like as successfully, so I gotta pick it. But then I'm feeding the stuff to the Poco and I'm weak to the B. Reject checkmated them.
Well, Reddy, we got your assessment of the draft. I'm glad to hear it's positive, but Ark, we've been turning to you time and again to hear what you think of the draft. Did they pull it together for this one? Were they able to execute, in your opinion?
Really like the poker pick. I love the stew pick. I think that for me is the brawler, which if you can bring in a hot zone, it can really be a problem, because if you're just dashing around constantly healing up along the way, you're playing the objective better than anyone. And if you're able to stay standing, Shu is a tremendous stew as well. Like in this region, he's renowned for it. And against the Frank, where you can really kind of like just continuously earn that super, you're not really necessarily going to deal the most amount of damage to the Frank, but your job is to really just be present in the moment, and that's going to in turn bring the objective. Definitely some moments where Reject looked a little bit shaky, and there was definitely an opening that Niwa could have exploited a bit better than they actually did. But they did far better than I expected. To get to the fifth and final set, I think for many was not on their bingo card today. So you got to hand it to Niwa. That was the match that I said could have been actually a bit closer than many of us were actually thinking. We looked very united in our predictions, but that was the one that I had some reservations on. And it served to be as exciting as it was. We're still not done yet for the quarterfinals. You got to remember that we got Zeta Division up next versus Team S2, and I cannot wait to see Zeta Division back in their home region for all intents and purposes, because this is where they've had the most success in the BSC in terms of those world championship belts and trophies. So can they make another one to add to the list? That's the question.
I couldn't have teed it up better myself, Ark. Thank you. When we come back from this quick break, we've got that very last match of our quarterfinals today, and we're getting into the semis and finals. Lots of exciting Brawl Stars left. We'll see you in a sec. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching the Brawl Stars Championship East Asia Monthly Finals. It's our first one of the season, and it has been a ripper so far. We're about to get into our fourth and final match of the quarterfinals, but it's only getting more exciting here on out. We've got Zeta Division versus S2. We've swapped up our casters once again. Welcome back, Trap. How's it been in the spectator seat?
I mean, it was quite the game to spectate. I will say I'm a little bit jealous of the casters who actually got to do it, to be honest, because first 3-2 of the day, and it was a great game. Almost saw the comeback from Niwa, but just wasn't meant to be for them, sadly.
Well, you've got a great match ahead, too, and it's going to be Zeta Division versus S2, like I said. Diving into Zeta Division, though, we took a little closer look at them than some other teams at the beginning of the day. We're going to take a close look at them again now, Ark, because they're so worth it, and there's so much to see here.
I honestly cannot wait to see Zeta back in East Asia. I mean, it does help, doesn't it, when you've got someone like Shitampo on your team that's got, 18 monthly final wins to his name, the most of any player in this region, by the way. It really does make a big difference. But, heavily contrasted, though, by Suzuki and Levi's amounts. Suzuki's got 1 and Levi's got 3. But, I mean, this was the big story, wasn't it? When we heard that Shitampo was going to be parting ways, we're still unsure as to how this is actually going to fare. Yes, Zeta Division is an org that's produced 3 world champion rosters in 2021, 2022, and 2023. Of course, in 2023, Zeta Division were a European roster, now coming back to East Asia. Last year, of course, that roster being Naui, Meow, and Geru is now for Esports in EMEA. So for Zeta Division, a big, bold statement to start off the year. And for many, tremendously excited as to what we can have, in store for us and what we can expect. But Tampo, of course, for me, here's the man, here's the master behind everything which we're going to see. Of course, on the Crazy Raccoon roster last year, making those grand finals at the World Finals. Did lose to Humble in the sweep, but nonetheless, only 2 teams can make a grand finals in that level, and they were on the other side of the field. Tremendous result, but what can this roster fare? How are things going to work when you bring the brilliance, the mastery of Shatampo and combine it then with Suzuki and Levi?
Well, it's going to be a real treat to watch and find out just how that's going to play out. But we can get a quick hint because we did check in with this team a little bit before this matchup. Let's hear what Zayt had to say.
はい、今回の2月のマンスリーでは、東京でみんなで集まってブートキャンプをしたり、本戦では、みんなで集まって、連携をうまく取りながら試合を行う予定です。はい、ドラフトでは、主にチームの2人で考えています。で、ドラフトをする上で大事なことは、相手の編成をちゃんと目立ったり、あとは自分たちの得意なキャラとか得意な編成を見つけて、それをちゃんと使うことが大事だと思います。
Well, a little bit of insight into how the team and the responsibilities are arranged there. Exciting to hear from the players themselves. Only 2 focused on the draft. What is the third one thinking about there, Trent?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It's kind of like Shatampo, when you're pairing with these guys, it's kind of like you've got to have full faith in them. So I believe that they're going to be an incredible roster this year. But focusing down a bit more on Team S2 here, it's Nenny Cry nickname, which I'm kind of maybe crying a little bit of that nickname, to be fair. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's quite long. But Veti rounds out that roster as well as their third, the only fully Korean roster now that Mameshi did slot onto that newer roster. So the only fully Korean team in the monthly finals this time. So they're pretty much playing for their entire country at this point against a whole swarm of Japanese players on the other side and on every other member on every team of the semi-finals bracket as well. So they're definitely fighting for their country. Honestly, I haven't heard too much about these guys, so I'm kind of just hoping that they're going to be able to put up a decent fight against the team as stacked as Zeta Division, but honestly, I still kind of doubt it.
Would be a great opportunity, though, to put a huge name on the totem outside their door here. We've seen these underdog teams really try and come for our top-ranked players in this bracket, but haven't seen it pan out quite the same story-wise. We don't get that underdog story in any of our other quarterfinal matches here. In Zeta Division, the way we've hyped them up, it seems like it's absolutely no. But Arc, what could they do here? Is there any weakness that Zeta Division has exemplified? No. No is a fine answer.
It's a tough one that you're asking here, yeah. It really is. I mean, interestingly enough, this roster is actually kind of more predominantly like an ex-Navi roster than it is actually a Crazy Raccoon roster. So, Navi didn't have the greatest of runs last year. That's all I kind of say in regards to that. Like, they didn't really kind of put up the performance that we were expecting from them. Didn't get the results at LCQ that we expected of them. For Team S2, they beat Angelic in their qualifiers, but that is not the same Angelic roster as we saw in this region last year. It's a completely different roster entirely, so I wouldn't carry too much weight attached to that. That was my kind of one reservation that maybe there'd be something to say for. Angelic were the team that then at LCQ renamed to DC Gaming, of course, but I just don't see Team S2 doing much here. I think my advice in terms of predictions on the event site is stay with the front runners. Zeta Division are that organization, and you can see that we're united here, and for good reason.
It's worked out well for us so far. Trav, any extra thoughts here? We made these predictions. There's no wavering from you on this one, right?
Absolutely not. I mean, Zeta Division seem to just breed champions. No matter what they touch, it turns into gold, the organization. So I've got full faith in this Zeta Division roster, not only in this game, but pretty much in the year as a whole as well. 86% of the public feel the same way over on event.brawlstars.com, and Team S2 only get 14% of that, which seems pretty much right. That's about what I'd say this game is. There's a slight chance that the underdogs are always going to be able to grasp a victory, but in the end, I think probably Zeta Division are going to be heading to the semis.
I find it quite fascinating that there's that many more people that are voting for Team S2 in this scenario than there were earlier today. You know, in the Crazy Raccoon match, you know, I'm surprised that we've got more votes for Team S2 than we had for Effort Result earlier today. And what a match that turned out to be. I mean, kind of interesting stuff. Hard Rock Mine is the map for Gem Grab, which is, of course, the mode. Berry, the Lou, and the Juju banned out by Zeta. The Gus, the Janet, and the Nita banned out by Team S2. And I think for the most part, very solid bans. The Rico is very much that lane side aggressor that I'm looking to kind of see here. Picks up early. Melody, again, very much played highly in this region. So Team S2 picking it up first, but I'm surprised that we're seeing it predominantly on a lot of maps that have got so much push, because the notes shine through. You're not invisible when you've got those notes surrounding you. So it's an interesting, aggressive idea that combined with some stuff could be relevant, but I like the Gus ban the most on the side of Team S2 here. Zeta Vision, back to them now. Ash is another great brawler that for me has shone through a little bit in the past on Hard Rock Mine. Now with the Hypercharge, I think the better spot. Stu's the first pick though for Zeta, so I imagine maybe considering that as their gem carrier.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Stu managed to do against the Melody in that last set of the match that we saw. The mobility kind of just matches it and able to stay away, maneuver around it. So nice pick there from Suzuku, and they're going to go with the Otis as well. Going to be a good tank counter if they need to shut down one of these lanes, muting the fat splatter, everything. Pretty good kit. Not something we see too often nowadays, but still lingering just around those picks. If the map lines up right, if the other draft lines up, then we do see Otis occasionally picked. Back over to Team S2 then for their 2 follow-up picks as well. We will see Zeta Division having the last, so they do need to be a bit cautious about what they take here. Can't overswing one way and allow themselves to be countered, but they're going for the max mid, which is a very good versatile pick to have there.
Don't say the word kit. Don't get that universe working in the favor of bringing it into this draft, please.
Yeah, I hope not as well. I feel like we've seen maybe a little bit too much of it now.
I think we're safe to say they shouldn't show its face here, but things are looking much more traditional, which I quite like. I think the max mid here would work out fantastically well. Kind of question mark maybe the Oats might play mid here now that I've seen it in the draft of Zeta. I still want to see a bit more on their side regardless, having something more very much aggressive lane. I mean, that's a comp that I can get behind. I think the Melody is my biggest reservation on the side of Team S2, but for the most part, Surge and Max, I mean, I really like that kind of combination and that pairing on this map. I think it can work out really, really well, and you know, getting those early stacks on that Surge, that is going to be the main thing to do. Yeah, no Rico coming in either. The Ruffs is the closest thing to it for the side of Zeta, and one that I think's not really taking the spotlight since the Hypercharge, interestingly enough, but I think Ruff's actually a very, very good shout here. Ultimately gives you an immediate Hypercharge when it's handed over, when you're able to, you know, put that onto the map yourself, and Otis and Stu are 2 brawlers that have Hypercharges, so I think that that's going to work out quite well in terms of pairings, but surprised to not see a Rico, to be honest. I think that would have been a good shout for me. I wouldn't have minded seeing that at all. The Surge can do wondrous work on this map. It's not really playing anything too tanky though, that's the only concern there, and you kind of want to pair it with that kind of like power Surge gadget, get those early stacks in, because if you don't, you know, Surge can be just really slow and sluggish and just in all the wrong places if you don't get off the mark quickly.
Yeah, and if the lanes are right as well, you're going to be playing into some sandbags if he's choosing to play that, so it's quite difficult to get those stacks, but luckily for him, he has laned up against the Otis here, and, well, not so lucky, because he does go down early on against Chitampo and Levi pinching him in, and Cry over this left-hand side, not having the best of times as some sandbags are placed, but that will feed him his notes, so we can thank him for that.
Yeah, now in a bit of a perilous position here, staying live though. Cry's doing a good job there of staying on his feet. Another power Surge gadget popped there on the Surge, but not really finding too much. Betty's pushed back now, and some good taps keep him there as well. Levi's doing a very good job, just keeping that mid control there, and now buffed up with the help of the Ruffs as well. It's going to be a tougher thing to take care of. 7 gems now in the pocket of Zeta. Betty now on the right-hand side, just considering going forwards here, but comes back, and I would like to see him stay in that position actually myself. Good help from Chitampo, but at the moment, Team S2 very low, very weak and weary, and being pinched into a corner.
Yeah, good shots from Levi, who's got 8 gems now, and Cry can't even make it up into the bush. No dash. Now he starts to make his move as Levi grabs the 9th, and Surge still pinned firmly back in spawn. Hypercharge available for the Ruffs, who's just going to use it for a bit of extra speed. Provide Levi with that as well. He does already have the power up ever though, so Suzuki can't really grab himself either, but now in the back left-hand corner, we need to start seeing S2 make the move, and that is exactly what they're doing now. A lot of pressure coming in, jumps as well, gets that extra range. Levi might go down here and does. Nickname has the dashes away, which will at least get the gems away. Throws that super down, just about clips him, gets the reset, which is going to give them a bit of a lifeline, but Zeta not in a good spot here.
And if Levi had been able to pick up that hypercharge as well, we might have been able to help him evade, but now going on the aggressive. Cry is on the right-hand side, down to 824 HP. There's 5 seconds, and that tap didn't land. Those gems won't reset. It's down to Tatampo and Suzuki who are not present for it. And that game is stolen. Stolen away. Oh my word, that should have been Zeta's.
Yeah, I mean, they pinned so heavily back in spawn so early on, and it was great play from S2 to get them into that position and force those mistakes. And a really good exit as well, just about got out with those gems, almost had that Ruff's drop come down and kind of ruin their dreams, but I don't doubt that Zeta are going to be able to get back into this one. They had a really good start, and just those kind of closing 5 seconds of the countdown that really messed them up. For the rest of the game, they were firmly in control.
I need to watch it back, but I think that rough supply drop was hypercharged by Suzuki. I need to double check because Levi hesitated a bit going for it. I think maybe it was the right move to avoid it, but if he got it, he would have been able to hypercharge on the other side of the map and be completely clear with those gems. So that may have been the blunder, but I would again need to verify it to be absolutely certain. But nonetheless, not the best of starts for Zeta. They look very much in control, though, it must be said, the majority of that game. I mean, they stood to the end, but there wasn't really much time for Team S2 to really show some promise before then. So I'm still comfortable with Zeta being able to turn this one around, but definitely that's the sort of thing that can startle you in the early outsets of matches.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the case. I think it was hypercharged, but I believe Levi did have a power-up already, which kind of stopped him from picking it up, right? That was probably the issue, but Levi, 8 gems already, and this is the same situation we saw in the last game, right? It's like 9 gems, we start to see them push back, get a bit more control, have someone around the flank, but this time Zeta are saying no to that idea, shutting everything down, and now comfortably in control of this mid. But here comes the hypercharge from Max, dashing forwards his nickname. Still got gadgets left, gonna use one pretty much instantly eradicated, but moving forwards, Nini joining them as well. Levi caught in the same position as last time, but this time should be able to get away, but still closing down onto him, almost dies, but survives. And yet another game of Zeta dominance, but that's only 1-1.
Much better from Zeta. I think you're right. That's actually quite a good point to maybe raise the team, because I feel like that's quite punishing, actually. It would have been better if Levi was able to actually have the opportunity to choose whether he wanted to get the hypercharge or not, because, I mean, that could have been a difference maker there. It feels a bit punishing that you can't actually give yourself a hypercharge for free, and yeah, you'd be taking away from your teammate, but hey, it's competitive. That's what communication is all about. But for Zeta, definitely that's what we expect to see the first game go down the lines of. And credit to Team S2, they took the opportunity to go on the aggressive at a time when they were weak to it, and they always did it twice. That's the scary thing. So for Zeta, they've got to be very, very cautious that they claim this set, because that wasn't as convincing as I was expecting. We've seen that a lot. A lot of the teams that from last year just showed so much promise seem to be struggling a bit more with a lot of these roster changes, Trav.
Yeah, it does seem that way. And as I said at the start, it feels like East Asia kind of just seems to be getting a bit weaker. It's like year by year, it's really difficult. And like S2, they're putting up a bit of a push in the late stages when Surge gets some levels and Max has a speed, but during these phases of the game, it's all Zeta. Just look at the lockdown control they have, and Veti still level 1 and yet to really get anywhere.
Yeah, Levi's got 8 gems now. Like you say, Veti's, again, a loose pair of hands. Now popping the gadget there with the power surge, and you do need it, but instantly tapped up by Tampo. Now in that middle of the beautiful takedown as well. Gems are dropped, and this is prime Zeta here. Now there's a hypercharge naturally there. That one tap from Levi so that he can get out of these perilous scenarios, and that's a great takedown from Suzuki on the left-hand side. Clown pin as well, just to rub salt into the wound, but this Zeta looking as comfortable as I expected them coming into this match, coming out of it. Lovely stuff, and that will be the set going their way.
You know, I mean, I must say, I like the way Zeta played for the most part. Obviously, they did have a few hiccups here and there, which dropped some gems and kind of put them in a tough position. But for the rest of it, they were so heavily in control. It was just kind of the max speed along with the melody and some surge shooting at them. Everything had to line up perfectly for S2 to get just that one turnaround. But for the rest of it, Zeta in control.
But they got that one turnaround. It did happen. And they could do it again and again, and maybe not enough to get all the way through this set. But How cool was it that it happened? On a scale of just like 1 to 10 there, Art.
I didn't expect it at all. To be honest, I didn't think that they were going to be able to pull that off at all. And not even just that, but they almost did it twice. That was the scary thing here. This is the first time there. And, you know, you saw there's a slight bit after that replay where the supply drop came down and it just missed as well. That may have been a difference maker. I think it did cause a reset, but the gems were picked back up again. But regardless there as well, I mean, Zeta just don't normally look this shaky. It really was quite surprising. That third and final game was where we saw them get back to business and do what they needed to do. And that's where a team like Zeta are going to thrive. They've got that experience. They've got the abilities to really just go, right, like, we can't have that happen again. And they don't let it happen again. So for Team S2, it was a good attempt. It was a very unexpected first game. But don't get used to it. That stuff doesn't come for free.
We're in the field of fire next. So, Trav, what are you expecting to see here?
I mean, I'm expecting to see Zeta winning, like, for the most part, especially when it's a mode like I can't even speak, Hot Zone. It's just like, it's a mode where you've got to be in control for pretty much the entirety of it, which Zeta were in Gem Grab. If you put a Hot Zone in the middle of that Gem Grab map, it'd probably be 100-0. And they're probably going to be looking to do near enough the exact same again with this one here in Ring of Fire, because S2, they've got to get the draft right. And I'm not saying the draft was bad in the last one, because it seemed to work at certain parts, but the draft's got to be perfect to stand a chance.
Stu first pick. What's not to love? Especially in Ring of Fire, Hot Zone again. Stu, for me, really has a place. I mean, one of the first picks that I'm more than happy to see in this mode, and certainly in the hands of Zeta, that's where you want to see it. I think that already this is a great starting hand. The bans, of course, were Berry, Poco, and Juju. Zeta. And for Team S2, the Lu, the Juju, and Melody. And that's the problem we haven't seen nearly as much of today as I was expecting. Penny's in a really, really good spot at the moment. I mean, you've got the Salty Barrel, which is a fantastic gadget to have, and really does have a good defensive amount of measuring. But the Hypercharge is where Penny now really thrives in. Once you get that Hypercharge turret down on the map, it's devastating. The damage is so impactful. It litters the map. It's just getting it, which is a bit slow. So you've got to make sure that you're off the mark quickly with that Penny pick. And I quite like the idea of having the Lola paired into it. Certainly not the worst of things to leave open and let Zeta go and have them try and pick themselves, because Penny plays so well into it. But another brawler which I think is working much better across the other regions in terms of picks and win rates. So I'm surprised a lot of the time that we haven't seen a lot of these brawlers shining through. Team S2 drafting a little bit more than we've seen in European regions, for example. But the Bell going to be really working nicely against that Lola pick, and I think that's smart from Zeta.
Yeah, I love this Bell pick. Going to be bouncing off not only the Brawlers, but the Ego, the Salty Barrel, the Turret, like everything is going to be lining up well for Levi to get some really strong value. And Amber, more of the same. You know, you're going to be able to spray straight through people. If they're lining up, you're going to get a lot of damage. Same with the Fire, same with the Oil. It's just going to work so well. And I like the Zeta Division draft. Yes, we might see Stu, you know, a little bit having some issues at some points with all the stuff that S2 have got to tank, and that can also be added to as well. But not sure if they're going to put in anything else with spawners down. They're going to take the Grey instead and just try have that TP set up into the zone.
Love that. I think Grey again, like, very underutilized at the moment for me, especially now with the addition of the Hypercharge. Being able to have two portals on the map at once can be just so strong, and I mean, one's strong enough, and then on a mode like Hot Zone to bring in two into the equation, I really love that in the draft process. But this feels to me like we're actually getting back down to a bit of normality, dare I say. I don't want to jinx it too soon, but this is much more to my liking, actually. For Zeta as well, being one set ahead, they're feeling good about things. They're not going to get too ahead of themselves at all, for sure. But who do you think's got the upper hand in this draft? What are you liking more?
I mean, I like what Zeta have got, to be honest. Like, I was really liking the first two picks from S2, but after I saw the Bell and the Amber, I just think it's going to line up very well for Zeta to have a lot of control. They've got the range advantage in the mid here with Levi, and then obviously the Oil and stuff coming down is going to be so good as well.
Oh, Vetty already pushed down to 164 in that mid. Needs to heal, can't waste a shot. Got to heal back up quickly. Levi's tapping as well, right to left, and just every single time into the mid. Like, the man doesn't miss. He's got super, placing nest eggs on the zone. Got the helping hand from the right-hand side from Shatamba, just going into town, and Hypercharge now as well. I mean, this is dominant, Trav. This is disgusting, but losing a little bit of positioning power now as Nenny takes the mid roll down and gets some percentage capture of his own.
I mean, Levi's a beast. He's just not missing. He's just hitting everything. Really working so well for Zeta. But Stampo trying to make a move around this right-hand side as Suzuki's not got a strong grasp on the left. So Stampo not having the best of times, though. I mean, he survived longer than he should have done in there, though. And that's bought a bit more time for Levi to have a good little hold on mid for a while. But now the mortar is there, and Suzuki going to pivot over to the right-hand side to try and deal with that, I imagine.
There you see, like that bell ricochet, honestly, from Levo, from the turret to Vetti, then to Cry on the left-hand side. He's marked up as well, so he can't go in with these TPs too on the aggressive one. Maybe he can. It's about the timing, isn't it? When someone's low enough, you can do whatever you like in Brawl, even if you are marked up. But I mean, he's doing really well. Under the circumstances, he is vulnerable now, taking care of him because just how quickly he does go down. But look at this, 65% now creeping forwards here for Zeta. I think Team S2 are doing a pretty decent job. They got the hypercharged turret down from the Penny. This could be much more cautious of these Levi taps because that's where they're struggling the most.
And it's a question of how long this mortar's going to last now, and the answer is not very long as Levi and Chitampo reclaim mid, and Suzuki's focusing the right-hand side against this Penny. Chitampo just dashing in and out of the zone as he sees fit. Levi has really been tapping this game, not finding as many shots these days. There's a bit more speed from the hypercharge of Nickname coming in. Now he is going to go down, though, and that's 5% needed, and Zeta Vision will find it. And S2, although they had it's not like they were all going down and pinned in spawn. It was a mid-fight. Like, the map was very 50-50 split, but they just couldn't step on.
I think Zeta just showing so much dominance there, and Levi's the main culprit. It's not a set, by the way, it's just the game, just to bear that in mind. It's a little bit of a graphical change, but there is Zeta with one game ahead, and Team S2 trailing behind here. Speed zone early in from Tampa to get Levi immediately onto the zone. And, I mean, that's a rarity. He missed the shot there. Doesn't really tend to happen, let's be honest. And now, though, with Tampa going down, we're going to see Team S2 start to push their way forwards. Creeping in, though, Suzuki on the right-hand side, really punishing there. Then he can't do much. Gets super, has the turret to come back into the field, but that was a great defense.
Yeah, it's a very disappointing over-aggression from Nenny there. He will not be feeling good about that one, which Tampo's going to go in. Might be able to clean up two of them here, and that's a turret wasted as well. Nenny really not finding a lot of ground here against this Amber. I mean, Suzuki was surely going to go down here, somehow survived a lot longer than he deserved to as well. Tampo weaving in and out, gets behind his speed zone as well. Should be able to pick up Nickname now, and this is just dominance all round.
Pushing back in. Look at this Tampa on the left-hand side, just dancing around every shot that's going. This Cry that actually gets the final say in things, but now Walking Cane does connect into Levi. Portal as well, goes to Suzuki. Cry's doing a fantastic job of juggling his plates here. Levi will finally get the tap in, but look at the amount of capture for Zeta. It's 85 and climbing. It's done, in my opinion.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what to say about this, to be honest with you. It's just all-out Zeta Division all day long. And I mean, the first game, it was a mid-fight. It was very 50-50. I mean, 1% needed. Now Levi should just be able to walk in. He actually gets helped. He'll come a bit closer. I'll Walking Cane you into the zone. But in the first game, it was 50-50. They just weren't stepping on. Second game, Zeta Division were all over S2.
Just so dominant. So dominant. I mean, a night and day difference from some of the blunders that we saw in that first game, in that first set. Zeta now realized very quickly that that was just a warm-up, you know, in that first set in Gem Grab. Like, they're not going to make those mistakes again. They're going to actually punish Team S2 for even thinking that they could get the upper hand. And I think that really was the difference maker there. So good from Zeta, and much more will we expect from them.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about the story and the numbers here. Things look so close except for Levi jumping off with those 5, but really, it's so much more than that, Art.
Yeah, I mean, the DPS, I mean, for Brawl is substantial, more than anyone on the field. And as Trav said coming in, there was other items that could have been brought in, other utilities that would be at play, which would allow that Bell to have even more value. Those salty barrels from the Penny, the turrets from the Penny, the ego of the Lola. You know, it just really was such a great brawler pick, but one that's going to be played to perfection also. And Levi was absolutely tapping so much to his advantage. The nest eggs as well, always going to be a nice thing to have on a map like Hot Zone, to be able to, you know, slow down the advances of your opposition should you lose control effectively. That's what you're aiming to do there, and place them down when everyone's kind of respawning in, so no one knows where they're going to be. But I mean, you got to land the shots, you got to land the marks, and I mean, you can see just the way the shots ricocheted all around the entire map. I mean, it just went from one side to the other of the map, and really, really great to watch.
Yeah, both of you touched on this at different points in the cast, but the dominance of the play from Zeta Division here. This is the first team that I've seen really rev up from game 1 to game 2. As we get into game 3 here, Trav, what are you expecting to see from our favorites?
I mean, I'm expecting more Zeta Division dominance, to be fair. I'd like to see them just take something incredibly aggressive and just go all out and try and win this one as fast as possible. Really, prove a point to the rest of the teams waiting, lingering in the semifinals, because everybody in the semifinals so far has really been tripped up by their opponents. And yeah, Zeta Division did get turned on in one of the games, but other than that, they've been so confident and so good, arguably looking the best in this region so far, I'd say. We'll see if that changes going on from this set. I might have spoken a bit too soon, as Team S2, I'm sure, are going to have a bit of something to say about trying not to be swept.
I don't think you have spoken too soon, though. As you were speaking, I was thinking the exact same thing, and from what we've seen so far today, yes, anything can change in the semifinals. We may be getting ahead of ourselves in that regard, because they haven't even got there yet. But from what we've seen, I think Zeta might be that team to go all the way so far from what I've kind of seen. But let's see how things fare. Can Team S2 here make a comeback? They managed to get a game in that first set. We didn't even expect that of them. So is it too unfair to accept and maybe see a set from them? I don't think so. I think it's possible, but it's got to start in this draft. And so far, the first pick of Melody by Zeta Division in Brawl Ball, quite like it. The counter idea is Maisie from Team S2, the bans being the Berry, the Shade, and the Barley for Zeta. On the side of Team S2, the Stu, the Lou, and the Juju. And I think for the most part, I like the bans all round. I think they're all pretty decent. Shade is an interesting ban, but one that we have seen today already, so I don't necessarily mind it in this region. It has been utilized. We haven't really seen it elsewhere, but to East Asia's credit, they've been bringing it in good places. And I think Shade here would have been a good shout. Certainly to be able to bring the ball forward very, very quickly. Amber, again, coming back for Team S2. It's often forgotten, I would say, in Brawl Ball as a brawler, but one that I really quite like. I think the Dancing Flames gadget as well, to have that additional ring of damage, can really push back your opposition on the map like the triple dribble when you've got the box laid out in that manner. And Larry and Laurie, that's a brawler that, honestly, we should be seeing a bit more of. It's been kind of in the shadow of Juju since her release, so great to see that one coming back. And there's a Max. Oh, Trav, I'm liking this cook from Zeta.
Yeah, I like it. I will say, Max, I don't know if it's something we see on Triple Dribble too much. Yes, it's still going to be good, especially in the hands of Zeta Division. And the Larry and Laurie, I think, is great against the Maisie, against the Amber, pretty much against the majority of things that are going to come in now that Barley and Juju are going to be banned out, along with the Berry as well. A lot of throwers taken off the table. So Larry and Laurie going to have a very good standing here. Amber, obviously, as you said, the Dancing Flames, very good, and going to be able to combat the Melody. Anything you want to touch on this, Art? You want to touch on this?
I, for one, have never been happier. I love it. And I can hear Spen LC literally from all the way across the UK just screaming in absolute delight. Because the Milk Van is here, Trav, and I'm here for it. I'm loving it. And if this is how it happens, I mean, all the more power to Team S2. I mean, when you're down and out and you're looking at a 2-0, possibly due to be wrapped up in a sweep, why not bring in Hank? What else have you got to lose, mate? Make it at least a spectacle for us.
Yeah, I mean, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Honestly, I hope it works. I really do. I want it to work. But Shampoo using this gadget as well, getting the extended range on those notes. Levi should be able to pick this one up and doesn't, as expected. Zeta Division 1-0 up.
Gotta say as well, I mean, watching the qualifications was an absolute blast, for the monthly finals. And OG did do a fantastic job with Hank and did qualify with it. So, I mean, if he can do it, then it's absolutely possible that they can make this work for Team S2. But they've got to play a bit better than they are currently so far. Shatampa's already got hypercharge on that Melody pick, and that's already a concern. Big speed coming in. Shatampa's still alive. I thought he was going to go down, but he's staying on his feet and gets the goal, wraps it up in terms of the game. What a quick one. That was over in the blink of an eye. And this is going out of control very, very quickly for Team S2.
I mean, I'm not sure if many people would say they're really surprised about that after seeing the draft, to be honest with you. I, for one, am kind of not very surprised. But Veti coming in this time, going to miss the bubble instantly again, and Levi just backed off, waited that one out, and he's kind of just letting his teammates do their thing, and it's kind of working. Just waiting his turn, waiting for a chance to really make a big move, and usually that lays on his teammates.
Hey, I don't think it's going to work. Not against Zeta, but I'm here for it. I want it to work, but I don't think it's gonna. And already the open door is there. Zeta quickly moved through it. A quick early goal in about 28 seconds of time, and just not going to be good enough. We need to see so much more from Team S2. Zeta are just all over this game, and Hank, not enough to bring this one back, it seems.
I mean, Levi's cycling the super, and Shitampo is just moving all the way up with Hypercharge. Oh, good dash to save the ball, but it's not going to be enough. Zeta Vision clean up both games within about a minute, and that's going to be the game. They're going on to the semi-finals. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful performance from Zeta Division. Looking like the strongest team in APAC at the moment.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. A little bit of a moment at the beginning where Zeta were faltering, and the game was there in the first set by Team S2, but after that, Zeta just turned every single screw and really punched the action, thoroughly deserving of that win into the semi-finals. And for me, looking like the best team today so far.
Looking so convincing, time-wise, DPS-wise, communication-wise, execution-wise. I didn't think there was falter for even a moment. Maybe just that game one, that warm-up, that second of getting caught in the corner there. Is there anything I might have missed, Trev?
I don't think so. I don't think there was a lot to really take in, to be honest with you, in that game. It was 3 very quick sets, one little blunder, as you mentioned, backs against the wall, nowhere to go. May have retreated a little bit too early in that one, but I think, you know, it's fine. You know, the rest of the games were that convincing. You know, you can everybody can mess up once.
Makes him look a little bit human, you know. It's part of that story, easier to cheer for now, because otherwise, that would be pure mechanics. That was a machine performance.
Yeah, it really was. As Trev mentioned, you know, even the very best in the world are going to have those moments where it's like, oh, we can't get out of this moment. And you got to give credit there to Team S2 because they capitalized on it and they almost had some momentum, which could have seen a different result. But this is why, you know, Zeta are just one of those organizations, one of those teams that are just the best in the world because they can just literally switch it back on and wipe that slate clean. Many teams that don't have their experience wouldn't be able to do that. And they'd either get ahead of themselves and get overzealous or the exact opposite and just get really like, you know, too overthinking the whole thing through and the whole thing crumbles. Zeta are on that team. They're just able to go, right, well, that was bad. Let's not have that happen again. And they don't.
Yeah, that experience, that's really what you could see in that play there. They're going to bring that experience against Reject now, who is oozing aura. Going to be an interesting head-to-head. We're going to have to get some predictions for that one. Also, Crazy Raccoon and Navi. That's what's coming up after this quick break. But, gentlemen, we've had such an incredible series of games so far. Strong matches all around. Let's check out our replays. And we'll be right back with even more of that delicious Brawl Stars.
香港に行かなくてよくなったっていうのはまずすごいいいことなのと、こうアジアがいくつか分裂しても枠数が減らなかったっていうのはすごいいいポイントなのかなっていうふうに思っています。今、ブロスタは一番盛り上がっているゲームだと思っていて、スーパーセルの中でも非常にかなり活気のあるゲームだと思っているので、 このままずっと同じ状況が続いていったらいいなっていうふうに思ってます。競技シーンとかは、基本的には自分が結構上の方には入れると思うんですけど、それでもやっぱり新しく入ってくる人たちとかは強いと思うんで、そこにはしっかり負けないようにしたいなっていうふうに思ってます。
Welcome back. We're readying up for the semifinals now. Only 4 teams left in our East Asia monthly final. Swapping out our casters once again. Welcome back, Ready. Thanks for sticking around, Trav. Ark, what did I do? Where did you go? Don't worry about it. We've got a game coming up here, and it features Crazy Raccoons versus Navi. And we've got, actually, hot off the press, some words from Crazy Raccoons. So let's check in with that right now. Crazy Raccoon versus Navi. Gonna be a wild head-to-head here. Both teams have done an excellent job earlier in the tournament. Trav, we got to watch that. Now we get to see 2 of these top teams really throw down.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it gets serious. I think the semi-finals is definitely kind of the point in this regional East where it starts to get closer than the 3-1s, the 3-0s we've been seeing. We did see a little 3-2 there. Rejects started to look a bit shaky. But in this game, Crazy Raccoon versus Navi, it's definitely going to be a close one, and both of these teams pretty much on the same level, I'd say.
Yeah, this head-to-head here, got a bit of history, got a bit of flavor to it. Breaking it down right now. Ready, what does this say to you, Crazy Raccoon?
Well, I think we got to start over here on the left. There's a lot of history to be documented here for Milkrio, who started off his career in 2019 going all the way to the World Finals, making top 2, and of course, history really remembers the victors. You'll remember Spin LC, Cerulean, Tom taking the title that year, and then went on the next year to play with Jupiter, bumping shoulders with our very own Tensai on that roster, and for the next several years sort of squandered in obscurity, then coming back, is making his re-debut with rival Esports, going all the way to the top ranks in the World Finals, and now, once again, teaming with Tensai and Moya in being a top team.
And we saw just how scary that team could be early on against Effort Result. We also got a good look at how scary Navi could be. So let's dive a little deeper into this roster here. They're coming out after a win against Frenzy Gaming. We learned a lot about them, Trav. Mostly how ready they are to throw down this month.
Yeah, I mean, they looked really, really strong. I'd say, as I mentioned before, on par with what Crazy Raccoon brought to theirs, and I think that's fair to say for all of our semi-finalists. Near enough all looking very similar in skill level, but Navi seemed to be on top of things. Maybe drafted a little bit better than Crazy Raccoon did, in my opinion, but both of these teams had hiccups here and there, and I think it's just really going to be down to that draft rather than mechanical skill, because they're so on par. But Navi's new look, I mean, it wasn't great in the previous year. They had some good appearances, and then they had some really bad months, but also LCQ didn't make it through that, sadly. So it's nice to see them back and looking as strong as they ever have done.
Nice to see them back. Nice to see them looking strong. And as you got to look at them ready, what else stood out to you about this fine set of players?
Well, it's really that we only have one remnant of the old Navi here, which is, of course, a Choppy. And the other two, we're bringing in the people from Doug, who were sort of in that pack towards the end of the season, where there are 3 teams really in contention for making it to the last chance qualifier, and just couldn't make it all the way. Now, making their debut once again. Hopefully this is what brings it all together. Choppy, as a player, hasn't really been able to make it all the way back to the world stage after having a couple of world championships under his belt in 2021 and 2022.
Well, we've got the proving grounds for them to see if they've still got it. Our map pool is all set. Any reactions, Travis? You're taking a look across the fields of battle here. Anything you're afraid of? Anything you're excited for?
I don't think I'm afraid of much. I don't think I'm excited for much either, to be fair. It's just the norm, you know? I feel like all the maps are just the norm for us, for the players, especially now. They've been playing on these maps for years and years and years, and all just so comfortable with it, or at least should be comfortable with what the drafts are and how they should play these certain games. But, you know, it all depends on what who their opponents are, what their opponents are playing, and things can really be difficult, and you have to make those mistakes on the fly, and that's where those kind of little gaps in the draft can shine through.
No, we've put some predictions in, what we all thought we were going to come through here. We'll hold on to those and discuss them after, you know, in case we need to switch any around and the results don't agree. But heading to this first map here, it's still anyone's head-to-head. So I'm going to hand it over to you, gentlemen. Let's get into this draft.
Right. Let's talk about it. Goldarm Gulch start us off, and then Bounty soon to follow. So Trav, gonna have a couple of sets of pretty much of the same in a row. But when we talk Goldarm here, this is a knockout map that has sort of come in and out of rotation. It plays in a very specific way where it's just east versus west. Sometimes people try and shake it up, but do you really want to take the risk of not all committing on one lane if you're potentially sending your third to a 1v3 or a 1v2?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much guaranteed death if you go down that lane and get caught off guard. So Angelo's going to be the first pick. Definitely gives you some more freedom in the back lines of the map where you can slide over this water, and the same in those aggressive portions as well. So good first pick. A lot of freedom, good sharpshooter, super's good, gadget's good. Pretty much a very well-rounded brawler for a game mode like Knockout and Goldarm Gulch especially. So Navi do have their 2 picks now, but you know, Juju's out the way. That's not surprising. A lot of water, a lot of grass, very strong. And the same with the kit Daryl. Crazy Raccoon do not want to be facing that absolute cheese composition, and Eve going to roll in on the other side.
Eve makes sense. You're able to fire down the diagonal, be quite effective with that. Hypercharge, major consideration here, and you can block a bunch of the shots from Moya. Also note, something that I think gets glossed over a lot is that she just has that escape. She's able to jump away, so in a mode where survival is a top priority, being able to escape a deathly shot is going to be super, super key. RT, really safe selection in here, going to be good for when the poison closes everyone in towards the middle. I'm still waiting pretty much to see Buster, if maybe we see that be a top consideration down the diagonal. I think players also got to be thinking about some of these throwers, you know, like is Sprout going to be able to sneak in here?
Yeah, we'll see if that's what Crazy Raccoon do choose to go for. Still a couple seconds left on their pick, and it will be sliding in momentarily, but they've got range so far. Oh. I don't know how I feel about that. It's been a long time since I've seen a Leon in competitive. I'm just going to say I don't love it, and I'm not sure if I'll be convinced otherwise.
Well, this is the preparation now coming out to play, because Crazy Raccoon versus Navi over here, there's like a decent chance that they went through that quarterfinal and just had kind of a loose plan for how they were going to navigate it. But against Navi, a team that more realistically knocks them out, this is the math. This is what they cooked up beforehand. How that Leon slots into things is yet a mystery for me. It's been a while since he's been top in the meta because, well, he has a hypercharge, sure, but it's going to be so slow to charge. Ollie now sneaking in is huge. Newest brawler in the game, and can probably come in here, pop the super, and hypnotize a bunch of people. It's going to require a lot of support from teammates in order to actually make that work, since he's not able to attack during the first part of a super.
Yeah, and the thing is, even when he attacks as well, it's not a lot of damage, to put it simply. You really need the help of your teammates, which I guess is kind of the name of the game in Knockout. It's very teammate reliant, and you know, in the closing seconds, it definitely will help if you've got a lot of teammates up. But if you're on your own, I feel like it can quite heavily go against you as well.
More on the Ollie discussion, I think his range is going to be pretty good for getting him that super. It's usually tough for a tank to earn things when they don't auto-charge it, especially like off of taking damage. So we'll see Ryohi now peeking around that left side. Tensai's off to go for the lollipop drop. And he's going to be playing this lane. This is so unusual how this map is being played. I think just based off of the couple of compositions, both teams assessed that, well, they were going to be able to play this one in 3 separate lanes. we'll see if there's a return to normalcy. Milkrio on the Brock over here is getting sort of isolated by Karoo and Choppy, now cornered in. Moya and Tensai need to come in for the support. And it looks like Milkrio has actually just managed to escape by going to the back right corner without too much pursuit from Navi.
Yeah, very good assistance there from Moira, I will say, to be able to kind of come in and pinch and make sure that his teammate's not going to go down out of his poor positioning to start with. The Choppy's going to get hit very hard. Rain comes down from the Rockets, and 170 just clips him. And Ryohei not able to get the connection on the super either. Moya with his super placed on the ground. Ryohei's going to be burning down. Tensai's going to come swoop in and get the kill, and Milkrio will clean up top. Crazy Raccoon looked in a bit of a perilous spot to start with, but did come back in the end.
All silent on the Eastern front that last time because Navi just didn't really seem like they had an answer. At some point, they did have Milkrio cornered in the back right, but the side just wasn't worth it to go for it. Then started using their abilities, especially looking at Ryoki on this Ollie over here, just wasn't really able to do much. Popped a super to stay alive, didn't have it for the last few moments. Wasn't able to get Angelo, who can escape. Milkrio also is out of gadget, so maybe he's a vulnerable target. It's just a tough one to read what exactly Ollie is going to do here. Thankfully, we have at least one more game if Crazy Raccoon close out this round right here. But it looks like it's going to be yet another slow round that culminates when the poison starts to make everyone engage.
Yeah, I mean, these walls going down, you'd think is going to help Crazy Raccoon. They do have the RT and the Eve on the other side, which have some range, but not really comparing to the Brock and the Angelo's abilities. There's the super from Ryohei, not going to be able to catch anybody just yet. Milkrio's going to get the kill there somehow. Not sure how that happened, but Tensai with the invis comes through, gets one. Lollipop drop place. Moya's going to be running into the gas, and Tensai coming in, trying to clean up, but that's a lot of damage he's got to go through now. Hypercharge used as well, but he is hypnotized, not able to do anything just yet. But Ryohei can't escape that. Not enough damage, nowhere near enough to get the Leon down, especially when in that super, and that's going to be a Crazy Raccoon game.
That was a slow and painful final 1v1 right there. We see Ryoki pick up the kill on the second to last brawler remaining, and then it's just Leon versus Ollie. And Ollie, yeah, he has all three shots, but he does like no damage. Use a super, sure, hypnotize Leon for a moment, awesome. You've managed to reload like half an ammo that's going to deal what, like in the range of 700 damage? It's basically nothing. He had no chance of winning that against a Leon in close range. So is this what Crazy Raccoon were anticipating when they go for the Leon? I don't think it's too bold to say no, but it worked.
Oh, there's a little hypnotize there. Ryohei has the super again. Going to use it to try and run away for now, but might be able to pick him. Oh, 100 HP. Moya goes for the extra shot. Can't find Ryohei. That didn't reset his healing. The jump comes over. Moya gets one shot in, but that's not going to be enough. It's just Milkreo surviving on the right-hand side, and in a 3v1, he might be going for the gas.
Milkreo's also trying to get this hypercharge. Having the equivalent of a max speed is paramount. No, it's just like you said. Going straight for the gas and trying not to feed any abilities to any enemies. It's a round for Navi. It's more than we could ask of them in game number one. And we see where the Ollie is actually hitting his stride. He's using his gadget to jump over walls. And a lot of times it's actually not the gadget that we see him running. There is like kind of a better gadget, you know, the free hypnotize is huge, but having that mobility to get up in the face of Angelo, who cannot out DPS you realistically if you're playing the Ollie. Now into the Leon, different story. We already saw that one happen in game number one. Ryohei's trying to take this opportunity to get his super farmed up, instead just getting pinched by Moya and Tensai.
Yeah, Ryohei peppered down now at range by Tensai, and they both choose to back off, live to fight another day, as we're now playing left to right with the Eve just up top, but all three members of Crazy Raccoon not looking in a bad spot. There's the super as well from Moya, burn down damage onto Kuru. Now can they find the killing blow? Not yet. He's juking so well, and Tensai's going to go down to the gadget. Ryohei comes in with the super. Moya going to get hypnotized, and Milkreo, what can you do in a 3v1 against this competition? Absolutely nothing. He accepts his fate, and Navi even the score.
What a turning point. Ollie with the kickflip just pops a sick trick, and then what do you even do into that if you're Angelo? We saw it be such a shutdown for this brawler, who was picked so early on in the draft as well. So kudos, the good kind, you know, not the kind that you give to your random who went 0-6. Over here to Navi for picking up the Ollie and making it work, because as far as the discussion surrounding this brawler, he doesn't usually, he doesn't fit the archetype that the newest brawler usually does, where they're just so strong that you have to pick them. This is our first time seeing him picked in a monthly final this year, which, okay, it's the first one, but still, we've gotten through several matches. Already early takedown on Nakuru from long range from the Leon.
I mean, it's brilliant from Tensai. I wasn't expecting him to do so much damage at range, but what a start from Crazy Raccoon. Couldn't have really asked for a better one. All should be fairly close to the supers now as well. Angelo already has that. But Tensai, after a lot of peppering down, shouldn't be too far off getting his.
Once again, long range matchup down the diagonal. Moya trying to keep his distance from Ryohi. Sneaking down. Also, possibly waiting for someone to fall into the jaws of his trap so that he can get his super and enforce the endgame. Crucial mistake for Navi was allowing Kuru to be taken down early on. Should just be keeping the distance. He wasn't even really backed up all the way into spawn. So it was quite avoidable. Ended up forcing a 2v3 for the remainder of the team. You're just not winning that realistically. But it's drive time. One more round for Craig. They take the entire set.
Moya going to be able to pick it up with Tensai. Nice stuff from him. Now the super's on the floor too. Achape has to jump to avoid that shot, but Ryohei put himself in an awful position now. Has to super away, but still going to go down. 3v1 for the set, and Crazy Raccoon will not falter there. They take that, they take the set, and they're ahead against a tough opponent.
Overcooked,
Crazy.
Really. I think with the Ollie, it just might have been too much, because when Angelo is able to avoid that, then he can't really do his job.
You know, Reddy, you called that out in the beginning, the Ollie, and I'm just so much interested in you unpacking this further for us. I mean, I know newest Brawler, you said, a little untested in battle here, but what do you think made the difference? What attracted him to picking Ollie?
I'm going to guess it was into the Angelo matchup specifically. Angelo's just such a good brawler for this mode where the objective is kill but don't get killed, and that's like the thing that Angelo is the best at. But he settles into this archetype of a sniper. He's not really able to do much in close range. He doesn't have like incredible DPS. He just does good like high damage shots at long range. Ryohi gets up close and personal, and Moya's not able to reload the damage to deal with Ollie, even though Ollie has quite lackluster damage. In come game number 3, we see pretty much Angelo just keeping his distance from Ryohi the entire time, shifting, lane swapping away at every opportunity. In both rounds that Crazy Raccoon won were because Angelo took down the RT early, and you're just not winning a 2v3.
Impressive. I'm so glad you called that out right at the beginning. It was a joy to watch that kind of play out here. You think we're witnessing maybe a little birth of a new meta, some changes, something that might catch on?
Well, I mean, it didn't win, so
No,
maybe at
out
least
there.
halfway.
Did he look like he was having fun? We check those player cams as we pan over our players, and that's what's important here. There is a lot of money on the line this season, though. So let's keep that in mind, too, as we think about the stakes in this battle, because both of these teams are teams that could theoretically have their eyes on these huge prize pools, and they have yet another map ahead of them to prove who deserves it more this month and all months future. How do you think it's going to go, Trav?
I mean, this is seeming like Crazy Raccoon are the team that should be winning this. Like, after that first set, Navi's draft really did not seem on point for me. Ollie, it's optimistic, but I just don't think it's going to work in this meta until we see some changes to him. The ban's coming in, though, for Shooting Star, Bounty, similar vibe. As Reddy said, kill and try not to be killed is the aim of the game for Knockout, and pretty much the same in Bounty. Piper, Juju, and Gene bans from Crazy Raccoon. On the other side, we see the Gus, the Piper, and the Bell bans. We see RT coming down as a first pick as they reclaim that brawler once more.
We've said it all day long. Safe first pick. Give yourself a launch pad for as many things as possible, but I would say that RT leans more into the realm of, well, I don't want to commit to anything too hard. I want to be good into stuff that gets up in my face, but I want to also be playable into things that are at long range. So I think that's the mentality going with that selection. 8-bit now coming out from Crazy Raccoon. Take a look at the bans over here. So with Bell banned by Navi, I think that makes this quite possible. I just have to wonder if Navi are going to be tempted to play something like Colette over here maybe, especially with Crazy Raccoon having this last pick. It could safeguard them against something a little up close. Now with Angelo, they're going to be firing off some super high-powered shots. I don't think RT is going to be able to deal with that too effectively. He doesn't do that great of DPS unless you're following up the shots reliably, which often is not what happens on Shooting Star. You're kind of poking back and forth.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely liking this Crazy Raccoon comp so far. RT as a first pick usually doesn't sit too well with me, especially on Shooting Star, where it's quite hard to find those long-range connections with that brawler. And Carl going to swoop in as well. I do like that. First star should be going their way thanks to that. And it's also a good mid-brawler. You can pinch in pretty well with these walls, as they're not going to be breaking. You're kind of never going to be left without walls, which is it's a good thing for Carl especially. And when he finds those moments to use the flying hook in and spin and get some kills, then it's going to be a big thing for Navi to have.
Gina's also been banned, which is just one of the #1 biggest issues for Carl. See Nanny come in, the sniper's sniper, pretty much. The ability to reflect damage with Nanny is crucial. It's like the main reason that she shuts down Piper so hard, but also with the ability to use his head, get pretty much remote damage on the enemy team, should be able to threaten some of the squishier targets. That probably means that Milkrio might want to lean more towards Stinging Flight, get the jump away instead of the ability to shoot through walls. Squeak as a final selection from Crazy Raccoon. So I'm trying to find out how this one is going to slot in. I think you can keep like some pretty good control on a single lane. Squeak actually is quite tanky as well, so might be able to weave up a lane. But honestly, I'm going to have to call on you, Trav, for if you have any math for this.
I don't really, to be honest. Like, for me, I just think Crazy Raccoon have just got a pretty well-rounded comp overall, and Navi, I don't mind theirs at all. I think the Nanny definitely kind of resurrected somewhat what they had, as Nanny I think is just an incredible brawler on this map. But Squeak, yeah, not really something that I would go for. It's fine, like, there's surely better things, but to me it seems a little bit susceptible to Carl going in and getting some damage.
Well, we see Ryohi actually forced to back up quite a lot. Navi start things with that blue star, but in terms of control, they've let it all go to Crazy Raccoon. They're facing serious damage long-range. Ryohi also dropped to pretty low health, cannot keep up any of that pressure, but Tensai and Moya also dropped pretty low thanks to the efforts of Kuru and a Choppy on the mid and right lanes. Milkrio and Moya just keeping up the pressure. It's kind of tough for Moya. He's not really able to dodge or juke shots well, but he does have good range, and he has a lot of health, so he can take quite a bit of punishing. We'll see Milkrio now has to deal with his head, opts to tank it. Didn't even have to use a gadget if he had one to jump away.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think he probably wants to keep it away from the Squeak, just because if your Squeak gets hit with a Nanny head, you know, Ryohei goes in, and that's going to be pretty much be a guaranteed kill. A preemptive return to sender there used by a Charpy, which does seem like a bit of a waste, but they do still have the lead. Pinned against this back wall, though, and a slowed Carl is not going to be a good thing for them. Super comes in. No connections on the Super, though, from the Squeak there. And after all that work to get it, it didn't do too much. He should be able to find the secure on this kill here, but he's not getting the hits.
Man, Ryohi's getting tortured back there on the back left. Finally, Tensai manages to claim his first victim, and it's Kuru. Now, the tide has shifted. Everything moving over to the side. Crazy Raccoon, Nanny head, going for Tensai, but there's no one really to answer the call. Ryohi's not in a position where he can flying hook inwards, and Tensai has a super to play defensively. It's go time. Choppy, reflecting some damage onto Milkrio. Ryohi taking so much damage, and he goes down. It's a 3-star lead for Crazy Raccoon, and not a possibility of Navi bringing this back, with Crazy Raccoon amplifying that lead to 7 stars and a blue star, securing the first game of set 2.
I mean, it confused me. It really did. But it's seemingly working. Like, did Carl actually get a shot onto the Squeak? I'm not sure. I was a little bit scared for that matchup, to be honest with you. As, you know, you kind of expect Carl to just be able to get within range, get a few shots, get the super, flying hook and get the kill. But Tensai kept him at arm's length, and I think it's a respectable performance from him to be able to do that.
And I think this really speaks to the emergent gameplay that comes out of just the mechanical level. I mean, I know we talk about this a lot, but mechanical level of the players in this region, where you're able to trust in yourself and say, I don't need this matchup that wins 100%, because what if I just like never gave Ryohei a super? What if I'm that good that I can never allow him to have any damage? And hey, that works. It's harder to execute, but look at the benefit of that. How much zoning? Kuru has been locked in this back left corner. He's not able to support. It leaves Ryohei completely vulnerable to a kill from Milcreo. Kuru still taking damage. A kill on a choppy. Tenside's trying to finish the job, but again, vulnerable to Ryohei. He willingly put himself in that position, was quite greedy, and look at what it's done to the scoreline. They were leading almost flawlessly, now have conceded 3 stars to Na'Vi, making it just a 1-star lead.
Yeah, I mean, finally Ryohei got some supercharge as well, so now that if he goes in with the flying hook, he should be able to find the hits to be able to get the super in and out. Moya marked up's going to take a lot of damage from that, though. The peep finds its way towards him, and now it's only 1 star in between it, 4-3. Now Ryohei choosing to go forwards, gets his super as well, and wonderful position for them to be in now. How much just having a super changes the tides.
Crazy Raccoon in a difficult position. Thankfully, they do have the turret down, and they can defend themselves a little bit better. They're all locked in this position now. 20 seconds to go. Na'Vi literally only need 1 kill to bring this in their favor. Milcreo's on pretty low health. He's taking a chance to heal up. 15 seconds. Na'Vi have to make a move. Crazy Raccoon crossing their fingers. They all manage to keep their bearings in these final moments. Ryohei hang on to about 5,000 health and needs to go in now. Here's the flying hook. Super into an odd position. Is it going to work? No, nothing. Not a win in sight. And Crazy Raccoon take the set.
What a weird flying hook. What a very weird flying hook. It was like into the middle of nowhere, right? Like with 2 seconds on the clock, he's pretty much finishing his flying hook when he's getting to nowhere. It's not like he was going in either. Did just feel a little bit odd to me. But at the end of the day, you know, 1 kill for the entire Na'Vi squad is just not going to get them anywhere. I felt like they had a pretty decent composition going into it. I didn't feel like they were massively outdrafted yet. What you look at the 8-bit Angelo of Crazy Raccoon, and you're like, okay, yeah, this is pretty good. But Squeak was an unusual one, but it definitely worked out well.
I cannot believe how dominant Crazy Raccoon looks in this matchup. I know this was not the team that a lot of us had chosen to move on, and I'm a little bit scared, guys. The numbers are off. The planets are aligning and not the way we expected. And Reddy, you seem more confident than anyone about Crazy Raccoon, their performances, their choices here. Do you think this is going to continue throughout this matchup? Is Na'Vi going to pick up some speed?
I'm seeing the momentum from Crazy Raccoon, and I'm seeing the drafts that they pulled out, particularly in set number 1. I liked their draft better. But set number 2 is when you really start to see the fact that, dude, they just have the mechanics, man. I mean, each one of these players has a resume. Even the newest addition to the squad, we talked about it. His roadmap to get here made it so far into the World Finals after pretty much being out of the consideration for so long. When we look at Na'Vi, I think they're getting mechanic dipped. But this is not a story that we have not seen before. And look, folks, I fell for it. Again, after so many years of doing this region, everyone always says, coming into the beginning of the season, oh yeah, you know, Tensai, Moya, Crazy Raccoon, whoever might be playing for the roster at the time, they're not as good. They're losing scrims. I don't think they'll win it. And then they just kind of do. And it happens so frequently. And Trav, I think we might be witnessing that happen. Of course, it's too early to call. We got at least 1 more set until history possibly repeats itself.
Yeah, I mean, this is just unfortunate for Na'Vi. First set, as you said, down to draft. Second set, I felt like they had a fine draft and they were just outskilled. We'll see which way it goes for set number 3, whether or not this is going to be the last time we see Na'Vi in the month of February and Crazy Raccoon move on, or if we'll actually see them bounce back, because that's what I'd like to see. I don't want to see this go 3-0 when this should be an extremely close game. But the bans on Gen 4 are the Gus, the Otis, and the Melody from Crazy Raccoon, and Na'Vi get rid of the Janet, the Lou, and the Gus as well. So a double ban on the Gus shows how strong that brawler is, and the Stu rolls in for Crazy Raccoon. It's been a great pick all day, and I don't see it stopping there.
Yeah, and previously we saw it actually be quite successful. Ark really loved this one into the Frank, and I think Frank is a real threat anywhere. definitely more on gym grab than something like knockout, for instance. So we're finally getting a taste of a different sort of mode. We saw control aspects when we watched Bounty just a moment ago. Here's the Poco. Okay, so I'm already seeing 2 remnants of a draft that we saw on Open Business earlier. Now look, it's only a couple brawlers, but Poco isn't a brawler you really see every other day. As far as hypercharges go, his is definitely one of the weakest, but you're going to be pairing up this Poco with, alright, with the Buster. And look, Trav, just going back on what we've seen, could mean that a kit is waiting in the wings.
Honestly, it probably means that it definitely is. Because, like, this is just lining up perfectly for that, and especially this region, they love it. They just love it. For whatever reason, it shows up near enough every draft if they get a chance. But Crazy Raccoon might actually kind of account for that and play very, very anti-kit comp, but along with the Stu, they're going to go with the Berry, a healer, and in the mid, definitely very good to be able to play behind these walls and kind of have a big lockdown on mid, heal your teammates, and the Draco along with it as well, Tensai on that. So I like what Crazy Raccoon have got. The heals that Draco's going to be able to receive from the Berry is going to be a very, very good pairing.
It's going to be nutty. I think that they can have a lot of control here. Barry and Draco is just an insane combo. When we talk about... There's the Frank, by the way. So, I mean, should we really be surprised? Though, okay, let's finish up the Barry and Draco discussion. On, say, like, Hot Zone, Draco has emerged as a top pick because of his ability to just stay in an area, and Barry is so good for helping him do that. Now, here on Gym Fort, you do have Indestructibles to work with. Frank obviously going to be breaking them down, and Stu might also opt to break some of them down. This is the first thing that came into our heads when we saw that Stu is like, are they considering the Frank? And then the Poco appears, and yes, the Frank is here, except he's going to be playing with another tank at the same time. And honestly, maybe I should hit myself a little bit for not seeing this happen with the Buster being one of the good ways to deal with potential Frank super.
Well, a good start for Navi, and Crazy Raccoon kind of just stood watch. Oh, what a super that is from Milkrayo, though. One of the rare instances you see it go kind of just solo aggressive into what could have been 3 people if Ryohei was in a better position. Milkrayo got 4 now, and Ryohei just in the back looking to try and take down Moya. Gets the stun onto him, and 3 members of Navi collapse onto it.
4 gems for Crazy Raccoons so far on the safest brawler that they can... Well, actually, wouldn't be a bad shout to have it on Stu instead. But Milkrayo is going to have quite a lot of movement to deal with here. We'll see the Hypercharge in from Ryohei, going straight for the back lines. And the Gadget in, punished by Moya. Thankfully, a Choppy stays alive. There's a slow-mo replay. That's a Hypercharge popped by Tensai. Milkrayo in to snag the gems. And what's Tensai doing? I don't know. He's just scooting around. Got to show off a little bit as they bring in the countdown. Unless Navi interrupt this, it's going to be Crazy Raccoon bringing this in for a match point, completely subverting expectations. One last chance. Ryohei in with the interruption. Moya still alive. Kuru just fighting for his life all alone on the Poco. What's supposed to be the support has been left completely estranged.
Yeah, it seemed like Tensai was just dancing on the faces a bit when he got the kills, but now Ryohei's coming in, trying to look for revenge. Almost getting the shots through, but it's just going towards Moya, and Navi not getting a look in. What a turnaround that was from CR. It seemed like Navi were in control of the mid, but this double tank Poco's just not working out for them at range, where Berry can play and Draco can get a bit more range on them when he's kind of spurting out that fire, and Stu just too good at getting out of those sticky situations.
Dude, how did I not even realize this is Poco double tank in the modern age? Folks, if you've been watching Brawl Stars since the era of blind picks and bans, this used to be such a shut-down strategy. You're playing rock, paper, scissors, you run Poco double tank. If they don't have the counters, if they don't have tank counters, then they're absolutely cooked, and it's happening again. But Navi have managed to get a good hold on this point to boot. I think it's going to hinge a lot on supporting Ryohei here, because he's really the team's main chance against the Draco. Not much Draco can really do against the Frank.
The double pull in there as well from the Frank. Nice stuff from Ryohei, but taking some damage along the way. Moya looking around the back to try and get a pinch in, and all it's going to take is one turnaround from CR to be able to flip this game on its head, and they're getting a lot of damage in now. Around the flank is Tensai, who's trying to clean up, but Kuru keeping them nice and healed. Frank's still looking a little low, but Moya on the lower side, so has to retreat all the way back, but switching into this form will give him some heals along the way.
Well, Milcrio in with a hypercharge could be a massive destruction. Tensai trying to encircle and trap his prey, but Kuru remains alive. Point stands though. Crazy Raccoon have control of mid. Moya also has the super. He's going to need a Ryohei in with a hypercharge. No super, might as well pop it. Decides not to. Save it for Moya, who still has one more gadget left in the tank. Kuru, meanwhile, probably preparing for the final push to try and exterminate Crazy Raccoon. Here comes the hypercharge, shielding up the team. A Choppy now also trying to move in, but everyone's trying to stay out of the range of Ryohei at the same time. The heals from Milcrio, keeping everyone from Crazy Raccoon alive. Navi running out of steam on this push. They're going to have to figure something out to stay alive. Ryohei, big play! And the heals in. Milcrio trying to interrupt, but falls with all the gems.
Yeah, they're just leaving the gems on the floor there as well. I can't help but feel like they maybe could have got a few more, but they do have the count, and Kuru doesn't have heal just yet. We see the dashing around Tensai trying to get in the back. They get a good shots in, but they're just surviving. Narrowly can Tensai get them all down. Gets one, but the countdown still remains. Goes in again, but not this time as Navi do hold strong.
Tensai was like a millimeter away from the play of the year. Hypercharge Stew all the way to the back lines. Both enemies on one tap, but he didn't have the ammo to get it done. Gave it his all, tried to use the extra damage from Breakthrough to eliminate things, but every single pellet went into the one enemy with 3,000 health instead of 500. That's brutal. That was so close. I know that Tensai is thinking in his mind that that was so possible for him. Instead, the match point persists. Navi finally starting to get some ground here. If they can play like that again, then they have a real chance, but they're gonna have to do it exactly the same. They have prioritized getting that healing from Kuru onto Frank, not letting themselves get circled by Tensai, who's doing precisely that, not even gonna get stunned.
I mean, that's brilliance from Tensai, but the rest of his team seems to be falling now, going aggressive. His Berry, though, gets him down, cycles it as well, goes for a choppy, but doesn't find the damage on him instantly. Still burning down, and Milcrio trying to get those shots on to keep him low and keep him out of the way. Ryohei around the right-hand side. We do still have a Poco heal, which should keep a choppy in the mix, but still doesn't. Manages to get him down regardless. And 8 gems for Milcrio now, as Crazy Raccoon getting close to count.
Just 2 more gems left to go. 3v2 at the moment. They're missing their main player. They need to get Frank out here somehow. Emergency hypercharge and super out from Kuru, but they cannot find a hold on this point. Ryohei, what does he even do? Hypercharge doesn't amount to anything. They have to get some of these gems off of Tensai, but he's staying out of range of Ryohei. Choppy now making a beeline all the way for the back lines, but it doesn't look possible. Finally gets through that health from Moya, but Milcrio and Tensai are the primary targets. Just a few seconds to go, but it's not even possible. And Crazy Raccoon defy expectations. Sweep 3-0.
What a game. Honestly, what a game that was. I mean, it might have been 3-0 to Crazy Raccoon, but we saw some great moments from Navi. I just feel like the drafts went a little bit wrong in certain game modes, and it does result in a Crazy Raccoon sweep of one of the strongest teams in the region. After a pretty shaky start, Crazy Raccoon wanting to prove themselves worthy. And they have done just that. I mean, looking at the statistics, Choppy doing such a good job with 10 kills. Real good work from him. But Tensai, 9 kills, 518 DPS.
Both of you chatted out the mechanics here. We've talked about some questions in the drafts that you both have, but what ultimately came together for Crazy Raccoon here? It looked like Navi was a completely different team from who we saw play against Frenzy Gaming.
I think it's Tensai and Milcrio out here. Tensai, he's getting the most damage on the team as Stu. And okay, you know, I guess your teammate's a Barry, sure, but everyone had their moments. I look at Tensai as having the lion's share of them. Almost pulled the entire game together there at the end. Really did. I can't even say he put it on his back, but I think he really outdid himself this time. And it's led us to a scenario where Crazy Raccoon once again go into the season with expectations preceding them that they're just not all that anymore. You know, they haven't been up to scratch in the scrims, and yet they do it. And once again, I actually want to say, sorry, Tensai, I told him several years ago at Worlds 2022, after they won, that I would never doubt him again, and I predicted them to win every single time since then, and only a few times has that been wrong, and now I finally decided not to. I'm immediately punished by the universe. Never again, Tensai.
I thought you were about to drop the biggest lie I've ever heard. Honestly,
No,
I thought you were about
no.
to drop the biggest lie, but we don't move the predictions off the screen. Move them.
No. I trusted you guys. I followed you. Take a look at the bracket now. Trust is broken. This is episode 1, day 1, East Asia first monthly final. It's done, you guys. You've broken my hearts here. Crazy Raccoon moving on to the grand finals. I threw in with you for Zeta Division in this match against Reject. Am I also going to be disappointed now? Anything that could throw this up in the air from your perspective, Trap?
I mean, it's a definite possibility. I think these 4 teams in the semi-finals are going to be rotating around who gets to the grand finals month after month, and it'll definitely change around quite a lot. But I do have a lot of faith in Zeta Division. They came out looking by far the strongest in the quarterfinals, and I don't doubt that they'll be the ones making it to the finals.
All right, well, we still got many games to cover. One more semifinal and then our grand final, so we're going to go to a quick break. We'll leave you with some replays. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We are in the East Asia monthly final, and we're in the final stretch of it. One more semifinal, and then our grand final to go. That semifinal is going to be between Reject and Na'Vi, and this is going to be, Reject and Zeta Division. I'm already mourning the loss of Na'Vi and holding on to hopes that are long gone. We have 2 more teams left, and Ark, I saw your face there. It's going to improve, right? This is not going to go the way the last one did.
Yeah, for me, it's a tough thing to come out of the World Finals last year with every single prediction absolutely bang on correct, and then first monthly final of 2025, and then I'm already down 1. Can't win them all. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But certainly, for this next matchup, I was reflecting whilst you were chatting to Trevor about this next match, and I'll be honest, I didn't see a way that Reject beat Zeta here. I think the Zeta for me just looks so good, and I was massively surprised about the last matchup. I don't think that CR looked nearly the team that were going to be able to come out on top in that affair, and was actually quite surprised. So let's see with this next one. I mean, we've seen crazy things happen today already. Maybe we'll see something of an upset here as well. But for me, I feel like this is such a great matchup regardless. Let's talk about this player as well before we start into things. Batterman for me is someone that I had a few reservations on in this particular roster for sure, because ultimately he's never won a monthly final and has been out of action since 2022 for the most part. He appears sort of once last year, realistic on a team called BMTM, and they came 5th through 8th. But aside from that, he hasn't really been present in the BSC leading up to today. So to be on a roster like Reject with Shu, with Melty, that is already a pairing that I just kind of didn't see coming in this roster. But to get to this stage in the competition, I think it shows that he's proving his worth. And I think what I've seen so far has been really decent from him today.
Well, ready, they've got to stack up against Zeta Division, and this is another team, probably the cleanest so far until we just saw that run from Crazy Raccoon. But stacking them up against Reject, what do you think it's going to look like for them? What do you think of this roster and their synergy in this situation?
Well, let me agree with you and put an exclamation point on that. The cleanest performance so far. 3-0. Just not even a chance. But against Reject, once again, this is the top 4, okay? And it's not just the top 4. It's not just the semifinals. This is what we already expected coming into today. If we were to rank these, though, the expectations coming into today, Zeta Division on top. Zeta Division has been beating like Crazy Raccoon in the scrims, not even giving them like a single game. They made it through the qualifiers also pretty much untouched, Reject boasting a pretty similar record. I'm going to put Zeta Division on top. Honestly, I think that I'm going to parrot basically what the ecosystem in the East Asia region is saying. See, Tampo has managed to pair himself up with the most mechanically gifted players in the entire region. Yet we're pending an explanation why they haven't really made postseason too much so far.
Well, I'm loving your confidence in them here for this next matchup. And actually, we can check in with Zeta Division, see how they're feeling about their confidence and what's ahead.
Well, 去年は香港サーバーってこともあって、遅延が発生したり、苦しい1年でしたけど、今年はいつも通り東京サーバーに戻って、日本チームとか韓国のチームと戦うので、個人的には日本で遅延なしでやれるので嬉しいかなと思います。はい、ブロースターは最近年々めちゃくちゃ知名度も広がってるし、人気も高まっているので、それを競技心に持っていけたらめちゃくちゃいいかなと思います。で、僕自身はとりあえず世界大会に出て結果を残さないといけないので、いい結果を残し続けることが大事かなって思います。
Hoping that competitive Brawl Stars becomes more recognized, and then hoping he wins a tournament. I'm assuming so he can go out and live that famous Brawl Star Pro life. He's on the path though here, a sight to see, and this is Zeta Division and their appearances at all those championships. A scary roster. We saw them play clean like Reddy said. Arc, we're getting ready to see them dive in once again against Reject here, another team that's been looking pretty amazing. We've got the maps and the modes that they're going to be playing, but any thoughts you have about this head-to-head as it sits in our bracket this month?
Yeah, whilst I was just like watching from the sidelines, I was in the Twitch chat just mentioning a couple of things that I was thinking along the way, and people are asking me, what do I think about this region? Who do I think is the team to beat in this region? I think it is Zeta Division. I know it's very early days. We're only in the semifinals. It is the first monthly final of this season, but I mean, they just look very, very good for a team that have come together in the circumstances as such, because normally when we see a big roster separation like Tampo branching away, it takes a lot of time to get real synergy together with each other. And so far today, I'm the most convinced by what I've seen by Zeta Division. So let's see how things fare. Obviously, of course, our predictions didn't go our way in the last matchup. So I was expecting Crazy Raccoon to take the fall there and to see Navi in those grand finals. So we're going to all be going with Zeta here, guys. No pressure at all. What could possibly go wrong? I might be bigging up a little bit too much here, but I do feel like it's fair to say that I'm gonna stay solid with Zeta here. They look great. They look fantastic. And also the drip. Can we talk about the drip? They look so cool in that drip, man. That team has everything. They've got insane aura, and I'm all about it.
Oh, it's a battle of the auras, actually. Both teams looking pretty cool and ready. You hyped us up for this match. We're heading into now our first map. Take it away.
It's looking pretty bleak as far as the audience predictions go. You can submit your own at event.brawlstars.com. There's still time to get rewards and work your way towards some in-game rewards and exclusive cosmetics. But let's talk about Zeta Division over here. Now, we have seen the dynamic of this team shift. Tampo has pretty much formed a different roster this year. It was understandable why in 2021 he made the shift to play with Moya, but really his best friend. But now he's not playing with Tensai, he's not playing with Moya anymore. Now playing with Suzuku and Levi, apparently regarded as the top mechanical players in the region.
Oh yeah, where'd you hear that from, Ready Set?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. Spoo, of course. Wiggly Spoo, my goat. The informant who gives us so much valuable information and insight into this region that is, not super accessible for me, being from North America.
It's going to be the running joke of this entire year. I hope you're ready for it. I'm totally here for it. Battle Scene Shooting Star up first. Ban's already in by Reject, being the Juju, the Gene, and the Angelo. For Zeta Division, the Gene, Tick, and the Nanny. Getting back down to some normality, it feels, but I just can sense a kit around the corner. First pick Piper, loving this stuff. This is exactly my flavor, really. But ultimately with the Nanny ban, it makes it safe to go with the Piper. But in a region like East Asia, I mean, a good counter to Piper is the Max and just going full throttle into the eye of the storm. That additional speed that it brings is just so aggressively played into things, so I wouldn't count that out here, but for me, I really like that pick. Is it the best of picks? An early stage in the draft, it's hard to say, but for me, I love Piper. It's my favorite brawler. Gray coming in and the RT. I mean, Byron is still available here, and some other long-range ideas still very much up for grabs, but I'm liking the draft so far.
I think there are a lot of possibilities for Reject. I think they're keeping themselves quite flexible. Gray is he's capable of competing at long range. Also with the hypercharge, you get healing when you go in. That's pretty nice. Get healing when you go out. Excuse me, not healing, but the shield. You can get healing if you decide to stack it with the star power. And also having the ability to teleport all the way across the map if you chain your teleports together. Here's Gus. Okay, another safe long range option. Gus as a sniper is just incredible because not only does he have good health and damage and kill confirmation with the gadget, he can literally just shield himself. So why would you ever want to go toe-to-toe with this guy? I want to also go back to that max shout that you had earlier, and I really like that. I wonder why it hasn't been selected here. We'll see Melody now from Zeta. This is a Tampo favorite, one that he excels at. Now, Reject do have some anti-aggro measures. I don't think they'll have really the DPS to deal with this with Gray, but they've kept themselves safe from a thrower so far.
Yeah, East Asia really are enjoying their Melody across all the modes, aren't they? They really are. And hey, maybe the other regions are missing a trick in that. Maybe we'll see them adapt into some Melody after watching back the monthly finals. We see that sometimes. Regions will take ideas from each other. Bell coming in as the third and final pick here from Reject. I mean, it's not the flashiest of comps by any means at all with the Bell and the RT, with the Gray for me. But it's a safe pair of hands. But the aggression, I think there's a much bigger story to be told on the side here of Zeta. Going on with the long-range sharpshooters combined with the Melody up in your face. Gus, I just think you just can't go wrong. It's one of those brawlers that if I had to sort of give advice to anyone looking to really kind of get into the game heavily when rank 2.0 hits the updates, play Gus everywhere. It's so versatile across all the modes. I mean, really, you can't go wrong. Even in some of the highest maps, it could work in Kaboom Canyon all day long. But I mean, it's just so versatile and it is so strong. And the Cookie Popper gadget as well, really being able to secure kills if you're really quick on your thumbs. It's very strong at the moment in the current meta.
Okay, that hurts. Melty with the hook didn't manage to get Suzuku through that wall. So it's Suzuku that's going to be piloting the Melody today rather than Tampo, who's opted to go for this Piper lane on the left side, which you should have the advantage in. Note also, Melty, if you are watching the World Finals or at least just the highlights from the event, you'll notice, or you'll remember an awesome pull that Melty got that turned into a double pull. Just massive play. Okay, Tampo taken down by Batman. That's a lead for Reject. It sort of seemed like Zeta were running the show so far. They were getting good damage, but just that one kill confirmation from Batman has now flipped the script, put Reject in the lead.
Well, Melty thought about it. Missed mark though there from Shoot, and that might prove costly. A tap onto Tampa, who returns fire onto Batman, who's down very low here. And Zeta, you can feel it. They're creeping up upon their prey. Probably not too far away. It's Tampa from a hypercharge now, as now Suzuki goes in. Will he come out? He does. So far, so good. The right-hand side of the slow is affecting Levi. Melty goes in. The walking cane connection, and he gets the kill for it as well. It's Reject now in the lead, and Melty forced it forwards even more so. Tampa is forced away. He may have even gone down there, but it is Reject that are bang in front in the driving seat here, ready.
I am losing my mind over here. Reject have just pulled off some crazy kills. Melty, what a menace. Teleport in on the right, denies the Melody, then a long pull again, just to put the hurt on him. 15 seconds left for Zay to bring this back. They got a Melody hypercharge, but they don't really have the health to execute. Melty pops a hypercharge of his own. No impact, no walking canes to make any use out of it. Suzuku just one tap. Bataman, Melty could take him down. Shtettampo going in for the kill confirm around the left side, but it's just not happening. And Reject get the lead. Just one game, sure, but the momentum is in their hands.
Well, that got real ugly real quick, didn't it? That really went from bad to worse. And nothing can go wrong with this series, right? In terms of our predictions, ready? We were saying, you know, coming in, Celsius just wanted to confirm that we don't see this going against our predictions, right? We're like, nope, absolutely not. No way that happens. Well, hate to be the bearer of bad news. That was not the start there for Zeta. But I think the draft is still very solid. I think the mechanics are still very much under their thumbs. Ooh, what a little gadget there from Shtettampo onto Bataman, but Bataman still stays standing every single time. Rarely going down here, so you've got to commend the guy. Again, someone who's been out of the competitive scene for 2 years, already said. I mean, the only real instance I can think of an example of someone else that's done that is Gugu in the EMEA region. It doesn't happen very often for good reason, right?
Pretty much. I mean, when they are out of the spotlight for a couple of years, there's usually a good reason for it. It's just because, you know, they're not cutting the mustard. Okay, Shtettampo leads off this charge with a kill on the right side. Zeta Division denying even a single star to Reject, but they are not going to stop that pressure. Shtettampo in with a hypercharge. There's one. Doesn't really need to get another one on Shu, and he doesn't have the gadget to confirm it onto him either, but it's all good. Zeta Division now have this opening to bring things back to their home front. Obviously want to cover their retreat. They'll have more terrain that they can play around here. Suzuki also, with the reposition to the left side, gets his hypercharge off of that. That's crucial, but he's marked and taken down. Actually, good interaction there in favor of Suzuki, because he wants to be able to use his hypercharge and super without being marked. Now, going for Shu, looking for the kill. There's one. Doesn't have enough gas in the tank to go for another, but he's got another 3 supers at his disposal.
Still going in by Shu as well on the bottom side. He is out of position here and slowed the nest egg from the bell, but let's see, can he get out of this position? The shield comes in yet again. Clutch, but goes down 6-11. Oh, that was always Levi going into a Paris spot as well. It's still 14-20. Oh my word, that's just turning so quickly. It's still in favor of Zeta though, and has allowed Suzuki to go really on the aggressive. It's not going to matter if he goes down. They're still going to be out in front, tying things up. Oh, I can tell this is going to be a spicy, spicy match for this grand finals, Brody. I love it.
Yes, entire match, just based off of this set so far, it has looked so even. The back and forth has been incredible between these two. Blue Star, Zeta Division, most likely, but Suzuki doesn't want to get pulled. Already tapped up twice, punished. Melty looking for the kill confirm. Shots really not going where they needed to, but he has an opportunity to get Levi. Shu lines up the final shot. He was able to push up mid and apply that pressure because he'd done so much damage to Suzuki earlier on, even though he didn't get the kill. Another hook on Suzuki. Teleport behind you. Nothing personnel, kid, to advance the lead to 5 stars and a blue star.
Oh, the tap exchange there was beautiful. Shtettampo still came out on top, but it could have gone either way between himself and Shu, and comes back in immediately with a takedown there of Suzuki, bringing more stars over. Reject have the lead and the blue star. They're ahead by 2. Pop of the nest egg by Levi. Oh, but the missed walking cane from Melty might prove costly there as well. Could have been a potential for disaster there, but it wasn't capitalized on effectively enough by Reject. Hypercharge popped by Shtettampo, but not able to find the super off the back of things. In fact, nothing at all. Every shot missed now, and Zeta's starting to crumble a little bit. They do need a takedown. There is time on their side. They've got just under a minute now. Melty low, but not going to get taken care of whatsoever. Oh, look at that. The hacks gadget of Bataman strikes then.
Reject got to be gearing up for a big defense, though. in the final 40 seconds. Still plenty of time for Zeta Vision to get a good old-fashioned push in. Make it work that way. Here comes the super from Levi. Suzuki trying to punish. What? Completely denied? Like he wasn't even a consideration at all? The team almost all at full health. Levi trying to punish on the right side. Shu stays alive with 336 health left now. Healing back up once again. Zeta Vision only have one more chance, but they can't connect on a Melty. The straight lining is out of this world. Final hook missed by Melty. Doesn't matter. He's able to teleport. Might have to. Hypercharge. Teleport away from Suzuku. Dodging the shots. He's so low. They need one more kill to make it happen. Connection. No. Reject. Take the set.
What Shu played out of his mind. He really did. That mark, by the way, was what absolutely decimated Suzuki on that Melody. He couldn't do anything at all in the final moments because he was marked up so swiftly and just eradicated out of existence. What an amazing first opening set. So much action to unpack.
We got a lot to talk about, gentlemen. And I'm gonna put my disappointment in what looks like a dwindling possibility of having a correct second prediction aside.
Hey, it's the first set. It's the first set. We can hope.
I don't know, man. I've seen this go this way a couple times now today. But we got just incredible play from Reject that is keeping them. I thought this is not a fluke. This is not Zeta Division misplaying. You're shouting at the defense they're pulling off, the timing, and I don't even know how they're making this happen. But with your expert eyes, please bring this to my attention already.
Well, I think, first of all, Melty is just playing a masterclass of Gray. We already knew that he was a very good Gray. I started to mention it in-game that there is this awesome clip of him hitting a crucial pull onto Semantic. That was like one of the only sets that Humble dropped the entire world. They dropped 2 sets total, and one of them was in large part due to Melty just playing this insane Gray, and he did it again. It's just ridiculous. Let's also remember, as they completely had their backs all the way against the wall, literally up against the respawn. Melty, what does he do? He straight lines, dodges 3 shots in a row from the Gus and from the Piper. Not a single thing hits him. Just ridiculous. If he can keep up this performance, if the entire team can keep this up, then Ark, we are in for the match that you were hoping for.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I think Shu as well played it just so well that game. He really, really did. On a brawler like Bell, which is really not that flashy, banning it out now on the side of Reject, much to their dismay, I'm sure, because, I mean, both sides actually going for that same ban. The Crow ban and the Chuck as well, side of Reject, Colette, the Melody, and the Bell for Zeta Division here. Really good bans across the board. Like it. Angelo, Eve, those brawlers, though, can still have a really, really good place here for me. I'm kind of surprised actually to see that the Berry was valued so highly on Safe Zone. It is kind of very much out in the open a little bit more on this map than some other maps for Heist, and there's the Angelo. I'd prefer that as a first pick kind of brawler myself, and 8-bit as well. Slow and sluggish for sure, but if left untouched on the safe, it can absolutely shred it. You really, really have got to be paying close attention. Extra credits gadget got to be there for me for sure. Ultimately, that's how you can really just land as much damage in quick succession if you're able to have an opening for it. I don't mind a Cole here. It's a risky play. I don't think that necessarily anyone's going to go for it, but I really wouldn't mind an Eve.
It would be nice to float over that water, keep toe-to-toe with the Angelo, block some of the shots. Okay, Daryl coming in. Let's talk about some of the other earlier portions of this draft. When you see the bans from Zeta Division, they get rid of the Bell and the Colette. It's basically screaming like, please, please let me have 8-bit. And then the Angelo comes in, and it's all but confirmed that they're going to run this Angelo and 8-bit strategy. And I think Reject caught a whiff of that and decided to go for the Barry as a result. Because any kind of thrower, especially something like Barry, is going to be able to take down that 8-bit turret quite easily. He does need to get in position. He might have to emerge from behind a wall, but should be able to do that. Also, Piper, just so good into 8-bit. It's like you said, slow, sluggish. He's not really able to dodge the shots from Piper very well. She's able to blow up the walls that he needs to put his stuff behind. Lou is the defensive response to this Daryl, and I have to wonder, right? We're on Heist. He's not going to be able to do much in terms of safe damage. Sort of the perma defense.
I like the Lou response to Daryl for sure. It makes a lot of sense when you think about it, and that was how they decided to really kind of counteract that. They wanted to go on the defense, not the offense, and I would kind of prefer to have the Eve just because it plays so well into the Piper. You're really struggling to be pushing forwards when you've got hatchlings coming in with the hypercharge now for Eve in just such an amazing spot. I mean, it was a bit of an open door for me to counter the Piper, but the counter to the Daryl is equally as important. So I get it. I really, really do get it on the side end of both. I like both comps. There's not really much to say that I don't really necessarily like here. And no spinning though, push the Tampa on that skin. That's one thing you can say. No BM to be getting into the minds of rejects. But yeah, the Barry I would say is probably my sort of strangest kind of pick for me. But certainly with the super, you can advance forwards onto the safe and get some good value, some gadget pops as well to have that everlasting ice cream on the map can cause a lot of damage on the safe as well. So I don't mind it.
A gadget major consideration out here. We have yet to see it make impact on the safe. Maybe that's the gadget that remains. We'll have to wait and see. It fades away, so he didn't pop a gadget. Batman's trying to get in position around the right side, though. There's a gadget. Sacrificed himself to get it on their shoe. Also frozen, but doesn't even really matter. Got so much damage on the safe. The aggression is here to play for Reject. Zeta, finally, though, getting their chance to respond in. Look at the damage pouring in. As soon as the boosted booster comes down, that's 50% damage boost. More extra credits pouring out from Levi into the enemy safe, but it's time to play defense. This is where Shitetampo starts to come out to play. Batman now applying the pressure. Now Shitetampo has another enemy he's got to face. Completely frozen Batman. What? Levi with a whiff shot to the left side, completely costing the defense.
Melty came in clutch there as well with a lovely tap, keeping Batman alive and in the conversation. But look at that. I mean, you can see the confidence in Reject right now. Zeta are just a bit all over the place for me, and it's really, really upsetting to see because we're rooting for these guys. Our predictions are on the line here. I mean, our semi-finals could be really in disaster here. We've already lost one to the previous matchup, and Reject just haven't skipped a beat so far. It's really quite impressive to see, but I mean, I prefer the Zeta draft, honestly. They're just not getting the opening door to really land the mark here. Levi now on the right-hand side does find the save, lands the extra credits, but taken care of very quickly. Good taps, though, there from the Lu onto the mid, but Shu doing his best to advance things as well. So back and forth.
Shu with the roll in and the roll back out to help Melty win that mid matchup. And Melty is tapping like there's no tomorrow. That's 3 in a row to eliminate Levi. They advance forward once more. Melty with that super to get out of there if necessary. Needs 2 on a Shitetampo. That's a difficult shot to hit on the left side. Going for another hypercharge shot in on the safe. He's going crazy. Has a super to escape if necessary, but keeping up the pressure. Levi only hanging on by a thread. Melty can't miss. Another on a Suzuku. Hypercharge in from Battleman. And it doesn't really make that much of an impact, but Melty has established the consistent play at mid that is so necessary. Weird roll from Shu, but it gets him the win. Another one onto the safe, trying to take down Levi, and Reject keep up the pressure.
They really are. That is exactly what Reject are doing. They're just keeping the pressure on the entire time, not allowing Zeta out the spawn, not allowing Zeta anywhere near forwards the map. Look at Melty here as well, buying his time in that top right-hand side for his teammates to come back in. And it's not long before they do. Here they come. Shu coming in, lands bang on the safe, and gets it done for Reject. This is escalating out of control, and Zeta are losing their grasp on the situation. That's another set in quick succession here for Reject. They're just not taking their foot off the gas.
It's one set, Ark said. It's not a trend, Ark said. It could still go. It's just 2 sets. You know what? The games have been so good. Like, it's been interesting to see how Zeta has been reacting, and they've been trying some things. It hasn't quite been working out, but what do you see from Zeta in their response to Reject here that might give us any hope in this possibly reversing results, or at least getting some Zeta on the board, Art?
It's not really what I see from Zeta there, it's what I see from Melty, to be completely honest. You know, that's the problem. I mean, he's tapping that entire game on that Piper pick, and that was the thing that I was saying coming into the draft. He's like, well, they chose to go with Lu for the Daryl, but Melty was clearly the main offender there to focus their time and attention on better. I mean, if they'd gone with the Eve, and I'm not trying to like blow my own trumpet because I was suggesting it, but genuinely, like, that's the kind of thing that as a pro team, you kind of got to have an awareness to, of like, you know, who the main issue is on that team and what brawlers they're likely to be better with. And I felt like that he was the problem. 9 takedowns by far, the most out of anyone. And it's not an easy map to make Piper work on, especially when you've got so much aggression going against you. So, you know, if they actually were placed on the back foot sometimes, pushed back in their spawn, getting out of a pipe is very difficult to do, and it could have been the very thing that allowed Zeta to really thrive there, but they just didn't get off the mark. And it's a concerning thing when you look at the fact that this could end up being a sweep right now. The exact opposite of our prediction.
Reddy, any thoughts you've got on how this is going? It's exciting hearing you call out in the game exactly how people are performing, moving these things ahead. But as we pull back kind of in between these matches, it's a less immediate reaction. So what are you thinking?
I think that Melty is on a tear right now. He seems unstoppable. I want whatever aimbot he downloaded, like, I need him to give me the link, because this guy cannot miss a shot if you paid him to do it. Into the Angelo. Angelo's like supposed to beat the Piper as well, not by DPS on the safe, but he's supposed to out-snipe her, and yet in every single matchup, he's getting the kills. Even when his team struggles to get damage on the enemy safe, he's still keeping the control. It is absolutely ridiculous, and also just a more team-based thing. I kind of like the draft better from Reject. You see the Piper early on, and Zeta literally did not respond to it at all. They had nothing that was good into that Piper except for the Angelo, and just going like one counter by one counter isn't really going to work when you're facing the constant aggression of Adair.
Can you really leave a Juju open on hot zone? Like, that's my... I mean, Zeta are not doing themselves many favors here, really. I mean, Stu, yeah, I mean, that's like my second favorite first pick to have on hot zone as a game mode, but it's Dooley Beatles as well. I wouldn't mind the Jesse pick coming through if the draft allows for it here, but it rarely is the case nowadays in terms of the meta, but it's one of my favorite brawlers to really rock into things. The Hypercharge is going to do a lot to that turret that Stu can't do much about as well, but the Zeta as well, that speed zone gadget that Stu's going to bring into the equation, really going to get everyone off the mark very, very quickly here. Tankiness as well, of course, and Dueling Beatles is going to go a long, long way. The indestructible walls make such a big difference now. Be that as an idea to have in the back pocket for an insurance policy should Reject want to go down that very path. Frank, not opposed to it whatsoever. I think it has a good place in Dueling Beatles, despite the B even, honestly. I mean, it is hard once the Frank just continues to hold W forwards to really make much of a dent, even with a B on your pick side. So let's see how Reject fare about it. Certainly the Juju with the Gree is going to have a good time against tanks if Zeta want to go down that path themselves. So a great draft being played out as we speak. Now Bell coming into the equation, and man, you know how I feel about that in the hands of Reject and the shoe. I mean, I'm scared. I'm really scared now.
I'm taking a look at some of the anti-Frank measures on Zeta Division's side, and they could incorporate this into their draft. Are they trying to force this from Reject? I feel like the way that you deal with the Frank is that you cap this off with a Colette, for instance. Colette's not going to be good into B. I think it limits Reject's options quite a lot. So this leaving Juju open thing has perhaps laid a trap for Reject. You're kind of forced to pick it because, like, why would... Whoa! All right! I'm here for this, man.
Whoa!
Like, bottom tier brawler.
We're going back to the World Finals in 2023. What is
when we
this?
saw it played approximately, well, exactly 0 times because it was banned, like, every single time. Okay, Charlie, spiders, come down, block the shots from Shitetampo, block the shots from Suzuku. It just takes you so long to get that super. When you do, you can shut things down. Boom, completely faked him out. Larry and Laurie can deal with those spiders like they never even existed in the first place. Should be able to contend toe-to-toe, or, you know, a little bit less so than Juju. She's still the best thrower, but a pretty solid option. Reject don't have a single way of breaking walls. Honestly, I think a good trap from Zeta Division. Force them to pick the Juju and then play the draft exactly how they want.
Yeah, not play into it. I feel you. I can see the Charlie being somewhat effective into the B because ultimately you're going to be taking away a charge shot every spider that's got to kind of take care of, right? But I still don't really feel like it validates the pick. You know, it's just kind of funny to me that they went with that particular brawler, which I don't think is the worst of brawlers. Many other brawlers I think are worse than Charlie in the current meta. I mean, we saw Ollie today, crying out loud. Yeah. That's my least favorite brawler in the entire game currently. But I just don't really kind of see it being the best of picks when there's others available, but let's see how things fare. All I can say for certain is that if Zeta lose to this, then they kind of deserve to.
I think so, right? Because I think Reject have picked something that can be quite challenging to play. They've gone out on a limb. They've departed from what is really the meta right now with this Charlie selection. So far, though, they have gotten more percentage on the zone. Oh, what a snipe from Suzuku all the way downtown to mid. Nishitetampo gets to zoom all over it. Missed super from Battleman is catastrophic. It takes you like 7 shots to farm that up, and then off into the ether. No possibility. Now they risk getting trapped in spawn thanks to the positioning from Levi. I think Zeta Division have found the solution.
Yeah, sorry, Batman, but it's a bold thing to bring in a Charlie, but, you know, if you're going to bring it in, you've got to land your super, mate. That's unforgivable. Now, we're starting to see Zeta climbing forwards, gaining some confidence, gaining some momentum here, but Melty's still alive here, slowed, fortunately, there for Levy, because ultimately, he was the prime candidate for being tapped up there if Melty was able to get into a position to do so. Good shots there, landing forwards. Levi's pushed back as a result now. Juju on the map, but not finding any connections yet. Tampa now hypercharging in, coming in with the flames on the map. And a bit of a lick of, oh, there it is, straight in the face. It's going to shut things down. Can Reject do the unthinkable now? There's 9% need for Zeta. And we've seen moments like this turn once they've got that positioning power back on the map and that control. Can they do it? Can they make an upset now?
Okay, just a few more percent to get here. Battleman still trying to establish the presence on the point. There's one takedown, still 7% to go. Nishitetampo's taking this nice and slow, now speeding up, accelerating. There's one kill, looking for Melty on the right. Shu cannot get them off of the point. And Zeta Vision finally put one on the board, and at last, it looks like they actually have control of a set.
So, I mean, Salsa, this is how it goes, you see. You know, one set you go down, then 2 sets you go down, then you're looking at your predictions going, oh no, it's over. But then one single draft, and it can all literally come back full circle. And this is where we're at now. If Zeta can now just get this set in the bag, then we're cooking, then we're talking. We've got some momentum behind themselves, then some wind in their sails. You get to a 5th and final set off the back of that, but I mean, it is a lot to ask, let's be honest. I feel like this draft wasn't really going the way of Reject, and there's something for it now.
I want to comment on Seltzer, like popping in as probably chewing her fingernails.
You better hope so.
Well, yeah, it's quite possible Zeta Division come back now, but Reject have gotten their win of mid. And this is the first time, even though they briefly got control, they didn't have all 3 members on the point like they do right now. Nishitetampo's going to lead the charge, boom, and the cocoon. See ya, buddy, in a few seconds. Taking a lot of damage, slowed down, pretty much a sitting duck. Opted not to use that super because I think he would like to respawn with it instead. Reject now eclipsing the percentage earned so far by Zeta Division. And Levi now popping down the spawnable. Battleman out with the hypercharge. There's 1, there's 2 with the help of Melty in the cocoon, and it staggers the respawn. They're in no hurry. Here comes the final shots from Shu. 2v3 ensues.
Yeah, we've been giving Batman a hard time for sure, but he's starting to cook. He is starting to cook a little bit here now, and he's helping his team really hold firm on this mid. Time is ticking down as well as the objective continues to mount in favor of Reject, and now 15% is all that stands between them and a match point scenario going into the grand finals of today. Tam is the last man to try to really put the pressure on here, but then Melty comes in, marks him up, and Reject now really are in the position of power. This is where Zeta might falter. They've got so much work to do. They've demonstrated that this comp can absolutely win things in this set. But against the match point, you know, that's a tough position to come back from and then go all the way forwards to a 5th and final set to even be in the conversation to take the whole thing. They've got to make this game count, ready.
Misprediction number 2. Just one game away from coming in. It's so possible. Reject, once they got control, they were unstoppable. Shu, especially Battleman, also finally executing on that Charlie. Could have just taken him 1 game to warm up. Zeta Vision, once again with a strong start, but they did this in game number 2 as well. Nishitetampo looking for the elimination on Battleman. There it is. Shoot now, down with the Gree. But this time Levi has help. He has his own spawnable to fight Shu's, and it's completely taken down. Nishitetampo also applying the pressure at mid, forcing Shu away, keeping his super online. Now circling around for Melty. This is looking much better for Zeta Division. Elimination with a rattled hive from Suzuku. And Zeta Division are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, beautiful there, honestly, on that B pick. And the tap on the left-hand side really was doing a lot of work to really force the positioning there as well. Melty's got super, a good mark, would go a long way here. Tampa goes in, fires a Grigri to the face as well. That shielding really put a full stop in the situation. Suzuki low as well, being tapped up here. It's a lot of good, heavy start though for Zeta that Reject have got to catch up on time for now. The Larry and Laurie getting back into the mid now as well. The Grigri going to be taken care of swiftly, but low HP, which is Tampo and Levi. And now Reject are starting to fight back a little bit more. Time is ticking, 16% left though for Zeta. If Reject can hold mid here, tough us, but it can be done.
Tampo looking for a kill. Hypercharge zooming all the way to the backside. Down goes Battleman Shu. Next to fall, Melty. And Zeta Division have taken back control. They take the set, and we're gonna be going to yet another no sweep for Reject, as close as they may have been. Zeta Division are showing us that they are still in it to win it, though it came damn close.
Exactly what I expected. Never doubt my predictions for a second. Zeta all the way. Zeta win. Hashtag Zeta for the win. And yeah, Salsa, man, nothing to worry about. No worries at all. We're still in it. We're still in it.
You guys are bang on every time except that one time. So, I mean, I don't know where the doubt even came. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have wavered at all. And look at these stats here. They're pulling it back. Although, ooh, Reject's still looking pretty strong there. Ready, what'd you see?
From Reject, well, check this out, okay? Juju, star player, most DPS on the team. I think Grigri really caring in many scenarios. Charlie just didn't really cook the way it was needed to. Zeta Division found their way around it. This was just like set number one, though. Pretty even one. I mean, yeah, look at that scoreline. 2-1, 2-1. Just the sides have been swapped around a little bit. I think really the main struggle for Zeta Division in game number 2 of this last set was that they could not get control on mid, and they actually almost let it slip in game number 1 as well, when they lost control of mid, but only 2 members of Reject were there to try and contest, and then, okay, 3 respawn, they can take it back.
Hotly contested in the mid. A lot of patience out of both teams, a lot of probing. I just wonder, you know, Zeta Division, as they're rallying here, is this better choices in draft combined with a little uptake in mechanics now? They're getting warmed up. Ark, you're biting back something there. Tell me what it is.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I think that Reject left the door open there to a bit of a disaster for me. I think the Charlie pick wasn't great. I think the Juju was a good, solid one, but the Larry and Laurie's been slept on a little bit for the most part, in my opinion, really, and is still very much viable. And you can see the communication coming back into the veins of Zeta, you know, focusing on the Grigri, getting it taken care of to really eradicate what Juju's able to bring, because she wants to cycle off the back of that Grigri. She wants to have that slow effect and allow her to push up to the land the shots to secure the kills. And I think that's good awareness being shown there from Zeta at a time in this series where they've got to get some results in. They've got to feel more themselves and, you know, have a new lease of confidence. Going into Hard Rock Mine, still very much work to be done here for Zeta. This could be the last set which they played today if Reject continue this kind of aggression, but bands are in. Gus, Stu, and Melody for Reject. For Zeta, it's going to be Sandy, Janet, and Berry are the bands in total. Quite like them overall. Still no Rico, which is kind of surprising to see that big difference here in this region compared to others, but Lou first pick. They're really worried about tanks if they're going to be going Lou first pick. I don't mind it. Such a versatile one, especially in the current meta already. You know, we've seen so many creators pushing Lou to really high levels recently. Been really loving the Bobby streams on that front too. But, no, here's Max, here's Surge. I really do like that. I really love that for Reject.
Yeah, no hate on the superhero duo. Don't think they'll be rounding out the trio. Let's expand a bit on the Lou, though. I think maybe Zeta Division are emboldened by the fact that Stu has been banned by Reject. Pretty classic counter to Lou. Also, pretty solid mid and gem grab in general. Now, Hard Rock Mine is a more open map, so I feel like the longer range mids can be favored. But then once Max is waiting in the ranks, then you have to consider, is that really viable? Now, here's Tara. We saw this earlier. The shades can be countered by piercing shots, but you look at Reject, Melty is going to have a really hard lane matchup into that Tara. So they're going to have to roll the dice in hope that they actually do not get on that Tara lane to boot, because Surge is so bad at switching lanes. Level 1, you're super slow, you cannot get to the enemy side of the map effectively. Kit now appears from Zeta Division. Could be a counter selection to the last thing from Reject. Maybe they don't want to risk something like a Sprout, which could actually be a pretty good shutdown.
All right, who let the cat out of the box? Well, I thought we were done with this today. Like, I mean, come on. But hey, I mean, it has got a really good win rate today so far, at least from what I've seen. So, I mean, it could be the right thing for Zeta. But I agree with you in regards to the Tara versus Surge matchup. You know, the idea of trying to suppress that Surge as frequently as possible with those gadgets, with those shades coming in, is going to keep that Surge on low stacks, and that is the play. They've got to find the right lane for sure. That's where Rejects are going to be trying to utilize that max to really get the Surge into where it needs to be. Buster, I mean, again, a very stepped-on brawler for this kind of map. I think he can get some good results, but I still kind of prefer the longer range affair for me a little bit more on this particular map. But is that going to work out particularly well into the loop? Not too sure, to be honest. I mean, that's where the shielding is going to be very quite key to push his way into a good spot. Is Shu going to be on it? And that gives me a lot of confidence for it. So already the shades going straight towards Batman, who has been found as the Kit from Suzuku. Finds a very nice spot there, and the swipe's already going quickly down.
Ooh, Shu body blocking for Melty still falls. We'll see Ishitetampo pop down another round of shades, keeping Battleman at bay. He's now trying to rotate over to the right side. We'll see Suzuku once again in this position. Cardboard box to the bottom left. He can get his super, but he's forced his teammates to fight a 2v3. Don't think Reject really care. On the right side, Battleman getting some value. Ishitetampo not trying to feed that damage. Pops down the shades to keep himself safe. The stun onto Melty. Suzuku at risk of falling, but Levi backs him up by popping down a super of his own, keeping Suzuku in position, now equipped with the super.
Laser are playing this well, but now the speed comes in from Melty. Shu there with the shielding. Doesn't really do much more with it, but Suzuku caught off guard there. Goes down. That forces back Zeta now. Levi has got a hypercharge. Definitely a blessing here. Would like to try to find Melty, ideally with it, who's got no super to be able to evade things, has the gadget though, and that's the problem. Nice connection there on the right-hand side. The kick coming in from Suzuku does then find the takedown with the help of his teammates. Now 2 hypercharges here for Zeta. This could be dirty, especially if they can connect that Tara with that black portal into the mix. And the loop, here it comes. Smash down there onto Batman. Can't do anything about it, but does find somehow a bit of a takedown on the right-hand side. Melty gets a gem for it. I've got to be honest, Reject did pretty well to survive that.
I honestly agree. Reject had been put in a tough position, and they still managed to hold on. How are they going to do so against Suzuku again? Oh, Suzuku knew it was going to get scouted. Shu, his Spidey sense activated, and he knew that Suzuku was going to be appearing from that left side just like he has every single time. There's the stun in. Shu survives. Levi in with the super to get some control around mid. Might be able to get this next gem. It's in a pretty neutral position, but more on the side of Reject. Shu and Battleman would rather let this one go to Melty, but Battleman's going to pick it up if he absolutely must. Hypercharge super in. Battleman looking for number 2, and no longer can Zeta Division tie by picking up a gem. Or, actually they can. They have enough time. Melty and Battleman now trying to pursue this position, which has been tied up by Zeta. Oh, but a takedown, and all the gems spill to the ground.
Terrible, disastrous. That was really the moment that Zeta had to stay firm and stay calm and collected. And that wasn't the case. Suzuki's going to go in, but low HP immediately taken care of. All they had to do was come together and hold the mid, and it's just gone so south. And Rejects come out on top. They get the game. Match point. This next one is for the Grand Finals appearance today. And Zeta blew it. They just had to hold mid.
Zeta need to find a way to deal with this Kit next time also, because it feels like their best counter picks, their power players, are being taken, or excuse me, Reject have to find a way to deal with this Kit, because their power players are being taken down by it quite reliably. Suzuku taking a different approach. Melty knew it was coming, but Suzuku still manages to swipe him up. The super down, Levi taking an opportunity, actually ends up going for the shots on Battleman instead of Shu, which would have pretty much been a free super if he'd gotten the free shots over there. Nonetheless, they are in a pretty solid position. 3 gems ahead, but they don't have any answer for Battleman around the right side. He's finally gotten to the enemy back ranks.
I want to reiterate again how impressed I am with Batman today, because again, when you've been out of the mix of the competitive team for 2 years, 2 years, really. He's been playing on and off, but nothing substantial. I mean, to be in your debut back after your retirement and then be in this close of a reach to getting to the grand finals is insane. I love that for him, but this was still far from over. 8 gems in the pocket of Reject, doing pretty well. They've got the match point. If this game goes their way, they are in that place, which Tatamo has the super on the Tara side. That bottom left creeping forwards now is definitely going to be on the concern on the minds. Then a Reject the cardboard box, a hit comes forward. Suzuki finds it, and the support is there. The Tara stuck as well. The support for the gems back to the hands of Shu.
Nice recovery from Reject, keeps them in the game. Shu is in a pretty dangerous position, could get frozen by Lu if he plays too aggro. It's slowly winding down. Look at Zeta Division's Utilda. They have a Kit Super, and they have 2 Hypercharges at their disposal. Just gotta get that Super to make them actually impactful. Shitampo, by the way, out of gadgets entirely, so he won't be able to push Batoman as easily. Not really a concern. Batoman's on the other side of the map. And another question, who is Suzuku going to jump on? Who is the ideal target for him? Battleman seems to be the answer. Levi claiming the free kill. Suzuku's still alive. Hypercharge in. No stun on a Shu. He popped the super just in time to completely nullify Shitampo in with the super, but there's no one there to follow up on such a valuable ability. So much CC. Zeta Vision now, once again, in with the kit. Suzuku taking down Shu. Slipping and sliding, but it's no issue. Had the super to cap things off. 3 gem deficit. Reject still playing defense. 10 seconds to go. Zeta Vision need to pick up 1 more gem. Just hold onto this position in order to keep this one alive. But Reject keep on pushing in. Denied! They've taken it, and they're going to a grand final.
Did Ark actually run away? Come back, Ark. No.
No, I did, Zeta.
I'm guilty.
This deja vu, isn't it? All over again. They could have been able to hold that mid, and some very questionable Tara supers from Statampo, unfortunately, and just it was in arm's reach. This was a series that could have easily gotten to the 5th and final set. I say easily. Nothing's easy in the BSC. That's the whole point. But there was definitely an opening, a chance, a glimmer for Zeta to bring this one back. And they faltered, they failed. And credit to Reject. You know, they did exactly what they had to do. And they deserve to be in the grand finals as a result of that. My heart sings a little bit for Zeta. I feel like they could have done a bit more in that 4th set there for me.
I do have to say, though, what a story. Who likes to know the ending from the beginning? We have gotten a total mix-up of our expectations heading into the final here, but having watched these matches all day long, I think these are the 2 best teams that have come here to play tonight. I'm really excited to see them go head-to-head in our grand finals. We've had such an exciting day of matches here. Taking a look one last time at the results, Reject, Zeta Division, all the great mechanics you saw, those interesting choices, and our bracket. Freddie, anything you want to leave the people with?
I want to tell you guys to follow my lead in trust in Tensai. In spite of what you might have seen from Reject, I'm putting my faith in the guy again. The universe has punished me for going back on my word, even if it was 3 seasons ago.
Ark, we have a wild match ahead of us here for the grand finals. We're going to go to a quick bunch of replays. When we come back, we're going to head on into it. But anything you want to tell the people to make sure they stick around?
I'm just considering my predictions right now. Do I risk it? I think that everyone's going with Fraser Raccoon. This match is a 50-50, guys. So honestly, on the event site, you can't really go wrong with it. Go with your gut is my best advice here. But certainly get these predictions in now while you got the time, because the day's almost over.
Get your predictions in at home, tweet them out, share them with your favorite team, and send them your energy. We're going to show you some replays, and when we come back, we've got our grand final for the East Asia monthly finals. We'll see you there. Welcome back, Brawl Stars fans. We have got a heck of a grand final for you. We got Crazy Raccoon going up against Reject, and we just had to put in our predictions for the final match here. It's gonna be a make or break. It's the first time we've kind of gone different ways amongst the team, so excited to see how that all turns out. We got Trav back on the casting desk, of course, joining Arc, ready. We hope you're chilling. I know it's super late where you are, but I know you're staying up to watch the finals. Crazy Raccoon versus Reject. We saw a masterclass from both teams, but let's take a closer look at Crazy Raccoon once again. Trav, you're coming in fresh, so tell me your thoughts.
I mean, I think we all doubted them in the semi-finals. Navi looked a little bit above them when we watched them in the quarterfinals, at least. But we came into the semis and Crazy Raccoon just dominated them. Straight 3-0. Brilliant performance from them, and that's why I've got my faith in them for this match. Really, really solid team. We've seen them, all day long now, so we should be familiar with how their game is. Their drafts have looked decent. They've been playing really well, and I've got full faith in them.
Yeah, Milk Rio been a standout player for the team today, looking really sharp. But on the other side of things, we've got an equally sharp team coming hot off a match against another team that we looked at earlier in the day. Zeta Division thought they were in pocket. Not at all the truth, Arc. And now Reject has got to bring it immediately. It's not a long time. We're going right into it, are we not? Do you think this is going to work out in their favor?
I had Zeta to win it all today, So when Reject came along and made it look that convincing, I have to side with them. CR can definitely still do this, but I just think there were moments today where I wasn't overly taken away by what Milk Rio was bringing to the table. To be honest, I'm not too sure whether that synergy is working the best it could be currently. When I see a brawler like Ollie come into a map, I want to see it get destroyed, slaughtered. And Milk Rio was playing the Brock that should have really been breaking up the map better, because that's how you expose an Ollie and really take care of it. And that was almost the set which they lost. They didn't at the end. They brought it back around. I just have a feeling, I don't know, when everyone's siding so far on the other side, I've kind of got to play the underdog card here. I think Reject might definitely be in with a shot.
Going against the grain would have worked out great for you before with Niwa, but you know what? We've got a whole new setup here. So we took a look at the maps. This is what we got coming up, game modes and map. Anything that might be a factor here. Anything that could trip up the players. This is all easy peasy for them. Trav, I know your answer, don't I?
Yeah, at this point it should be pretty easy. I mean, it's a very good mix of long range, short range, to be fair. It kind of flicks in and out of either one. Some maps with a good few walls in there as well, so we'll see a few throwers, a little bit of long range here and there as well. So I think it's going to be a great match. I think all these maps line up pretty good for a finals. Gives a good mix of all the different metas on the long range, the short range, mid range. I think pretty solid.
Interesting. Both these teams have exhibited great adaptability throughout the day too, in draft and in game. Arc, same kind of vibe as Trav. None of these maps are really going to throw anything off for either team though.
No, I think that, these are the best players and teams in the world, for reasons. So when they come into a monthly finals, they're prepping for every single round. If you come in prepping for the quarterfinal stages, then, you're asking for trouble. You're not going to be able to go all the distance. Whereas the best teams are those that plan for the entire day, because everyone should be expecting to win it. If you're coming in with a losing mentality, then guess what? You're probably going to lose, aren't you? Let's be honest. It's been a long day for these teams as well. You've got to remember that is now, I think, a really, really great thing about the format is that it puts teams to the test. And I was really impressed by Reject. I didn't really have them down as being that team that was going to flourish throughout the day as much as they have so far. But hey, I thought that about Crazy Raccoon after that first quarterfinals match as well. Maybe they're about to do the very thing that I am expecting them not to do, and just really now come out with all guns blazing as the team to be in this region. I thought that was going to be Zeta, and I was wrong then. So hey, we've been wrong a lot today, but all I know is it's the grand finals. I'm damn excited for it.
Well, you're the one that went with Reject. I believe they've got, if it's just based on aura, easy W. They got the style, they got the look, they got the performance, they got the cool team names. But so does Crazy Raccoon. This is impossible for me. I'm learning so much here. I want to say I follow the pack, but I really just went for the team that inspired the cutest mental image. How did you select, Trev?
I mean, after their semi-finals performance, it just seemed that little bit more convincing than Reject. I know we kind of came into this one, as Ark said, he predicted Zeta to win it all. I did the exact same thing, so I'm kind of, upon thinking about it a bit more, I'm doubting myself, but also after Crazy Raccoon's semi-finals performance, I feel like I'd be stupid not to have gone for them because they did just look very, very good.
Well, two great looking teams. A lot to be proud of here for everything they've already exhibited in this tournament. But it all comes down to this. We're heading into the grand finals. This is the Brawl Stars Championship East Asia monthly final, the first one of the season. A great time to set your reputation for what is to come in an incredible competitive season. Any thoughts to lead us off with as we head into this first match there? Ark, take it away.
86%, you know, that's we gotta start there, I think. Loving these new little tips and tricks, by the way, as we do the map live. I'm really, really grateful, the more casual player, and anyone that wants to kind of just get a little bit of an understanding. Maybe you're new to Brawl, this is your first time into the competitive scene for the BSC, and if you are, welcome. Great to have you here, and we hope that you stick around for the entire year because you're in for a treat if you do. Grand finals, the first grand finals of the year, Trav. It's an exciting one for sure. And I agree with what Seltzer was saying earlier. I think these are, without doubt, the two teams that deserve to be in this grand finals. And it's going to be a spicy one for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if Reject can beat Zeta Division like that, then they definitely deserve to be here. And the same for Crazy Raccoon. If you're sweeping Navi in the semi-finals, you deserve to be in the final as well. So I think this is going to be an absolute treat for us, for the viewers, for even the players as well. Because if this goes as convincing as some of the other games, I'll be very surprised. I'm kind of expecting a set number 5 to be deciding it all here, as these two teams have just been absolutely on point for the entire day.
Wow, draft coming in now for Kaboom Canyon. Of course, Heist. Good stuff already. Chuck open, but hasn't really been taken up by East Asia today. Interestingly so. Berry, Crow, and Carl. Berry, Colette, and Melody. I really like them all, to be completely honest. But Angelo's certainly going to be in that mid zone. Potentially Eve, another good option. Bell, certainly in the hands of Shu, as we've already seen today. A real threat. Juju, the first pick. Don't mind it at all. Very much a given. I mean, sitting that mid with a bush with that additional range, it's going to be good all day long. And the Gree, as we know, a real thorn in the side. No pun intended, but kind of. I mean, it's a solid first pick for Crazy Raccoon. You can't fault it. Oh! Speaking of the devil.
Yeah, no, I like the Chuck. Very solid. It's been, you know, there's going to be some defensive measure that they might be able to, you know, kind of deal with it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Cordelius, that kind of thing. And even that, like, Chuck has been coming, I feel, at least in my opinion, less and less used, banned. Just because I feel like teams are maybe getting better at dealing with it, better at managing it. But also an Angelo on top of that, very good pick. You really can't fault an Angelo. Being able to slide across the water on this map, the range, being able to deal with other sharpshooters. And there you go, yeah, the Cordelius comes in to be able to deal with that Chuck. We'll see if that is the case though, because even then, sometimes it still gets overrun if you're in the wrong position, if you're not respawning at the right time, if you get sniped out of nowhere by an Angelo, everything can still go wrong. But yeah, 4 very good picks so far for both teams.
The Angelo's a bit scary though as well from Reject. We saw it not really work out early today in Heist, and you know, if you've got that aggressive comp, I don't know whether I'm necessarily convinced that Crazy Raccoon can do though. It can be overwhelmed on the defense, so that's a bit of a saving grace here for Reject, who've got the final pick. Amber coming in, going to take away a lot of that bush, but that's going to have not the best of synergies at all with the Juju. You kind of want to leave those bushes there present so she can have an additional range and keep you back in that spawn side area. And not sure kind of what the thought process is there in regards to that synergy in the draft. It's definitely a great brawler, no doubt about it, and you've got to be just very careful in that regard as to what you do with that burn of bush. Definitely going to have a good time burning the bush on the defensive side, and that's where we see teams utilizing a lot of that to try to hide their positioning, to try to heal up. So I get it for that for sure. They're just going to be a little bit cautious on it. Now we see that Bell pick, and I've been so impressed with Shu today on that Bell. So it is a dangerous pick, a dangerous third and final pick for Reject here, and that's not a position that I find myself saying too often on this kind of map and mode and a brawler like Bell. It doesn't strike you as being particularly threatening, but for all intents and purposes, it absolutely is in this scenario.
Yeah, we'll see these two brawls going over the water. Milk Crow sliding into the bush nice and fast, and use the gadget there as well to get some extra speed to get forwards and into the bush. Chuck sets up the first pole, and Moya in a great position, 8% already taken, and Tensai just trying to find a way forwards. Might be waiting for the Chuck upon his return, but this is ridiculous. Straight onto the save. This honestly might be done right here. Milkareo, Tensai, and Moya just wailing away at this save. That gadget doing so much, and look at that lead.
Nah, come on, Rejects. Come on, boys. You can't leave an Amber on the safe. Not in the first game. I'm siding with you guys. I'm the only person that believes in you, and you do that to me? That's done me so dirty. Chuck going in, immediately taken out into the round by Tensai as CL push forwards. I mean, what is this, man? Come on.
Tensai just takes this moment to just walk all the way up and finish that safe off. I mean, that is convincing from Crazy Raccoon, but I will say everything can change from that point. That is just one push with the Amber getting on the safe. You know that's going to get so much damage, and obviously they kind of had a little slip and didn't really deal with that too fast. But it was just a great start from Crazy Raccoon, and you couldn't ask for a better game one.
I mean, you gotta hand it to Crazy Raccoon. They played it exactly how they should. Dancing Flames of Amber, that gadget that you can bring out when you're on the zone, when you're on the safe rather, is just so devastating. You can't allow it. So Chuck has got this time it takes to build up the momentum. You've got to place the poles, and they're not allowing the Chuck to do that. That's where Chuck can thrive. It's the early game push that really counts the Chuck, in my opinion, more than any other brawler. The Cordelia is just simply there, but if the game runs on longer than it should, it's a countermeasure. This is how you play against Chuck. You go all in early, and you go on the aggressive.
I mean, this is what's happening. This is 25% left on the safe, and they can't even kill Tensai. Never mind the rest of them. Moya might be able to pick up Batman here as he does just back off. Has the range advantage now, obviously, but as Milkareo slots in this bush, that's going to give him some extended range. Grigri being placed down. Milkareo, honestly, might be able to just go up and get some big damage on the safe. Tensai, yet again, just puts Chuck in the realm and walks to the safe. He might be able to finish this one right here, and if he doesn't, Milkareo will do just that. Crazy Raccoon takes set number one in one of the most convincing sets we've seen all day.
Nah, this is honestly, this is not on. I'm not having this. This. You can't allow a Juju first pick. You can see why this map is so good for Juju, right? Because, you know, it doesn't look like lake or river, I guess, on this kind of particular kind of environment, but it is, and that creates that slow effect, which then really puts you in a tough spot when you're on the defense, and you got the additional range from the bush, and I mean, like, you know, against the Chuck, which requires that setup time, you're looking to push, and Reject should be much more aware to this. I mean, it was lost in the draft, it was lost in the strategy, it was lost so immensely quickly. I mean, Celso, you're probably pretty happy about this because, you know, you're on the right side of this prediction, so I'm really happy for you. Couldn't be more pleased, honestly.
You know, it's hard to be excited because I'm also, like, becoming a big Melty fan over the course of this, and 0 on the board. Like, I really feel like he kind of got stopped down really hard in this match. It doesn't feel fair. I want to really enjoy this victory, but I'm going to turn it over back to you, Ark, and tell me, is that accurate?
I'm just too demoralized to speak, honestly.
Oh, so
I mean, Batman was playing the Bell rather than Schuber, and that was for me what I thought going into the match was going to be the biggest problem. It wasn't. They had much bigger problems than that. You know, and you know, against a team like Crazy Raccoon, where you know they're very momentum based, it hasn't been a clean day for them so far. So they need that first set in the bag, and they got it done so quickly and exactly how they should. For Reject to expect that not to be the play is unrealistic in a grand finals for East Asia.
Yeah, dive into that a little further for me there, Trav, because it seemed like, you know, as you guys called it, from the draft, they were obviously going to have a lot of problems here, and not even ones that mechanics could pull them out of.
I mean, we said early on in the draft, Chuck was picked, and we're kind of like, even without Cordelius, people are dealing with Chuck a lot better. And then Cordelius is the next pick, and you kind of know that you're a bit finished if you're Rejects in that sense, because every time you go in, Cordelius is just going to realm you and just move out of the way, or kill you, because he can do it as well. But they had such a damage lead that he didn't even really have to pick up the Chuck. He could just go for damage. So it's nice to see Crazy Raccoon off to a flying start, or at least nice for three of us to see the Crazy Raccoon off to a flying start. But we head on into Triple Dribble in Brawl Ball. Should have a bit of a different vibe about this one. It's going to be, I'm sure, just as aggressive. But I'm hoping that Reject actually get back into it, because I don't want this to be one-sided Crazy Raccoon.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried in the slightest. Rejects have got this. My boys know how it's done. I literally don't doubt it. But that first wasn't the play. I agree. I hope this goes a bit more of the distance. I hope we see a bit more back and forth. The bans for Reject being the Max, the Shade, and the Barley. Shit banned again on this same map. I can see it being one of these high sort of valued brawlers for triple dribble. Banned out by Reject. The bans on the side of Crazy Raccoon, the Melody, the Stew, and the Loot. First pick a Berry for Rejects. Really love that for them. Juju still available though, you know, and I know it's a very big statement to say that you value Berry over a Juju, and of course it's going to be picked up by Crazy Raccoon. Not that it probably should be doubled down by a Reject if it were left open, but Otis is what they're choosing to combine with it on the side of Crazy Raccoon. I'm still kind of not convinced by Otis, but it's been getting good results, so I can't really argue with it, but it definitely has been creeping in a little bit more than we've seen in the recent past.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Otis recently as well. It's been like surprising to me because I personally didn't think it was that good, but then you come to East Asia and it's played a fair amount, and I think that goes to say with a fair few brawlers as well. A lot of kit has been played today. We've even seen Shade come in a couple of times, which you wouldn't have expected either, but Maisie, that's a good pick. We've seen this a few times. It was used in EU a fair amount in the Champions Invitational and in quite a lot of qualifiers that I watched as well. Maisie's been one of the go-to picks. So good stuff for Reject so far. The Berry and Maisie are two extremely good picks. I like the Juju on Crazy Raccoon's side. And yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I kind of doubt the Otis a little bit. Even though it's proved itself, I feel like there's still holes in this game. Ooh.
Oh, Reject, guys, you're not doing yourself any favors. I mean, I lick my chops when I see all the talent go for a very one-sided prediction. I'm thinking, well, this is a chance to get ahead of the game, and maybe I'll be the only one left standing at the end of the day on a win. And like, you're bringing in what I value as the worst brawler in the game currently. I really think that Ollie is in massive need of a buff, hugely so. It's my least enjoyable brawler to play at the moment. I think that it's got great potential, but it just hasn't come into the game in a way that I feel is in any way an argument towards, you know, Superstar always released the really strongest brawlers first in the early access. No, Ollie's one of the weakest we've ever seen. So it's a really tough thing to get behind here for me. I would love to see it work. I think it can potentially work in the right hands, and it almost did earlier today. We've only seen it in one instance today, and it did have a loss in knockout. Let's see what the actual loadout is going to be for it before we judge it too heavily. Not going to be running additional speed on that front, so those walls not going to be bringing anything to Ollie's kit, but you know, it's tough to get behind, but I'm hoping for Reject that they've got a plan, Trev, because they've got some bold ideas, but they're just not really coming across very well at the moment.
Yeah, Batman gonna rotate over to this right-hand side as Milkrow's doing a good job against it. Now comes swooping on in. Has a lot of heals behind him as well, and Grigri gonna be placed down on the left-hand side. Might help Tensai get a few stacks, but Milkrow will win this mid, and now should be able to start pinching with Melty and get pinching Melty with Moya and get him down, and does just that. Tensai still searching for this level, and Moya with a mute in hand should be able to do a good amount in this golf bout.
Top position here, the Reject now. Ball push to the right. Moya's got the mute as well, and that could come in very handy. He's going to pass it over to Tensai, and just very straightforward. Very easily done. Not really much to worry about. I mean, there was the potential for Ollie to have maybe some mind control there, but it takes a while with the super side to really get that off anyway, and unless you're running the right gadgets, that was also going to be an issue. So there is some defensive risk to say for Ollie, but I just don't think it's too warranted here. RC is struggling here. Reject trying to push things forwards here, but the ball's still with Moya, and that mute is going to be very costly if aggressed. Melty's got super. I want to see that really shine through here for the Mason to warrant the pick, and almost found a bit of an opening. It was shut down and fumbled as well, but nonetheless, back in the hands of CR and being pushed forwards, and everyone now from Reject pushed forwards into their own spawn. This is a bit of a perilous position, but no one took advantage of the ball there.
Yeah, I mean, Tensai really going in on Shu here, just keeping him back, and has level 4 now, which is going to be hugely helpful against Ollie. Melty over the right-hand side, just trying to evade these shots from Milkrow, which is doing a solid job of dealing with the berry as well. Hypercharge used, and that's going to be so much damage coming in. Tensai just trying to spray around these walls, but they don't need to over-aggress, they don't need to over-push. They should just hold control at this point. Great heal from Batman, though, but Melty's taking so much damage off the shots that Batman's eating. The Hypercharge was there, but it's not going to be enough. Shu all alone, goes for the gadget in. Oh, almost able to steal the ball. Surprised that even went through him there. But shouldn't be a chance of a comeback now from Reject, and Crazy Raccoon going to be taking this game.
Yeah, it's just dominance, sheer dominance. Tensai there with a little goal to end it off, and it didn't even really matter in the day. They were going to win it regardless. great stuff from CR. Just really competent drafting, but also the conviction to pull it off as well. And that's not always the case. We see many a time these drafts go the way of teams that they just kind of fumble the option and the advantage. But, you know, I've really got to question a lot of these decisions from Reject, you know. I mean, leaving open a Juju, you know, and then not even kind of picking it, but picking a Berry instead. I think it's a very questionable start to then follow up with an Ollie as well. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious why it's not working out in their favor, but I know I'm not counting it out just yet, but I've really got to be convinced, and there's a lot of that which is lacking so far, and this CR are just walking all over this series so far.
Yeah, it's looking very good for CR, but Reject off to a slightly better start, have a bit more control this time, and some heals going through from Batman as well, but took a lot of damage as he was coming forwards. Milcreo throws Grigri to the right-hand side, and Shu going very aggressive forwards, trying to find a little bit of a gap, and they did pick up a kill along the way. But Crazy Raccoon just holding firm on this defense, waiting for their chance to break out.
Yeah, tough position to get the ball out of here, but certainly doable. Rejects are in a good spot for it. Melt's got Gadget as well. Now comes the Grigri, and now things still standing. That's good for Reject. The heals coming in from Batman, very crucial here, but the nuke from Moya is still present. Does open up things. The Melty just about scaves it in. He went down before it, but just got to the ball enough to score it. Wow, very good from Reject, but immediately CR back on the offensive.
I mean, what a bounce back this is. Looking for the shot, doesn't find it, and Shu's going to be able to hypnotize Moya here, but a couple of kills on the way makes it a 3v1. Luckily enough for him, Melty was respawning, but a full health Grigri proving really difficult to deal with here. Shu, luckily enough for him, doesn't get slowed by it. 3 people in the spawn of Reject holding firm on the defense, and CR just waiting it out.
Yeah, numbing needles, star power there. The slow that you see from the Grigri from Milcreo just really puts everyone on the side of Reject in a perilous position there and very open to being taken care of. Now Moya with the hypercharge coming in. Melty can't do anything about it. It's a 3 versus 1. The ball now being pushed through. Oh, Shu! Unbelievable defense, but can he hold it? He does! Unreal from Reject with 30 seconds remaining. That was crazy!
I mean, crazy defense, but terrible offense too. They had the ball back about 3 times and missed past it, gave it back. It was really bad from CR there. They should be punishing that. And Melty has a super, gonna miss it onto the one who needs to get it on. The Batman gets muted. He can't clear the ball. Shu jumps away. He's given the bullets. Another terrible pass by CR. Eventually gets forced in. But what am I watching?
How can you go from one of the best uses of Ollie's gadget to save a goal to one of the worst? What are you doing? I just don't understand. Reject are obviously feeling very nervous to the table, and CR know it. They can smell the blood in the water. There are shocks coming in. What a pass! What a securing goal from Moya! And as quickly as that, the lead diminished. Crazy Raccoon just absolutely embarrassed Reject there.
I'm just soaking it in. It just feels good to be back on the winning team. We've made the right choice here, folks. Crazy Raccoon coming out ahead once again, and I want to dive in a little further about the play we saw there. There was a hesitancy from Reject. What do you think tripped them up there? Crazy Raccoon was absolutely fast to capitalize on that, Trev.
I mean, to be fair, Reject, their draft, Ollie's just not good, in my opinion. I just don't think it's competitive worthy. There's much better picks on this map that they could have gone. He had a few moments here and there. He got that defense that was really nice, but straight after that, he kind of jumped out the way of defending the goal and kind of left a massive opening. A little bit unfortunate for him there, but I mean, Reject just didn't seem in control of the match whatsoever. They had some really good plays in that second game. They had the lead. They looked pretty convincing, but there was a few things in there that just didn't seem right for me.
We did see a little more out of Melty though, Ark, in this one. What would you attribute that to? Just the brawler?
I think just like, just trying to bring something out of the back pocket. Things are not working in the way that they should be at this stage of the competition. And I mean, it's just, I expected a bit more. I wanted to quote one of my favorite TV series when we came in back off that, because you said, great to be back on the winning team. Who's we? Who's we here, Salsa?
That's all of us except you, Ark. I'm so sorry.
Rubbing the salt
nice
where it's unnecessary. It's just like, I'm very vulnerable right now.
That's okay. There's room. You can change. It's not over.
No, what's done is done. I stand by it. But, you know, I feel like Reject have just kind of gone from a match against Data, which was really, really great, to just making some questionable decisions here. But again, it's not over yet. That was, in my opinion, the best set we've seen from Reject so far. There were still some mistakes, but there were some better moments for sure. I just want to see the draft. For the majority of the sets that we've seen so far, Trav, that's where I feel that Reject just haven't had a good look in. They haven't hit a good draft in any of these sets, and it's not because they haven't really, you know, it's their own fault for kind of picking brawlers I just don't think are meta right now.
Yeah, well, they're taking Draco, which does seem a little bit of a step up. Honestly, I'd have preferred that to Oli in the last set. But
yeah.
But we'll see if Crazy Raccoon are able to, you know, get this done in 3. I'm hoping that Reject start to claw things back and make this a bit of a closer game. Crazy Raccoon are going to take the berry, though, and it's a very good pick at the moment. Frank as well into the Draco, another great pick that Crazy Raccoon have managed to secure. You know, Frank's not usually a Ring of Fire brawler, but when you're faced with a brawler like Draco, sometimes it's got to be done.
Yeah, I was liking the Draco until I saw the Frank. And we saw as well earlier today in that interview with Milkria that he, you know, was saying that they love to have brawlers like Draco up their sleeve because they're just really, really aggressive in their face. So a bit of a nod to that really from Reject, because they're kind of inside the minds of their opposition somewhat when it comes to this draft. And that's a promising thing. Griff, a really underrated brawler. I really didn't mind it actually coming in now as well. And Byron, got to be there, I guess, in their minds to heal up the Draco, to keep it relevant and in the mix. 8 bits, the final pick from Crazy Raccoon. And honestly, it could be very much a winning draft from Crazy Raccoon here. I think the berry on a mode like Hot Zone just keeps everyone present on the objective. The heals able to be cycled there with the hypercharge as well. It can really just keep the Frank very, very relevant on that zone. Hard to shake. And the question is, have they really got the DPS to take care of it? The Griff can do a lot. It's really up close and personal, but you know, this is not necessarily the map to do just that. And from what we've seen so far, regardless in this series, you know, for Reject now to turn this one around, they've got to make some serious amendments, and they've got no time now to do it. So the pressure is on.
Yeah, I really like the Griff, I must say. I think it's a very solid pick. Going to be able to break up a good amount of the map and get a lot of damage in with those supers as well. But as you say, it's a lot of DPS they've got to burn through. But so far, so good.
Yeah, for sure. Not the worst of starts at all there for Reject. Batman now going to break that second side, which he does. I like that for him with the piggy bank. Moy going to find a good connection to Melty. The final stand just diminishes there towards the end, and he does go down, but Shu, in the meanwhile, is still in the zone. Nice use of the gadget there. I think the best way just to keep Milkria suppressed there as well. But look how much healing Berry can do. The survivor ability is just so disgusting. High charge from Moya, flashing it forwards. Might not even go for it now, but just wants to create some space for his team, and I don't mind it. 44% to Reject, 19 and closing now for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, well, Berry's providing all the heals to his teammates. He needs some for himself as well. Batman taking some shots to the face. Good heal, though, coming in from Shu, and this turret moved further up, establishing himself just there, but does go down, and Crazy Raccoon are gaining on what Reject have got, and they're just healing so much.
Yeah, big heals coming in from Milkria, gadget, and a super to follow up as well. And it really is meaning that Moy's survivability is in check. Oh, a second cycle of the super as well, but it's just leaving Tensai all alone, and that might be some wasted utility, in all honesty. A nice super there from Batman as well. Keeps Shu able to be coming with these heals, finding Moya really nicely. So can he find a super as well and spam it? No, not enough time there. Moya will still fall, and Melty's still very much present. It's 20% now needed for Reject, and it's looking better. It's not done yet, however. We approached 90%. It should be in a good spot to do it. I don't want to speak too soon, though. Moya's going to go for one last stand. It's not going to be enough necessarily. Shu and Melty still very much on that zone. And Reject defend against a potential match point scenario.
I mean, that was really good from Reject there, I will say. They just seemed in control of the match from start to finish, and Crazy Raccoon just cycling deaths. They got a little bit of percentage, you got around 50%, but all the heals in the world just wasn't enough to keep them alive when the Griff just starts cycling supers, and we see really good heals in some good situations from Shu as well. But all this DPS does heavily rely on Griff, and if they can start to deal with him, then Reject are going to have some issues.
Already again, that same setup. Oh, is that going to be enough to connect? Oh, it leaves one tile there for Batman, so not the greatest there of Piggy Banks, but nonetheless, I mean, it's that's going to maybe try to get both. Doesn't get the same. He might actually want to keep that tile. It's hard to say, but certainly the second one, getting that bush down in mind at all, was still giving his teammates some time in the zone. Now he will fall, and Moya not having a great time at on that right-hand side. Great from Shu there. That poison tick over time really doing its worth, and these heals from Milk Rio still coming in, keeping everyone afloat. But again, the objective is all currently Reject.
Yeah, it's pretty good for Reject so far. Might be able to gain this set back and start gaining on Crazy Raccoon overall, but some really good heals coming out from Milk Rio now. But these Griff Supers are just tearing through them. And now getting some good control once more. Reject starting to push up, and Melty doing a great job. Another Griff Super thrown out. Hypercharges coming left and right. Moya might be able to pick up Melty here and does get him stunned, but not going to be able to secure that kill. Now the gadget comes through, and Moya only just gets him. And it's a 1v1, and that's something that Shu shouldn't lose with Splash. And another turret wasted there by Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, but shooting that turret forced Shu to not heal as well, so he's now just got Super in the right time to really kind of keep things standing a little bit more. Now 92% for Reject. Big heals, hypercharged heals coming in from Milk Rio again, and now a great opportunity to cycle this forwards, but it's still not enough. And that says a great deal about this draft and Reject's ability to control the situation against all the odds. It's not going to be a sweep today, that's for sure. Reject survived just a little bit longer in this series, but how long can they do so for? Can they continue this forwards? Because the mistakes so far until this point have been pretty unforgivable. Oh, we see the reason why though. Batman coming with a big fat 12. Wonderful stuff from him. 803 DPS is absolutely insane. That's gotta be a record. I've never seen DPS that high. That's unreal. Unreal.
That is what Batoman had to do to turn it around against Crazy Raccoon, though. But honestly, Ark, I couldn't be happier for you. This could be promising.
Never doubt them for a second.
And for all the viewers at home, we could get a full series here with this caliber of play. We've seen some really interesting back and forths here. Great matchup. Finally pulling this out for Reject. Break it down for me, Ark. How did they do it?
I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. If you had said going into this that I'd be feeling the way that I was towards Reject and how they'd handled this grand finals, that I'd be coming out of that third set, seeing the most DPS that I've ever seen in the BSC, but also the story that tells us to what Milk Rio was bringing to the table, because the only reason that DPS is that high is simply because of how well he was cycling on that berry pick. That was what I wanted to see this series start like. Both sides giving it their absolute all, and that's what we got. That set was a gift, honestly, for me.
Trav, we're getting into another one though. Can they maintain, or was that just a blip for Crazy Raccoons?
I think Reject can maintain. I think we should really be going to a set 5 here to decide who wins it all, because I think that's what both of these teams deserve, because of how closely matched they are. A really good draft for the past set for Reject though, so we'll see if they can do that yet again and take another win before the game even starts, or if Crazy Raccoon will be able to bounce back and take this in a 3-1 victory. Well, me, I hope Reject managed to take this one and we get a set 5 to decide it all, but as we head on into the draft of Layer Cake in Bounty, we should be slowing it back down a bit. It was very, very hectic there in Hot Zone, which isn't something you kind of come to expect on that mode.
Trav, you're gonna have to bring me back down to earth, mate, I'll be honest. I mean, can we just acknowledge the fact that the DPS record of the BSC just got broken by someone who retired in 2022? Like, I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous, but I love it. I really do. But Reject needed something in that set that was going to hopefully turn the tides back into some level of normality for them. And that is the catalyst that you want, isn't it, really? But let's see whether, in Bounty and Layer Cake, that proves to be the case. I would love this to go all the way. But they left the Juju open, and that's kind of my concern here. Picked up immediately by Crazy Raccoon, the bands being the Barley, the Melody, and of course the shade there as well, the Lou, the Berry, and the Kit. Reject taking no chances there, and I appreciate them for it. But yeah, on a map like Layer Cake, it's a lot of like lake activity, bush activity. it's not a great thing to leave a Juju open trap, unless, of course, you've got a really strong counter plan up your sleeve, and there's not really many of them when it comes to Juju. She's just that good.
Yeah, there really isn't. Stu's going to come in, though, trying to take this mobility and possibly be able to get round these shots that Juju's going to be throwing out. But with no Barley, no Berry, those are two very good throwers out of the way, and Juju on the side of Crazy Raccoon. You start to doubt Reject. There's a little bit of doubt creeping into my mind that we'll be seeing in set number 5, but Stu is a great place to start for this roster, and we'll see what they add to it as well. Obviously, Kit being banned out of the way, I couldn't be more pleased about that, considering how much this region loves to play it. And then Gus to go along with the Stu.
Much prefer the Gus to the Stu, but I do appreciate the pressure which the Stu can bring when you're sort of pushed up against the wall. You know, Stu can dash in, dash out, the hypercharge, of course, really just adding to that whole thing. But wasn't the brawler that I would ever have expected as a first pick, though, on a map like Layer Cake. Let's see what Crazy Raccoon are considering bringing in on top of this Juju pick, and certainly I think range would be a good shout. You've got to have something against Gus. RT, yep, I do like that quite a lot. I think that it's really in a good spot for me as a brawler, especially now that they've sort of changed some of the gadget. You know, the Hacks gadget was always a really, really good one for it, but out of line now gives you the option to be able to get an immediate super, which I think is bringing RT into a very nice place in the meta. Janet, love that pick. You know, wouldn't have ever thought that I'd be here saying that. You know, looking back from last year, if someone said, you know, the first monthly final of the year, you're going to be loving a Janet pick in Bounty. But that's what the Hyperchargers really brought to the table for her. And of course, with just really versatile gadgets for her as well, like the drop the base, having that radius of damage that, you know, unless you've got something to really reach it with, it stays and remains Kenji. I mean, that's the brawler which was so prevalent in like the World Finals lead up to, but now, is it as good as it once was? I'm not overly convinced, but I don't mind it at all.
It's not as good as it once was, to put it simply.
Yeah.
But Crazy Raccoon, I like what they've got. The Janet and the Juju are really, really speaking to me, and then the RT as well. It's a solid pick. Going to be decent against defending against that Kenji at close range when the other two can't really. Janet and Juju not got the best of damage at close range, or the best of damage at all, I should say. So that gives Reject a little bit of an in, and especially if they can chain these Stu Supers, get that mobility going. They're not going to be in a bad place at all to be able to, you know, have a good fight here.
Well, a quick dash in there from Shu to get that blue star. Immediately so, but no respect to Reject for continuing the aggression forwards despite having it. Normally we see teams go immediately back on the defense, but Shu's not doing that, so definitely going to be some fireworks in this set. Sure, it feels to me. Shu's still going in as well. That's a bit overzealous, I think, but the Juju now has Grigri as well, going with the slice and dice, gets it as well, and back out. Ooh, Reject is starting to cook. 5 stars of a lead now, and that blue, and they're looking more aggressive than ever.
Yeah, I'm surprised Milkro didn't just place the Grigri when the Kenji was kind of in her face. It probably would have defended it, considering he was one shot, but nice aggression coming in from Reject, and you can't fault them for how well they're playing. Goes in, takes out the drop the base as well, but it's only a couple of kills in between Crazy Raccoon and a nice equalizer, so Milkro getting a few shots in, and Shu over aggresses, and that provides 3 of the stars.
Yeah, CR now getting into a much better position. Grigri coming out, and against the... Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Picking Kenji into Juju's such a statement here by Shu. He's got to really put his weight on it. That's the man on the right-hand side, low HP now as well. And look at this. Milkario's getting some good taps. Nice, though, gadget from Melty. But he's pushed right back here. 64 HP. She's got a tank, and he does. Oh, this is really, really not good, though, for Reject. They're going to be going all down if they're not careful here.
So close, narrowly missed that shot by Tensai, but Milkario will finish that one off. Batoman needs to try and get forwards and get something going. Tensai doesn't get around the wall, which is going to set him back a little bit on this retreat. But Shu can definitely make it happen in these closing seconds. A few slice and dices, but there's the Grigri. Now he's pushing forwards, just going to ignore it for now. Great shots coming in, though, and he's going to get the heal off one of those ghosts. Stu, 1 shot, 8 seconds on the clock. Melty so low, and 2 go down. Batman can only stand and watch as Crazy Raccoon get to match point.
Yeah, great composure from Crazy Raccoon there, and absolutely deserved. You know, there was some moments where I thought maybe Reject could hold the lead there, especially after what was a flying start. It really was. But you know, you've got to be able to hold that and get the balance between aggression and defense. They just didn't really seem to do that. As soon as things started to escalate in favor of Crazy Raccoon, you know, it went from bad to worse so quickly. And you know, when you got a 5-star lead against a team like Crazy Raccoon in a grand finals, you've got to hold on to that a little bit better. And I think this Kenji pick is going to really struggle with. Phil Greer is staying on top of things the entire way through, which he's been doing really quite successfully. Tensai as well there, fighting Batman. This could be it. I mean, this is a match point scenario here. If Crazy Raccoon can win this game, they will take the first monthly final of the year home.
I mean, great position for him to be in as well. Oh, down he goes though, and that's 3 stars flipped, and Batman continues going forward. Reject seem like they don't want to back off at all. They have this aggressive comp, and they know that. They need to stay on these front lines, but we do see them slightly backing up now, but it was when they got in these back lines when they started to struggle in the last game.
Batman trying to creep forwards here, but look at Moya. Immediately puts down the legs there as well, and shoots Force back. The Greer shielded. Batman finds Moya there as well. 6 stars now, but we've seen bigger leads with Reject in that last game that they've lost. Look at that, as quickly as they say it. Batman goes down, feeding stars over. Now it's just the blue as a separation. Batman coming back in. Very careful of Moya here on this RT pick, because he is quite the threat, and now McGregor coming in yet again. I'm worried for sure the Kenji once more as Tensai takes this guy.
Melter gets hit there, down to 64 HP. Shoes one shot, Slice and Dice comes in, he goes down, and Tensai in the back lines will trade out, but the blue star remains with Crazy Raccoon. They're going to start to retreat now and play on this defensive line, as we do have the legs available for Moya as well if Shu comes in aggressive. But they have to be careful about dropping these, because anyone goes down and Reject can even it out.
Low HP for Mulgreer, but Batman's even lower, dashes away. The Gasser Hill coming in clutch, but at the end of the day, it is still Reject that do need to get a kill. The blue is with Crazy Raccoon. If no one goes down, it will be theirs. 9 seconds, Shu going for one final ditch attempt, but Mulgreer pops the shield. Everyone still stays standing. It's going to be now or never, and Shu is low. Shu goes down. It's going to tip the balance, and Crazy Raccoon are your champions for East Asia. They are the monthly final victors.
We're getting victory celebrations. We're getting great vibes. I love to see it, and I'm so happy for them after a marathon performance tonight. And both of you can speak better than I can to the long history that's led up to this moment for this roster, but I love seeing the joy on their faces.
I mean, it was another one of Milcreo's famous dances being on show there at the end. So pleased that he's able to win this one and prove that Crazy Raccoon still can succeed, even with roster changes. But 3-2-3 and 2-1-2, not that far apart. Reject had their moments, but it was just those kind of flip of stars and how aggressive they kind of had to be, that when they had the lead and had to drop into a defensive position, they were kind of hung out to dry.
For me as well, Shoot there. Just the one takedown, 70 DPS. I mean, on that Kenji pick, which you got to remember, they picked into the Juju as well. So they were taking a massive risk. It wasn't like that. There was a countermeasure in the draft. They knew what they were doing, and it just didn't pay off. They obviously had, in their opinion, an advantage with it, despite it being a really rough matchup. It didn't shine through. The damage just did not reflect in any way at all, and that was really the thorn in his side from start to finish. Milcreer played that Juju to perfection, and thoroughly deserving of taking the win here for Crazy Raccoon. Not the cleanest of days, certainly I would say by reflection of other years as well. Crazy Raccoon have normally looked a lot more threatening than today, but hey, a win is a win, and they absolutely deserved it.
Absolutely. Looking at what they had to go through to get here, taking out effort result to start. Na'Vi, one of the favorites, and then Reject, another team that had absolutely blown through this bracket with unexpected, clean, and fearsome plays. But they're sitting here, our victors of the very first East Asia monthly finals for our Brawl Stars Champions League, and it's gotta feel great to be the first ones out the gate with such a great title and so many great games behind them to look back on. And looking back on here, as I'm sure lots of other teams will in the coming competitive weeks and months, any takeaways that you've seen that you really want to shout out? If you're just joining us, there's a whole VOD for you to go watch, but I got two casters here who know the best moments, so shout one out for me, Art.
For me, I've got to say, I'm very excited to see what the remaining months will bring for this region. I mean, we've seen big roster shakeups, bigger than we've ever really seen in East Asia. A lot of these big titans now on opposing teams. So, I mean, that is really, for me, where I think East Asia is gonna be going and getting bigger and better as some of these roster movements that have taken a bit of time to settle in and become really more at home with each other. they're going to settle in. They're going to be getting stronger, and the competition is really going to be rising and heating up as we go throughout the year. So I think Regis did a really, really good stand today. I think the best team won on the day as well. I think Crazy Raccoon will only go from strength to strength now. Still have some reservations going into that grand finals, but they've proved me wrong, and I'm glad that they did it as well. But for the other teams as well, for Zeta, this one is not done yet. We're going to see a response, and I cannot wait for when it comes.
And we have a community vote information as well. They've selected Milk Rio as our MVP. How do you feel about that, Trav?
I feel that's fair. He's genuinely played really well. Subbing into a roster like Crazy Raccoon can definitely be pretty daunting, especially when the man you're replacing is Chitambo. It definitely is extremely hard to come in with that much pressure on your back to succeed and do as well as he did. It was definitely a very strong performance from him today.
Fantastic performance by him, by all of our players, especially our ones who made it all the way to the grand finals. And a fantastic performance by you guys. A real marathon of games, brought so much information. I'm constantly learning so much, so I'm going to hand it over to you two to share your final thoughts as we close out this first monthly final. Trav, start us off.
I mean, I'm just so pleased I can be back with the East Asia region. It's been a few years since I've been on this one, but I'm very, very pleased to be back with, the region with arguably the strongest mechanical skill. It's very, very interesting to be back here and seeing all these different games and drafts play out with some of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, for me, I'm just super excited to see as we approach towards the Brawl Cup, who are going to be those teams that make it through to that stage of the competition. That's the new big LAN event that we got coming up this year. I guess what many are referring to as the MSI, but I think the Brawl Cup's a great branding for it, and I think that for me, there is a big race happening at the moment, and we kind of got to keep our eyes on that and see who is going to prevail, and who's going to come out on top as we approach those first opening months and beyond. Then, when we get to the LCQ, when we get to the World Finals, how this region is going to fare, because again, they're a little bit still behind in their draft, but they are closing that gap increasingly. So we're seeing a lot of East Asia teams getting in analysts and coaches from more European regions and more North American regions. That's an exciting prospect. So they know their weaknesses and they are building upon them as well. And I think it's only a matter of time before we see East Asia really, really turn up the heat on the entire space of the BSC.
It's going to be exciting to watch it happen, and as you are so generous to call out, we've got lots more regions to cover. We'll in fact be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. CET with our EMEA region, and we'll be back next weekend with lots more games for you. It goes all year. It is a bevy of Brawl stars this year, and I am so grateful to be part of it. I've been your host, Rachel, aka Seltzer. I'll be seeing you all around. Thank you so much to Ark, to Trav, to our Ready Set, wherever you are. Best. And to our incredible production team. Let's leave you with some highlights, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Have a good night.
Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1-2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside. I see the raving lights, stay on the faded vibe. Never wasting time, 1-2 check on the mic. It's about to go down, it's about to get live. It's about to get live. It's about to get live.
Sauvage et libre, je me lance, sauvage et fier, je danse, personne ne peut m'arrêter, sauvage et libre à jamais. Plus de chaînes, plus de limites, je cours, rien ne m'évite, sous la lune je suis en feu, un éclair roule dans tes yeux. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole. Tu es sauvage, tu m'affoles. Sauvage. 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 Tous ces rythmes qui battent dans ma tête, dans ta tête, se déchaînent. Ces jours de fête, toujours la fête. Je suis là, ici et maintenant. Rien n'arrête mon élan. Le choix est mien, je le prends, je suis libre à chaque moment, chaque moment. Je mords la nuit et le jour, sans peur et sans détour. Avec ou sans toi, je vole. Tu es sauvage, tu m'affoles. Sauvage. 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 Sauvage.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do.